Be cool, be kind, be classy. The cupcakes are sweet and sexy. Have fun and enjoy the journey. Just have a good attorney. No big whoop, no biggie. She lives near New York City. And not just a YouTube show. When you know, you better grab a straw. Learn about the law. It's cool here in the shade, sipping motions of lemonade. Cool heads will prevail, kindness will never fail. Be classy and vastly wise. Oh, Melanie Little is going live. Oh no, where is Melanie? Follow the island's melody. There's a concert within reach. No surprise, she's at Jones Beach. She heard some music far away. Captain Jack Stack Harbor Bay. He sings and his piano plays. Not all sounds are waterways. Speaking Yiddish and Latin, it's not just for Manhattan. It's for Goethe and Mashegas. Ridiculous that insanus. Oy vey, Marcus. Proset, that's for schmucks. Be cool, be kind, be classy. My cupcakes are sweet and sassy. And not just a YouTube show. When you know. Cool heads will prevail. Kindness will never fail. Be classy and vastly wise. Melanie Little is going live.
Do we have Mr. Burgess, please?
Testing 1 2, testing 1 2. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Better? You can hear me? Okay. It's not going to be great. Without giving too much detail, I have a lot of kids. And when one of my kids has an emergency and I need to jump on a plane to get to where they are, that's what I do. And that was an unexpected thing that happened on Sunday. And so I am here somewhere, and we are dealing with what we need to deal with. And I thank you for all of your kind emails yesterday and your worried messages and the fact that you really missed me. And I appreciate that you so much. But sometimes you got to do what you got to do. And we're here. And I am going to, I have notes from yesterday. Shannon Burgess is a liar. That's my notes. Shannon Burgess is a liar. And he has no BS. He lied about his qualifications. It's a huge problem for the Commonwealth. It's a nightmare. It's an absolute nightmare. If you're behind, I might sound muted to you. And when you catch up, I will be unmuted. Do not worry. Do not fear. Let us see. I had to bribe the desk clerk to give me the fast Wi-Fi password because the Wi-Fi that was available to me was not fast enough. So we're going to give it a go, and we're going to see how it works out. So let's do, what we are going to do is we are going to put this on a little bit faster speed so we can try and catch up. Alessi will shred this guy, as I know he will, and you can let me know what I missed yesterday. The most important thing, one of the most important things to me yesterday was the testimony on the mitochondrial DNA, because what that proved to me is that the hair that was found on the car could have been John's, it could have been John's mother, and it could have been John's niece or nephew. It could have been anyone's hair in his maternal lineage. So there is no confirmation that that apparent hair that seemed to be able to survive a blizzard to Dighton and back is John's hair. And even if it was, who cares? Because he was around that car all the time. It doesn't mean that she hit him in the head. She obviously didn't hit him in the head with the car, right? Isn't that what we're looking at here? Yes, I saw something about hand signals. Let's try and stay on topic. The chat is going to distract me today. I have things happening. If I have to pop off, don't worry. I'm going to pop in right back. People coming to the door, whatever it is, we're going to deal with it. We're here. God save us from the Commonwealth. Let me know if you can hear this. I don't have my good mic today, so hopefully the sound is going to be modulated. And I don't have a second screen, but we're going to do what we can do. Let's see how well you can hear.
I'll remind you, you're still under oath. Thank you.
All right, that's Court, and that's me. How are we? Are we good? Okay, I'm
All
gonna.
right, Mr. Alessi, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Morning, Mr. Burgess.
Morning.
On your direct examination yesterday, your experience was brought up in questions, correct?
Correct.
On your direct examination, your certifications were brought up in questions, correct?
Incorrect.
There was no discussion in your direct examination about having certifications in Celebrite and Magnet Forensic Axiom. Did I miss?
No, if I misheard your question, it was
I asked about certifications. I'll repeat it, sir, in case I misspoke. On your direct examination, your certifications were brought up in questions, correct?
yes, correct.
However,
I just want to point out to you also that since yesterday's testimony, Aperture took his resume or his CV off their website, and he also deactivated his LinkedIn. So it's a problem. It's a problem.
on your direct examination, no questions were asked of you at all about your supposed education, correct?
Correct.
And you did not bring up your educational background at all on
Correct.
direct examination, correct?
Correct.
A forensic examiner must prioritize accuracy, correct?
Correct.
A forensic examiner must prioritize reliability, correct?
Correct.
Both are important.
Correct.
It's criminal proceeding we're in, correct?
Correct.
And therefore, accuracy and reliability are especially important in a criminal case as opposed to a civil case, correct?
I think that would be equally important in both, but yes,
But they're certainly important in a criminal case.
correct.
The stakes are a little higher in a criminal case because, you know, the woman sitting at that defense table over there, she's facing life in prison, Mr. Burgess. So we're not talking about a civil litigation car accident case where people are looking for money. No, this is an actual life or death type case, you absolute moron.
And accuracy and reliability are especially important when seconds and minutes matter, as they matter and as you testified to in this case, correct?
Correct.
You testified yesterday that the events on the timeline contained in your PowerPoint presentation that was displayed yesterday and presented to the jury were accurate, your words several times, down to the second, correct?
Correct. For the Lexus, yes.
For the Lexus.
Yes.
You said they were accurate down to the second, correct?
Correct.
Let's take a look at your PowerPoint presentation that you discussed extensively before the jury yesterday. Mr. Will, could we please bring up slide 32 of the presentation Mr. Burgess discussed with the jury yesterday? And Your Honor, with your permission to publish.
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Burgess, pick your screen.
Sure.
Is this a true and accurate representation of your analysis of Miss Reed's Lexus vehicle traveling to 34 Fairview Road and the O'Keefe residence?
Yes.
According to your timeline, Ms. Reed's vehicle powered on at 12:36 a.m. on January 30th, correct?
Correct.
Now, Is your timeline on this slide accurate down to the second, as you stated in your direct examination yesterday?
For the power on and off events, yes.
Yes. Could we go to slide 33, please, Mr. Wolk? And we're going to go through a handful of slides.
Sure.
Mr. Burgess, just give you a heads up.
Here's my issue with this. Right away, I have an issue with this because they're saying she powered on at 12:36, which would have been in the parking lot, or actually, I think they were parked on the street at the waterfall, and then powered off not until 12:42:08. She was connected to the Wi-Fi at 12:36 at One Meadows, and you can hear her footsteps as she's walking into the house. Clearly, she would have shut her car off before she started walking, and so I already have a problem with his power on, power off, wax on, wax off of the waterfall trip. But I guess Alessi will get to that, Mr. Alessi. Scissorhands.
Is this a true and accurate representation of your analysis of Ms. Reed leaving the O'Keefe's residence at 5:07 a.m.?
Yes, it is.
And according to your timeline, Ms. Reed powered on her vehicle at 5:07:46 a.m. on January 30th, 2022, correct?
Correct.
Is the time on this slide accurate down to the second, as you stated in your direct examination yesterday?
Yes, according to the Lexus, yes.
If we could go, Mr. Woke, to slide 34, please. And these are all your slides, correct, sir?
Correct, they
You
are.
prepared them?
Yes.
Is slide 34 a true and accurate representation of your analysis of Ms. Reed traveling to the Dighton residence at 12:25:01 a.m.? I'm sorry, 12:25:01 p.m.
It says 12:31.
12:35:01, correct.
I'm sorry, thank you, 12:35. And according to your analysis, Ms. Reed powered on her vehicle to travel to Dighton at 12:35:01 p.m. on January 30th, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Here's another problem I have with this. It doesn't take an hour and 40 minutes to get to Dighton from Canton. If you know, you know, because remember the tow truck only took about 45 minutes coming back. And that was far more of a blizzard than it was at 12:35. So what's wrong with that picture? If you're ahead, no spoilers, please, because we like to do real-time reactions. I haven't watched this yet. And we're catching up because we're at 1.5 speed, but it sounds like normal speed. Oh, it's wrong. It says 130, 129 to 130. Oh, he's already wrong. Awesome. Let's keep going.
And is the time on this slide accurate down to the second, as you stated in your direct examination yesterday?
Yes.
Slide 35, please, Mr. Wolf. Is this a true and accurate representation of your analysis of Ms. Reed's vehicle being towed by the Massachusetts police vendor from her parents' residence in Dighton?
Yes, it is.
And pursuant to your timeline that you created here, Ms. Reed's vehicle was powered on at 4:11 p.m. on January 30th, 2022, and towed to the Canton Police Department, correct?
Correct.
Is your timeline on this slide accurate down to the second, as you stated in your direct examination yesterday?
Yes, this time stamp is.
Slide 36, please, Mr. Wolf. Is slide 36 a true and accurate representation of your analysis of Ms. Reed's vehicle arriving at the Canton Police Department?
Yes, it is.
And pursuant to the timeline you created, Ms. Reed's vehicle powered off at 5:36:42 p.m. on January 30th, 2022, correct? Objection. Objection.
I already have this.
Okay. Is your analysis is your analysis on slide 36 accurate down to the second, as you stated in your direct examination yesterday?
Yes, according to the Lexus, yes.
According to the Lexus.
Yes.
In point of fact, Mr. Burgess, none of the 5 timelines that we just reviewed from your presentation are accurate at all, and certainly not down to the second. Am I right or am I wrong?
You are wrong.
Are you aware, and if we could go back to the first slide, which is slide 32, and we'll look at each of them quickly.
Sure.
Are you aware that all of the relevant events in the timeline you described in your presentation in these slides actually occurred on January 29th, 2022, not January 30th, 2022? Do you know that?
Mic drop.
This is January 30th, 2022.
That's
It's January 29th, correct.
It's January 29th, 2022. And in terms of January 30th, I want to go back and make sure it's very, very clear. In your presentation, they actually occurred on January 29th, 2022, correct?
The night of the incident, yes.
Can I have a moment, Your Honor, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. I thought his Some of his slides said January 29th on the bottom left and January 30th on the bottom right. Oh, it's funny to see
Mr.
him run
Burgess,
around on 1.5
Once
speed.
that timeline crosses into midnight, it's January 30th, not January 29th, correct?
Correct. Yes, it is January 30th. Yes.
Oh my God.
So
Oh my
in
God.
actuality, these 5 timelines, as you testified to them yesterday, are not accurate down to the second, correct? Because you got the wrong date.
Well,
Oh my
parlance, yes, but yes, they are still accurate to the second.
No,
But the
no.
date, these 5 timelines, let's pursue this. These 5 timelines are exactly 24 hours off from the time where the event actually occurred, correct?
No. So these events occurred on January 30th. If I misspoke and said the 29th. Yes.
Okay. You understand my point?
Yes, I do.
Oh, stop. Hold the phone. Stop. He's still sticking to the fact that he thinks everything happened on January 30th. Everything happened on January 29th. You know it. I know it. You know it. We all know it. It was January 29th. John O'Keefe was murdered. It was January 29th when the car went to Dighton. It was January 29th when the car went from One Meadows and hit John's Traverse and went to Jen McCabe's house and then came back. He's got the wrong date. He's got no BS, as in Bachelor of Science, because he lied about that too, but he's full of a whole lot of BS and he's still clinging to it. Oh, would I love to see the weasel's face right now. You can't make this up.
The core basis of your job, your role in this case,
You have one job.
is to reconcile time discrepancies, as you say, down to the second, correct?
Correct.
But your discussion of
Is this
the
real?
timeline on each of these slides, on each of these key events, is incorrect, correct?
No, it's not incorrect.
So
Is
your
this real life?
discussion of the applicable date, you're saying, as you described it yesterday and interpreted this timeline, was correct? Is that what you're saying now?
This timeline is correct.
But
Yes.
my question is your discussion of it yesterday.
If I misspoke and said the 29th, then yes, I misspoke on that. Yes.
And that was your testimony yesterday, what you spoke about.
Yes.
What? Wait, is this really happening? Is this really happening?
Let's
Is he
turn
really
to
saying
a
it's the
different-
30th?
Like we could, and thank you for taking that down, Mr. Wolf.
Timu. He's from Timu. And they pay the tariff to get him here too.
Your actually, to mitigate the inconsistencies that you analyzed yesterday between independent clocks, am I correct that your position is that forensic methodology recommends cross-referencing timestamps from multiple sources to identify discrepancies, and when possible, leveraging time anchors, events that contain both a system timestamp and an external physical event, to identify and correct timing discrepancies? Do I have that right?
Yes, you did.
Yesterday, we talked about the scientific method. You recall that, sir?
I do.
And how it's designed to prevent bias from infecting the analysis. You recall that as well?
Yes, I did.
And yesterday, you agreed that experts should never selectively gather and interpret evidence to confirm a pre-existing belief while neglecting evidence that contradicts those beliefs, correct?
Correct.
And doing that is called confirmation bias, which you said you understood yesterday, right?
That is correct.
That would be improper to do that, correct?
Yes.
It would raise the specter, if not the reality, of unreliability if that occurred.
Is Ashton Kutcher going to just pop out of the corner right now? Are we waiting for Ashton Kutcher to come out, or is this like jury duty, the new season? Are we all in on the same joke?
Correct?
It could. Yes.
And it could also lead into errors in forensic analyses, correct?
Correct.
Let's take a look at your January 30th report, sir.
Okay.
And this is your first report, your second report being the May 8th report. In your January 30th report, you did not issue any opinion or conclusion with regard to the timing of what you call the text stream event 11/62/2 in your January 30th report, did you?
No, I did not.
You didn't even mention either the phrase text stream event or the phrase 11/62/2 in your January 30, 2025 report, did you?
No, I did not.
But in that January 30, 2025 report, you did evaluate the variance between the Lexus infotainment system on the one hand and Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone data on the other, correct?
Correct.
In fact, in that report, the January 30th report, you compared the call logs on Ms. Reed's Lexus infotainment system with the call logs on Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone in order to evaluate whether there was a variance, correct?
Correct.
And do I have it correct in your report that it's the position that the timestamp call log data, specifically the recorded calls between Ms. Reed and Mr. O'Keefe, along with the infotainment power event logs, were analyzed for what you called clock skew by cross-referencing them against other independent data sources, right?
No, so that would have been comparing the timestamps from Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone with the timestamps from the defendant's Lexus.
Right.
Correct. Yes.
Yes. Right. To Ms. Reed's Lexus.
Correct.
And a forensic comparison of these data sets was aimed to identify timestamp discrepancies, correct?
Correct.
To identify potential clock skew, correct?
Correct.
And potential clock drift that could impact event reconstruction, correct?
Correct.
All is stated in your January 30th report, right?
Correct.
Your Honor, may I have this marked as the next exhibit in order for identification?
Yes.
Sure.
The BBB ID.
May I present to the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Burgess, I am presenting to you what has been marked as Exhibit BBB for identification. I'd ask you to take a look at it, sir, and then pick your head up when you've had a fair opportunity to take a look at it.
Okay. Sure.
Do you recognize that document, sir?
I do.
May I reapproach, Your Honor?
Yes.
What do you recognize that document to be, sir?
Sure. So this is a graph that I put together that is comparing timestamps, call timestamps from the infotainment module with Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone.
And is that Exhibit BBB for identification in your January 30, 2025 report?
Yes, it is.
And did you create that chart that is depicted in Exhibit BBB for identification?
Yes, I did.
And is that a fair and accurate representation of the information that you discussed in page 33 of your January 30, 2025 report?
Yes, it is.
I offer Exhibit BBB for identification into evidence, Your Honor.
If we can introduce the whole report to put it in
Why don't I
context.
see you inside the
Of course, we'll see you at sidebar. Of course we will. No man is an island, but you know what is an island? That little tuft of hair on the front of his head. Oh my. Oh my. You can't make it up. And here we are, not making it up because this is real life. There's a woman who is on trial facing life in prison. And this whole thing is like a big joke. It's like a big joke. This guy had one job.
Yes.
One
Your
job.
Honor, at this time,
And how is it that Brennan did not pick up on the problem with his slides that he fought so hard to get this guy in for, and then doesn't ask him one question about his education? Wow, just wow.
I offer Exhibit BBB into evidence.
Okay.
Is it the 189?
Thank you.
It was represented to the witness, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Burgess, I am representing to you what is now Exhibit 189 in evidence. Ask you to, once again, take a look at it, and if you need further time, please take it, sir, and then pick up your head when you've had a fair opportunity to look at that document.
Okay.
Despite claiming the purpose in your January 30 report of, quote, identifying timestamp discrepancies, potential clock skew, and clock drift, you did not compare the time of the three-point turn between the infotainment system in the Lexus SUV and Mr. O'Keefe's phone, did you?
Not at that time, no.
Instead, you identified the potential variance by analyzing various calls on the infotainment system of the Lexus versus Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct.
This data in that exhibit captures a precise moment in time that is easily compared between the two devices, correct?
Correct, it does.
Mr. Wolk, Your Honor, may Mr. Wolk please publish this exhibit?
Okay.
Thank you, MPB.
So this data, just to reestablish, captures a precise moment in time that's easily compared between the two devices, correct?
Correct.
Now, according to your own table, there are potential offsets of reading in the far right-hand column. 2 seconds. 1 second, 2 seconds, 1 second, 8 seconds, 16 seconds, and 21 seconds, correct?
Correct.
And yet, you failed to apply this variance to the infotainment time on the Lexus associated with the text stream event 1162.2, correct?
Correct. May I explain?
No,
I will proceed along. I'm sure if Mr. Brennan has questions and wants you to explain, he may choose to do that.
no, you can't explain.
This
No.
is simple arithmetic, is it not? It's either an addition or a subtraction.
He
the offset,
failed
correct?
math.
Correct.
He failed math.
And yet, in your initial report on January 30th, 2025, you did not take that final analytical step, did you?
No, because these clock variances do not apply to that time frame.
But you didn't take, you know what analytical step I'm talking about, correct?
Math.
No, I don't. I don't
All
believe so.
We'll come back to it. I want to go focus on your opinion. What you did do, as I understand it, in your January 30th report. So in your opinion, we can leave that up for a moment, please, because I want to see if we need to show the contrast. With your honor's permission, we leave it up just a little bit longer?
Yes.
Thank you. In opinion number 5, and please feel free to look at your January 30th report,
Sure.
you indicated only this. The difference between the Lexus infotainment and Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone ranged between 8 seconds and 16 to 21 seconds during the period between 5:21:36 a.m. and 5:30:31 a.m. on January 29, 2022. Do I have that correct?
Yes, between 5:21 and 5:30 a.m.
Yes.
Yeah, because he's reverse engineering a theory that they gave him to reverse engineer. Kind of like saying that her blood alcohol content could have been anywhere between 0.13 and 0.28, right? Ridiculous. Wow. Talk about grasping at the very last straw available.
Now what I'd like to do is, and we can take that down. Thank you, Mr. Woke. Let's talk about what information you learned after you issued your January 30, 2025 report. Or at the time of that report, you received and reviewed a copy of a portion of your colleague's slide presentation and report at Aperture, Dr. Judson Welcher, correct?
From a presentation by Mr. DeSogra. Yes.
Well,
correct.
I understand you want to add Mr. DeSogra. My question is,
Sustained.
okay, yes, Your Honor, thank you. I'm focusing on what would you like to call it? Do you call it a slide presentation you prefer, Dr. Welcher?
Sure. We can.
I want to use whatever parlance you're comfortable with.
Yeah, slides fine. Yeah.
Slide. So the slide presentation of Dr. Welcher that he submitted the same day you submitted your report on January 30, 2025. And in that, he analyzed the timing of the 1162 to what he calls an infotainment event. You call a text stream event, correct?
Well, could I see the slide we're talking about to clarify?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Could we publish what is in evidence? It was 188.
Okay.
And I'm also, sir, at your request, may I approach, please?
Yes.
At your request, I want to give you
Sure.
that, if we have 188, we'll just give them the actual marked exhibit. What we'll do? We'll use the slide. If you need an exhibit, we'll pull the exhibit, move it along. Please publish, Mr. Woke. Now, if we could enlarge the text, we don't need the map, so make that as large as you can, please, Mr. Woke, in the relevant portions. All right. You're aware that according to Dr. Welcher's analysis, as depicted in this slide in evidence, the 1162-2, what he calls an infotainment trigger that you call a text stream event, right?
Correct.
The 1162-2 text stream event occurred at 12:31:38 a.m. on January 29, 2022, correct?
Correct.
And that's when it began, right?
That's when the trigger threshold was met. Yes.
That's when the trigger threshold was met.
Correct.
We can take that down now, Mr. Woke. You also testified yesterday that you reviewed Mr. Whiffen, Mr. Ian Whiffen's January report, which established a timeline of the last interactive events on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, could we please publish Exhibit 39, which is in evidence?
Okay.
And we could go to slide 82 and have 83 available if we can enlarge the applicable sections. And what I'm going to ask you, Mr. Burgess, is to see whether these events are consistent with your memory of what the applicable events are. Do you see the column biometric device unlock with Face ID event at 12:32:04 a.m.?
Yes.
Now that's after the 12:31:38 a.m. 11:62 text stream event that's in Mr. Welcher's slide, correct, that we just saw?
Correct. The unadjusted Lexus clock. Yes. Timestamp.
So, but I'm going to repeat the question. The 12:32:04 a.m. device unlock with Face ID event is after the 12:31:38 and 12:31:43 11:62 text stream event that is stated in Dr. Welcher's report, correct?
Correct.
Now, do you see the lock event which occurred at 12:32:09?
Yes, I do.
That is also after the 12:31:38 to 12:31:43 text stream event, correct?
Yes, the unadjusted time.
That 12:32:09 a.m. lock event is after the 12:31:38 to 12:31:43 range that is stated in Dr. Welcher's report, correct?
Correct. From the Lexus clock.
So if we could go back, and we're going to toggle back with Your Honor's permission between these two slides for the next couple questions. If we can go back to an enlarged Dr. Welcher's slide. That 12:31:38 to 12:31:43 time period is what your colleague, the licensed engineer, Dr. Welcher, chose and his slide analysis as the last user interaction, according to him, on John O'Keefe's phone, correct? That's what he chose.
Yes, the 12:32:09. Yes.
Now, if we could go back to and zero in, please. Now, but even Mr. Whiffin's report establishes additional activity on Mr. O'Keefe's phone after the event chosen by Dr. Welcher, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, Mr. Whiffin identifies a quote lock event that occurred 26 seconds after the 11:62 text stream event identified by Dr. Welcher at 12:31:38, 12:31:43, correct?
Correct. Using the unadjusted clock.
Does Dr. Welcher at all use the words unadjusted clock in his slide, sir?
No. He does not.
Okay, what I'd like to do is ask you a question about whether, in fact, Mr. Whiffin identifies a lock event that occurred 26 seconds after the 11:62 text stream event at 12:31:38 to 12:43, as stated in your colleague's report, Dr. Welcher, the slide presentation. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Do you know whether a lock event on an iPhone requires human interaction?
Typically, yes, it would.
Is it just typically, or does it?
Well, it does. And in this case specifically, I believe it was via the lock button.
Correct. But this specific instance, the lock, it requires somebody, a human being, to actually press a button on the side, correct?
Unless it's auto locking, yes, it requires a button press. Yes.
Do you have any reason to believe that the iPhone of Mr. O'Keefe had an auto locking function on it, sir?
No, as I said, he used the lock button.
Right.
You're already cooked. Just answer the damn question.
If we can enlarge that, do you see the end of health event 36 steps that we talked yesterday that was covering a distance of over 84 feet? Do you see that occurring at 12:32:16 a.m.?
I don't believe we talked about that yesterday, but yes, I do see
Do you
that.
see it?
I do, yes.
And that's also after the 12:31:38 to 12:31:43 text stream event identified by your colleague, the licensed engineer, Dr. Welcher, in his slide, correct?
Correct.
Now, finally, do you see the entry pocket state detected at 12:33:14 a.m.? You see that, sir?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you know what a pocket state is, sir?
I do know what a pocket state is.
Do you know when the pocket states occurred on the iPhone of John O'Keefe pursuant to your analysis of his phone?
I do not.
You didn't analyze pocket state detections on Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
No, I did not personally.
Do you believe pocket state detected data? Well, let me just go back and confirm. So you didn't analyze with any source pocket state detection information with regard to Mr. O'Keefe's phone. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So let's go back and summarize for each of the ones you did look at and analyze that you just testified. every single one of those that we just discussed, those user interaction events, occurred after Dr. Welcher claims a collision occurred as represented in a text stream event of 11:62:2 at 12:31:38 to 12:31:43, correct?
Objection.
Do you understand? Let's, if we can go back, please, to Dr. Welcher's slide.
Sorry, I'm sorry. What happened to the robust cross that you were going to allow, Judge? What happened to that robust cross? Why are you sustaining? You're sustaining every objection, every one. So much for the robust cross. He doesn't even get to finish his question before you're sustaining it.
Highlight the text again, please, Mr. Wolf.
Hannah, bend and snap. Bend and snap. I love that.
Do
I
you
love Jennifer Coolidge.
understand that Dr. Welcher is correlating the infotainment trigger 11:62:2 with an alleged collision? Do you understand that?
Objection.
Let's come to sidebar, please.
Yes, let's come to sidebar, please. So much for that robust cross that I was going to give you, Mr. Alessi. Scissor hands. They are moving a little quickly because we're trying to catch up. We're at 1.5 speed because there was a lot of chatter in the pre-chat about why are we starting at 10? Why are we starting at 10? And I said, because that's when I'm available today. So tell your friends we're going to be up to real time soon.
From
Oops, here we go.
If we could go now, Mr. Wolf, back to the slide from Dr. Welcher's slide presentation. And if you could re-enlarge the applicable section that we've had up before. Thanks for your patience,
Sure.
Mr. Burgess. You have reviewed this slide and this specific data in this slide previously, correct?
Correct.
And I just wanted Mr. Wolf just go back to the slide so we're clear on what this is. So this slide here is what you're speaking about, right?
Correct.
And you've reviewed this slide prior to your testimony in this court, correct?
Correct.
And you considered this slide as part of your analyses that you have performed and testified about, correct?
Yes, I have.
So now, Mr. Burgess, I'd like to ask you a question. Every single one of the user interaction events that we talked about, steps, lock, etc., occurred after Dr. Welcher's, what he calls an infotainment event, which you call a text stream event, in the range of 12:31:38 to 12:31:43, correct?
I would agree that yes.
So the answer is yes.
With the caveat.
I'm sorry, I didn't know you hadn't finished.
Sure.
Please finish your answer.
Yes, with the caveat that user interaction only applies to the device lock, steps, and the pocket state are not duplicative of user interaction per se.
Let's just assume that is the case. Let's then just focus on what you consider to be a user interaction, which is device lock, correct?
Correct.
And the device lock event that you agree is a user interaction. We could go back to that just so we have clarity. The lock event that you agree is a user interaction occurred at 12:32:09, according to Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct.
In that 12:32:09 time period, we could go back to Dr. Welcher, it is after the end of the text stream event dubbed as 11:62:2, correct?
Correct.
And that's 26 seconds. I didn't finish my question. I'm sorry, Your Honor.
So go ahead, finish your question.
STFU Shannon with one N.
In that event lock, even according to Dr. Welcher's own words in his own slide, occurs 20 seconds after the end of the text stream event 11:62:2, correct?
Of the unadjusted clock, yes.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
He's
do you
gonna
wanna
try-
tell Mr. Leslie?
He's going to try and get in the unadjusted clock phrase as much as he can. Notice?
To alter it, hopefully make it a little clearer. So according to Dr. Welcher, the licensed engineers, your colleague at Aperture, his slide that he has here, the last O'Keefe cell phone event, the lock, occurred within approximately 26 seconds after the end of the text stream event dubbed 11:62:2. That's what's stated there, correct?
Correct. According to the unadjusted clock.
You keep adding according to the unadjusted clock, but
That's
does
what I
do the
just said.
words according to the unadjusted clock appear anywhere in that slide, sir?
No, they do
Bam.
not.
Bam. No, they do
You can
not.
take that down and with the court's permission, turn the lights back on, please.
Thank you, Diane.
Yesterday, you stated that you reviewed a presentation by another expert, Mr. DeSogra, who reviewed the findings of your January 30th report. Do you recall that, sir?
Yes, I do.
In fact, in your May 8th, 2025 report, your second report, your first being the January 30th report, you only cite 2 new sources of data that you reviewed before making your conclusions, correct?
Oh,
Correct.
what are they? Tell us.
We have a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Tell us what the 2 new things are. Yes, he also said, pursuant to your request, Mr. Brennan,
Your Honor.
Yes.
I am supplementing my report. Brennan lied in open court saying, I was surprised to get this report. I didn't know he was doing this report. Let me just tell you from 3 decades of experience dealing with experts, unless they're going to be paid for something, they do not just do things sua sponte on their own, okay? They say that whole thing was just bogus. There's so much wrong with this that there are no words to talk about how many things are wrong here. The intentional deception, the fraudulent misrepresentations to the court by Brennan constantly, which have been going on consistently since he was hired as the hired gun to try this hot potato of a case that nobody else in Norfolk County DA's office wanted to touch or try. If you live in Norfolk County, you should be outraged that this is what's happening with your tax dollars.
May I proceed, Your Honor, and approach the witness?
Yes.
Thank you. Excuse me, Mr. Burgess.
Sure.
I'm going to present to you 2 documents, each of which is marked for identification. The first is Exhibit CCC for identification. That is 1 slide out of what is marked as Exhibit DDD for identification. And Exhibit CCC is 1 page out of Exhibit DDD for identification. And I ask you, sir, to take a look at those documents and reference either one. And please let me know, sir, when you've had a fair opportunity to review those documents so I can proceed with questions about them. Sure.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Welcome home, everyone.
Okay.
Sir, can you please read the exhibit designation on the entire slide presentation?
On DDD.
Pardon me?
On Exhibit DDD.
And that's triple D as in David. So in Exhibit DDD, is that the March 5, 2005 PowerPoint presentation of Mr. DeSogra that you spoke about extensively yesterday?
Yes, it is.
And sir, before you came to court yesterday, did you review and consider the Exhibit DDD for identification?
Yes, I did.
And as a matter of fact, you spent considerable time with regard to Exhibit DDD before you came to court yesterday.
Correct.
And in addition, isn't it the case that your testimony yesterday is that Exhibit DDD, the March 5, 2025 slide presentation of Mr. DeSogra, was part of the reason why you created your May 8th, 2025 report, correct?
Correct.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
When did he get to Sogra's report?
Your Honor, I offer Exhibit Exhibit CCC into evidence and do not offer Exhibit DDD at this time.
Okay, the witness just spoke of DDD, so why don't you have him just say what CCC is before we put it in?
I will do so, Your Honor. Thank you. Mr. Burgess, is Exhibit CCC a slide page out of Exhibit DDD?
Yes, it is.
Okay, now,
Thank you for that, Your Honor. I now offer Exhibit CCC for identification into evidence.
yes.
Thank you. And I also hand back to Madam Court Reporter Exhibit DDD for identification.
Yeah, she's ruining not giving them the voir dire, perhaps. And perhaps Brennan is too, but that's what happens when you don't play fair. You
And
get
sir, do you have before
publicly
you
humiliated.
read the 3 letters, please, just so we're on the same page in that exhibit?
Do you need that? Yeah.
That the one that's in
Thank you.
the 1 page?
Thanks, Becky.
Yes. Exhibit 190.
And that's the entitled All Possible Combinations?
Yes, it is.
So we'll refer to that as Exhibit 190, okay?
Okay.
Have you had a fair opportunity to refresh yourself on that 1-page chart?
Yes, I have.
Your Honor, may I please publish Exhibit 190?
Yes.
And if we could enlarge it without, I think, Mr. Wolk, we can obscure for the moment the all positive on the right and come back to that as needed. Thank you. Now, Mr. DeSogra who is an expert for the defense, took the data points you evaluated in your January 30, 2025 report and simply performed the last step in your analysis that I was referring to in previous slides, correct?
Correct. For a lot of data points that do not apply for the time of the accident.
I understand you may have a view as to whether they apply or not. I'm just trying to understand
Objection.
what you understood he did.
Again,
I'll repeat that. Yes,
so
Your
we'll
Honor.
strike the comment part and just a
I'll
question,
repeat and
please.
just go to the question. So you understand that Mr. DeSogra took the data points that you evaluated in your January 30, 2025 report and simply performed the last step in your analysis, correct?
In my report, in addition to Dr. Welcher's.
Right. In addition to that.
Correct.
Now, what I want to do is just elucidate the columns and their meaning. So the column on the right equals the number of seconds, and it's the far right, the number of seconds between the end of the 11:62:2 text stream event that in the slide of Dr. Welcher is ending at 12:31:43 and the lock event on Mr. O'Keefe's phone that's occurred at 12:32:09, correct?
Correct.
And that's your understanding of that column as well.
Correct.
Now, even taking your colleague Dr. Welcher's assumption that the last user interaction on Mr. O'Keefe's phone occurred at 12:32:09 a.m. on January 29, 2022, is Mr. DeSogra demonstrating in this chart that by using the clock variance that you calculated in your January 30 report, there are no circumstances where the trigger event of 11:62:2 occurs before the lock event on Mr. O'Keefe's phone.
Objection.
After.
Sustain. There's one part of your question that needs to
Okay.
be omitted.
In terms of this chart, do you agree that the methodology and application of it of Mr. DeSogra is that Mr. DeSogra took the last user interaction data point of Dr. Welcher in his slide of 12:32:09 and applied the clock variance that you calculated in your January 30th report? Do you agree that that's what Mr. DeSogra did?
No, I do not.
What do you believe Mr. DeSogra did here?
Well, so the math is correct. So when he's trying to adjust clock variances between the two devices, that math is correct, but he's applying incorrect adjustments.
I understand, but what I'm trying to get at is just what you understood Mr. DeSogra did in this chart.
Correct. I did understand, yes, what he
Okay.
was trying to do.
And so do you agree, based upon what Mr. DeSogra did as represented in this chart, there are no circumstances where the 11:62:2 text stream event occurs? Well, let me have you describe what you believe Mr. DeSogra is doing with regard to comparing, based upon this chart, the 11:62:2 text stream event of Dr. Welcher with the lock event on Mr. O'Keefe's phone.
Sure. So he's trying to adjust the clock from the Lexus to the Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone clock, but he does that inaccurately.
Well, I understand you have I understand your comment. My question, sir, is this: what do you understand Mr. DeSogra is doing with regard to this?
Do you know what you did inaccurately? Everything, including your own resume and your own LinkedIn profile and the date on your little PowerPoint presentation. You did everything inaccurately, but just burst on in there to talk about how someone else did something inaccurately. That's kind of funny, isn't it? Ironic, don't you think? A little too ironic. And I really do think your career might be over. Aperture's entire reputation might be over. Who's going to hire expert witnesses from Aperture anymore when they completely lie about their experts' qualifications on their own damn website? Who's paying for that? You buy cheap, you buy off. I don't know how much they paid because Alessi tried to get that in yesterday. How much was Aperture paid by the Commonwealth? And she wouldn't let it in because he didn't know. She meaning the Kim Jong-Kanone under her eye, Lady Macbev. But I can't wait until we do find out because someone needs to know how much Aperture was paid. And I can't wait until you, taxpayers of Norfolk County, find out how much they paid Aperture.
This chart. You understand what he is doing in this chart.
Correct.
I'd just like you to state what it is you understand he is doing.
Sure. So he's trying to adjust timestamps.
He's trying to adjust timestamps. In adjusting timestamps, do you agree that Mr. DeSogra makes the point with this chart that there are no circumstances where the 11:62 trigger occurs before the lock event on John O'Keefe's phone?
Sustained.
All right. Can I have a moment, Your Honor?
Sure.
What happened to the robust cross, Your Honor? What happened to that? This 1162 key cycle?
let me see if I can clarify this in this my question. Do you understand that what Mr. DeSogra is doing in this chart is he is showing numerically and arithmetically that there are no circumstances where the tech stream event 1162.2 occurs after the lock event on Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Objection.
I'm going to allow it in that.
So yes, I understand he's trying to show that.
Right. Well, he did more than try. Isn't that what he, by his math, that he is demonstrating?
Math is a thing.
Yes, but it is inaccurate.
I understand. But that's, again, the question is that what he demonstrates using this chart?
Yes.
Refresh my recollection, chat. Was one of the degrees that he lied about having in like some sort of applied mathematics, and yet he can't do simple arithmetic. Wasn't that one of the degrees, the BS that he wound up, that he sort of said he had? I was kind of in and out yesterday. So thank you, Sherilyn, for your Cash App. Love you, girl.
And what he demonstrates is that Mr. Tsoga demonstrates that there are no circumstances where the 1162.2 trigger event occurs after the lock event on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Yes, inaccurately.
So
You're the one who's
asking
inaccurate.
what Mr. DeSogra
You
demonstrates
lied
in this
about your
report, and
college
isn't it correct
degree.
that Mr. DeSogra, using this math,
Humorous.
Mr. DeSogra demonstrates and concludes that there are no circumstances where the 1162.2 tech stream event occurs after the lock event on Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that. Does that demonstrate that?
Yes, inaccurately.
Again,
So let's.
I'm going to move on, Your Honor. I'm going to move on.
again, this guy needs to be told to answer the
And
question
this
by the
methodology
judge.
and approach of Mr.
The judge is showing us once again that she has zero control over her courtroom, zero control over these witnesses. She's coaching them. Can you answer that? Can you answer that? Answer the question. The question is yes or no. Your answer is yes or no. The only thing inaccurate about this entire day is so far you, Mr. Shannon with one N, and a whole lot of BS, although not the actual degree BS, because you lied about that. So when you want to talk about inaccurate, you might want to tone it back a little bit. Maybe take a little step back, you know? Just saying.
DeSogra is simply math that he's using, correct?
No, it's not simply math.
Well, let's go to the clock variance values in the middle column. You see that, sir?
Yes, I do.
Those are, as of March 5 of the date of this, that this column was created, nothing in that middle column is new, is it? That data?
Yes, some of that data is new.
Well, the source data upon which it is created is not new, is it?
No, it is not.
All right, so the source data of that column, it's not new.
Correct.
And the middle column uses your data points from your January 30th report, correct?
No, not all of those are.
But it does use some of the data from your January 30 report, correct?
Yes, it does.
Is the reason that you did not take that final analytical step that we've been talking about in your January 30th report, and this is a question, is the reason you failed to take that final analytical final analytic step we've been talking about in your January 30 report was because you knew if you did that if you calculated the actual time of the 1162.2 tech stream event based upon your own methodological analysis of the clock skew, there would always be continued interaction on Mr. O'Keefe's phone after the tech stream event.
No.
So you deny that?
Yes.
Did you keep your January 30, 2025 report?
I just want to take that question back and hear that again.
We've been talking about take that final analytic in your January 30th report, and this is a question. Is the reason you failed to take that final analytical final analytic step we've been talking about in your January 30 report was because you knew if you did that if you calculated the actual time of the 1162.2 tech stream event based upon your own methodological analysis of the clock skew, there would always be continued interaction on Mr. O'Keefe's phone after the tech stream event?
Right.
No.
So you deny that?
Yes.
Deny till you die, dude. Deny
Did
till you die.
keep your January 30, 2025 report purposefully vague by merely noting a clock skew without engaging in any further analysis, such as tethering that clock skew or otherwise connecting it to the tech stream event in Dr. Welcher's slide presentation?
No, I did not.
switch to another topic. Take that down. Thank you, Mr. Wolk.
Yeah, moving on to the next kiss of death
After
for you,
reviewing,
sir.
and I'm going to identify 3 timelines. After reviewing the timelines, the timelines presented by Dr. Welcher, 1, Mr. DeSogra, 2, and Mr. Ian Whiffen, 3, all of which established that the 1162.2 text stream event occurred before that last user activity, the lock on Mr. O'Keefe's phone. You then decided to issue a new report that would become dated May 8, 2025, correct?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
No, so I issued the supplemental report based on that presentation that you just had up.
Well, before you issued that report, isn't it correct that you had reviewed the time data of Dr. Welcher in the slide that we've been reviewing?
Not before that time, no.
You had not looked at Dr. Welcher's slide with a text stream event 1162.2 and a time for that before issuing your May 8th report?
No, yes, before my, sorry, misheard you. Yes.
That's my question.
Yes.
So let me just ask you through a question.
Sure.
So it is correct that before you issued your May 8th, 2025 report, that you had reviewed that slide of your colleague, Dr. Welcher, on 1162.2 that establishes the text stream event as 12:31:38 to 12:31:43, correct?
Correct.
You reviewed it before your May 8th report.
Yes.
You
yes.
also reviewed before your May 8th report the slide presentation of Mr. DeSogra, correct?
Yes, I did.
And before you issued your May 8th, 2025 report, you also had reviewed the January 2025 report of Mr. Whiffen, correct?
Correct.
Each one of and all of those 3 established that the 1162.2 text stream event occurred before the last user activity on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
I'm going to allow it if that's what, let's see what the answer is.
Using either unadjusted timestamps or inaccurately adjusted timestamps. Yes.
Let's see
Let
what
me
the
ask my
answer is.
question again, and if it's not
She
clear,
says-
please let me know. Sure.
Let's see what the answer is, because she knows that this witness is going to volunteer some information calling it inaccurate. Really? Let's see what the answer is. That's not how judging works, Judge. You don't give the witness the opportunity to make a legal conclusion. The answer is sustained or overruled. You don't get to say, let's see what the answer is, and then strike it, because you can't put the toothpaste back in the tube, right? Every day is a new day here. Every day is a new day in the hellhole that is Norfolk County, Massachusetts.
Established that the 1162.2 text stream event occurred before the last user activity on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
I'm going to allow it if that's what, let's see what the answer is.
Using either unadjusted timestamps or inaccurately adjusted timestamps. Yes.
Let me ask my question again, and if it's not clear, please let me know.
Sure.
After reviewing what we've discussed, prepared by Dr. Welcher, Mr. DeSogra, and Ian Whiffen, each and all of which established that the 1162.2 text stream event occurred before the last user activity on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, you then decided to issue a new report that would become dated May 8th, 2025.
Right.
Is that statement I just made correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Now let's take a look at your May 8th, 2025 report. You departed in your May 8th, 2000. Sir, do you have that report in
I
front
do.
of you?
Yes.
Do you need a moment to look at it, or are you ready to take
No,
questions?
go ahead.
Thank
Go
you.
ahead. I'm going to
You
lie.
departed-
I'm going to lie anyway. Go ahead. Go ahead. Okay, we are at 99,088 subscribers. So we are a little over 900 subscribers away from 100,000, and it's coming.
From your analysis, let's start it this way. In this May 8th, 2025 report, you departed from your analysis in your January 2025 report to reach a conclusion that would attempt to put the 1162.2 text stream event after human interaction with Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
No, I did not depart from my original report. I clarified.
Ah,
So you didn't depart from it, but you, in your May 8th report, but your position is you clarified it.
Correct.
But isn't it correct that in your January 30, 2025 report, you did not address at all whether the 1162.2 text stream event occurred before or after the last user event on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct.
But you did that in your May 8th report, correct?
Correct.
You don't call that a change, sir?
No, sir, I do not.
You call that a clarification.
I do.
he also calls no degree a Bachelor of Science.
In your January
so are you surprised?
2025 report, you compared call log entries between the infotainment system on the Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone to determine a potential variance, correct?
Correct.
And call logs are discrete points in time that are fairly easy to compare.
Correct.
Now, in your May 8th, 2025 report, you abandoned the call log analysis from your January 30th, 2025 report, correct?
No, I did not abandon it.
But you did depart from it, at least in some respects, correct?
I did not depart from it. I used another method.
Okay. So you
Used
used
another method. Is
Correct.
it the same method that you used
In
to
your May
draft
8th,
your,
2025
Sorry.
report, you
is
opined.
it the same method that you used to draft your curriculum vitae and your LinkedIn profile and the bio page on the Aperture website? Is that the same methodology that you used? Because your credibility was shot yesterday. So, I mean, keep trying to rebuild it, but I just don't see it happening. Do you? Anyone? Bueller?
As I understand it, that the call log variance has been ignored because, in your words, this offset is measured approximately 5 hours after the time of the alleged collision and cannot be assumed to apply to other timeframes as stated in the initial report. Do I have that right?
Yes.
Now, please show the juror in your January 30 report where you ever made that statement.
Yes. This might take a while. This might take a while. Paris Ray and the Crush is here. Go stream their new album on Spotify so we can get them to most streams on Spotify, Apple Music, wherever else you.
Sure. So that
listen
would
to your
it's
music.
not worded exactly like that, but that would be in conclusion 5.
I'm sorry, what? It's not.
And conclusion number 5.
Wait, did he say it's not stated like that? Oh, it's not stated exactly like that. So now he's going to also twist his words around to make it fit. Got it. You can't make this up.
Sure. So that would it's not worded exactly like that, but that would be in conclusion 5.
Don't messy with Alessi.
And conclusion number 5 is on page 37 of your January 30, 2025 report, correct?
Correct.
And you concede at least as much that at least different words are used in paragraph 5 in your January 30th, 2025 report, correct? And your position is that it's the same statement as in your May 8th, 2025 report? Because that's my question.
That is correct.
In your May 8th, 2025 report, instead of applying the offsets from the call logs, which are discrete points in time that are fairly easy to compare, as you stated just moments ago, you decided to use, in your words, quote, approximate time of the 3-point turn as your anchor between the two devices. Do I have that right?
Yes, you did.
Isn't what you did and we just discussed a classic example of confirmation bias, which is to be avoided in science?
No, it is not.
So you believe that that is not confirmation bias?
No.
Choosing the 3-point turn as the independent data source is the only way you could ever get the text stream event to even possibly occur after the lock event on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
That adjustment is the only adjustment that can be applied due to the data. Yes.
And that
I think that maybe Alessi should ask him to define confirmation bias. And then maybe he could say that English is his third language and he needs a Webster's dictionary because one of his first 2 languages is lying.
adjustment is the only thing that can be done to get the text stream event 1162.2 to occur after the lock on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct.
And that only one is the one that you chose, correct?
Correct.
And that's only because it's not a pinpoint in time. It's an amorphous range that can only, in your words, be approximated, correct?
No, that is because it is the only time adjustment in that time range that can be applied.
So it's your view that that's the only one that can be applied, but it is, and even what you're using is, in your words, an approximate time, correct?
Correct.
Isn't the shortcoming, sir, in your analysis that you ignored the additional user activity on Mr. O'Keefe's device that occurred after the lock event?
I would argue that's just one of his shortcomings, but let's see if she's going to sustain this objection too. Listen to the question again.
An approximate time, correct?
Correct.
Isn't the shortcoming, sir, in your analysis that you ignored the additional user activity on Mr. O'Keefe's device that occurred after the lock event?
Can you repeat that question?
Yes, I can. Isn't the shortcoming in your analysis, sir, that your analysis ignores the additional user activity on John O'Keefe's device, his cell phone, that occurred after the lock event?
No.
Well, let's take a look at events that, you tell me if I'm correct or not, occur after the text stream event 1162.2.
Sure.
So do you recall our discussion yesterday about the Apple Health data event of 36 steps covering a distance of over 84 feet? Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And do you recall that that occurred at 12:32:16?
Yes,
Yes,
I do.
those were the steps that he walked into the house. And if you look at the directionality of those steps, it's exactly like the distance from where she dropped him off into inside the house. So now we know he was inside the house, but what say you, Shannon, with one N?
And that's after the text stream event of
Cor-
Dr. Welcher that he put in his slide, correct?
Correct.
Do you also recall a Doppler pocket state detection at 12:33:14? Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And that is almost an entire minute after the 1162.2 text stream event that is identified by your colleague, the licensed engineer, Dr. Welcher, in his slide presentation, correct?
Correct. And neither one of those are user interaction.
I understand but let's just take one of them.
Sure.
And that is the Apple Health data event of 36 steps covering a distance of 84 feet at 12:32:16. Would you agree that those steps covering that distance is human activity at least? Would you agree that's human activity?
Yes.
Thank you.
I know, I want to see Hank's face too.
Let's take a look at opinion number 7 in your initial January 30th, 2025 report. And sir, tell me when you had a fair opportunity to locate that.
Okay.
You concluded to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty that, quote, the infotainment module power on events were on average recorded 3 seconds after the ignition release or finger off, correct?
Correct.
That means that your own testing requires an offset of -3 to account for a delay in the power on of an infotainment system, correct?
Correct.
I just want to point out that finger off has entered the chat. Finger off.
That increases the time between the text stream event 1162.2 and the iPhone lock event by 3 seconds, correct?
Correct.
You testified about this same 3-second discrepancy yesterday during your direct examination in connection with your January 30, 2025 report, correct?
Correct.
However, you did not mention this offset of 3 seconds in your May 8th, 2025 report, did you?
Oh,
No, I did not. Can I
oh,
explain?
really? No,
Mr. Brennan may have questions for you with regard to that.
no.
So nowhere in your May 8, 2025 report did you include the 3-second offset that you discussed in your January 30, 2025 report, did you?
Correct.
And in fact, sir, nowhere in your May 8th report do you even discuss why you're not addressing that 3-second.
Oh,
I do not discuss it, but that offset is adjusted within the adjustment that we do with the 3-point turn.
I understand. My question is simply, there's no discussion in your May 8th, 2025 report how or why you're not discussing that 3-second offset, correct?
Correct.
I've got a next section, Your Honor, if you would like me to move into it.
So why don't we keep going?
no,
Sir, a text
surprising.
stream data event
Thank you, Sherry.
like 1162.2 does not, well, let me back up this way. You testified on direct that you're involved in accident reconstruction. That's part of the work that you do, sir?
No, that is not part of the work that I do.
Well, let me clarify then. Do you at all understand whether there's an issue as to whether a collision actually occurred in this case? Do you understand if that's an issue?
Objection. Sustained.
Sir, do you have any understanding about what Dr. Welcher in his slide presentation was addressing in context with this case? Do you understand it? Objection.
I'll allow a yes or no.
No, I do not.
So you have
He doesn't understand
no
it.
idea what your colleague, Dr. Welcher, who's working on the same case, was addressing in his slide presentation?
Generally, yes, but I cannot speak to it.
What do you,
Wow, they work for the same company. They're internal. They should be working together, right? Because they're both working for the same company on the same case. Wow. So you can't make this up. You can't make this up. He doesn't understand that the collision is the most important thing in this case, or lack of collision, because John O'Keefe was not hit by a car, and a car did not hit John O'Keefe. I didn't think it could get worse for this man, but I've been proven wrong. Listen to that again.
have any understanding,
Objection.
sir, do you have any understanding about what Dr. Welcher in his slide presentation was addressing in context with this case? Do you understand it?
Objection.
I'll allow a yes or no.
No, I do not.
He
So
doesn't
you have
understand it.
no idea what your colleague, Dr. Welcher, who's working on the same case, was addressing in his slide presentation?
Generally, yes, but I cannot speak to it.
What do you generally understand?
Objection.
Assist me.
What understanding do you have after reading Dr. Welcher's slide presentation?
Objection.
Sustained. Ask a different.
Do
Sustained.
you have any understanding? Can we approach your honor?
Sure.
Okay, chat, correct me if I'm wrong, because I was in and out of the stream yesterday, as I said. Didn't he rely on Welcher's report and conclusions to amend his own report? How is that question not allowed? Because it's not fair to the Commonwealth. And that's why we're here, because it's all about a fair trial for the Commonwealth. It's not about getting to the truth. It's about a conviction. It's about a conviction. Look at us. We're going to catch up to real time soon. Yeah, he did rely on his report, right? Okay, thank you. I'm not losing it yet.
Yeah, proceed, Your Honor.
He doesn't
Thank you.
understand Welcher's report.
Thanks for your patience, Mr.
Yes, sir.
Burgess. I would like to go back to the line of
Her
questioning I
slide
was starting,
presentation.
and that is, I would like to discuss with you, and I'll start with your conclusion, and I'm going to reference your May 8th, 2025 report, sir. If you could turn
I think it was
to
both.
the conclusion section of your report, which is on page 7. And I'm going to start with, and I may just end with, we'll see, conclusion number 1. Please take a fair opportunity to read that. Pick your head up when you have concluded that fair.
Pick your head up off the floor, sir, when you're done. From the head hang of shame that you are
Okay.
currently doing.
Now, that paragraph 1 states, under conclusions, you say the following can be stated to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty. 1, as noted in my initial report, the only call logs that can be used to compare and synchronize the clocks between Ms. Reed's Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone are those occurring between 5:21 a.m. and 5:30 a.m., which occur approximately 5 hours after the collision. You see that, sir?
I do, yes.
Now, what I'd like you to do is to go back in your report.
Same report?
Yes, sir, same report, May 8th. And I'd like you to turn to page 3.
Okay.
And if you could go to the 4th full paragraph that begins with 2 events near the time. And let me know, sir, when you're there. And if you could read that paragraph, pick your head up after you've had a fair opportunity to read it.
We're on fast speed because we started late and we want to catch up to real time for those asking, or one person asked.
Thank you. Now, you state 2 events near the time of the collision were recorded by the Lexus system as identified by Dr. Welcher and referenced by Mr. DeSogra. The first event, labeled TechStream Event 1162-1, is associated with a 3-point turn on Cedar Crest Road. The second event, labeled TechStream Event 1162-2, is associated with a reverse maneuver on Fairview Road. These events will be referenced below for clock synchronization analysis. The timestamps associated with these 2 events are based on a combination of the Lexus infotainment power on event and TechStream time count. Did I read that correctly, sir?
Yes, you did.
So in the same paragraph, am I correct that you're discussing a couple of TechStream events, 1162-1 and 1162-2?
Yes.
And you are talking about that TechStream event in the same paragraph as you're talking about an alleged collision, correct?
Correct.
And in your paragraph of your conclusion that we were referencing, conclusion 1, is this paragraph part of the basis for that conclusion 1? Is this sort of like some predicate analysis for conclusion number 1?
No, no, it is not.
So it has no, your view, it has no relationship whatsoever to conclusion one.
No, correct.
So let's go to your discussion of a collision and a tech stream event. Let's go back to paragraph 3. You see, you mentioned the word collision in paragraph 3, correct?
I do not.
Where are
I'm
you?
sorry, I said paragraph 3. I meant page 3, sir. Page
Yes,
3.
page 3. Yes.
Page 3, that paragraph we were just looking at, paragraph 4.
Yes, sorry. Yes, I do say.
You see the word, use the word collision.
Yes.
And again, that term is used in the same paragraph as you're identifying tech stream event 1162.1 and 1162.2, correct?
Correct.
Where did you get the basis to use the word collision at that part of your report?
Right.
That would have been from crash reports,
And whose crash reports?
the Massachusetts State Police.
So you used Massachusetts State.
I've been screaming about this since I first started covering this case, January 2024, that there's been no official crash report, like a motor vehicle accident report, that was ever filed in this fatality of a Boston police officer. That would be required to make an insurance claim against Karen's car insurance policy, that it has never been filed. So he's now referring to a crash report, but I don't think it's the same kind of crash report I was talking about, and that all of my adjuster friends and insurance company friends have been talking about. There isn't one. There isn't one. My personal opinion of why there isn't one is because if there was an actual crash report, is what we call an MV-104 in New York, which is a police report of a motor vehicle accident, which is required, by the way, in any accident involving personal injury or property damage over $1,000. And in this case, it was a death. It was a fatality. And this came up yesterday, so I'm glad they're talking about it again now, because this was one of my talking points for today. The reason maybe they didn't file one is because Karen's insurance company would have gotten involved. I don't know who her auto carrier is, but I will tell you that insurance companies do not like to pay claims. Some of them are worse than others. Allstate does not ever like to pay. So if you have Allstate as your carrier, that's good for you because they'll never pay a claim. Not so good for the person you may hit with your car. Karen's insurance company would have done an investigation and they would have found that there was no motor vehicle accident. Perhaps the people involved in this case, such as the Massachusetts State Police and Proctor and Tully, did not want to have the very skilled and very well-paid investigators for insurance companies come out and investigate this case. So it was never filed. Let's see what crash report he's talking about, because I don't think it's the one that I've been screaming about into the closet with you for a year and a half.
Police reports
Let's take it back.
Massachusetts. That would have been
1 and 1162.2, correct?
correct.
Where did you get the basis to use the word collision at that part of your report?
That would have been from crash reports,
And whose crash reports?
the Massachusetts State Police.
Okay.
So you used Massachusetts State Police reports to discuss allegations of a crash, collision.
Yes.
Do you state anywhere in your May 8th report that you used those reports at all? Do you list it in your references?
No, not in this report. No.
And as a matter of fact, this is the first time, right this previous moment, that you are mentioning those reports at all, correct?
No, those were mentioned in my initial report.
But I'm talking about your May 8th report.
Yes. Sorry. Yes.
Okay. Your statements, and I want to clarify this because this is the ultimate topic I want to go to. It is not your conclusion that every tech stream data event means that there is a collision. Do you, sir?
No, that is not my conclusion.
So isn't it correct that you can have tech stream events and they're not collisions?
Yes, you can.
And isn't it a fact that a text stream event, sometimes called a trigger event, is not like an airbag type deploying, correct? They're just, and we're going to get to this later, it's just something that happens with a Lexus vehicle that can cause the vehicle to register a tech stream event, correct?
Correct.
And some people refer to tech stream event as a trigger, correct?
Correct.
But there's many things that can happen with a vehicle that can cause a trigger, correct?
Correct.
We will come back to that. So you would agree, again, that a tech stream trigger event does not mean that there was a collision, correct?
Correct.
A tech stream data event doesn't mean that airbags were deployed, correct?
Correct.
A trigger data event doesn't mean that there was a vehicle impact, correct?
By itself, no.
By
Correct.
itself, it doesn't mean, correct?
Correct.
A text stream data event merely refers to Lexis's practice of capturing real-time data from applications databases and not devices and transporting that data for immediate processing and storage or for real-time analysis and analytics reporting, correct?
I don't think I understand your question. If
Not
you could rephrase.
surprising.
Sure. A text stream event merely refers to Lexis's practice of capturing real-time data from applications and databases. Is that correct?
I would not call it applications and databases, no.
What would you call it?
So from various sensors or other modules on the vehicle.
Okay, so it's Lexis's practice of capturing real-time data from various sensors and modules on the vehicle, right?
Correct.
Why don't we stop here, Mr. Lessie?
Yes.
Okay, folks, we'll take our morning recess. So
Oh, the morning
All right,
recess. We get to catch up to real time. Maybe, hang on, let's see how far back we are. About 12 minutes and 12 seconds. Let's see. And they're still on break and we're on real time. Whoop, whoop. We did it. We did it, Joe. Cat's Meow, thank you for gifting 5 memberships. You're awesome. And for those of you who were randomly gifted, welcome. Welcome to the Snark Tank. Heather, welcome. Hannah says the Lessie style of crossing is like a frog boiling. You don't realize you're cooked until it's too late to escape. Shannon with 1 N. That is it. You are correct. Yeah, Tully, my notes from yesterday also say that Tully is all over this case. And in fact, Shannon Burgess testified something like he reached out to Tully for information something like at least 5 to 10 times. At least 5 to 10 times. Tully is everywhere. Welcome, Amber. On top, good morning. Chaka and I drank together yesterday. The good news is Chaka now holds a BS degree and a minor in Grey Goose. Oh, on top, I will allow it. For those of you who don't know or who don't remember, The Land of the Lost from the 70s. It was a 70s TV show that aired from something like 74 to 77. We looked it up one day. There's Chaka. He's in the upper right-hand corner of your screen because we are in the actual Land of the Lost. We're there. That's a creepy picture of him, but sometimes we need him up there to remind us where we are. Under Bev's eye, thank you. Aperture was a platinum sponsor for the Massachusetts Bar Association dinner in Boston last week, according to their LinkedIn post. That's interesting. Under Bev's eye. Oh, well done with the username. I love it. And the Sunflower Day gifted 5 memberships. Thank you so very much. It was Ian Whitman's report to amend his May 8th report. That was one of the things I think he looked at, right? We the people. But again, if he was going to take the time to supplement his May 8th report, due to the request of Hank Brennan, as it's stated in the first paragraph of his report, don't you think he would have reviewed everything? I mean, if you're going to supplement, just supplement everything, right? Kevin says, of course, he doesn't understand. He's still on his 17-year journey toward a bachelor's degree. Yep. Yes, he is. Yes, he is. Fiona Apple, pretrial, let her go home. Well done, Kev. Well done. Yeah, the For Non-Blonde song is on the playlist, but it's not called What's Going On. It has a different name, but that's been on there for a while. Thank you. Social Lubricant, please hit the like button. I love you to pieces too. Thank you. Massachusetts. Hey, Melanie, thought your head pop and rolling was dramatic, but yesterday mine rolled all the way down to Route 109 to the Dedham Courthouse. Sorry, I doubted you. Oh, you didn't doubt me at all. You just confirmation bias, right? Share PDX. So hell yeah, man. Melanie's getting to her YouTube 100K props today. Hit that like button, everybody. Hit the like button. We're on real time. See, we started an hour late, and here it is, 11:17, and we're on real time. So on top, the baby shark technique has failed miserably for Burgess, even as even Lally is terribly disappointed. Yep. A body on the stand, says Flagpole's Secret. Shaking her head. Busted Fish says, I now need to buy my own. I have loved my membership I was given. I need iPhone link, please. Much love. If you're on an iPhone, you need to go into Safari and you need to go into YouTube that way to do it. Or there is a link below in the show notes to join. Thank you so much for asking. Welcome, Kelly. Kevin, Song for Shannon, Space, I Believe In by the Pixies. Nodding affirmatively said, my 14-year-old son just said, he looks like Sid from Toy Story, all grown up, and I'll allow it. Does anybody else see the resemblance there? Anyone else? I still want to know what this is, what this alleged crash report is, because as far as we know, there isn't a real one. Thank you, Becky, for gifting a membership. Thank you, Melanie Little's left swipe and StreamYard for your thoughts and prayers. Appreciate you. Hannah said, Burgess needs to clarify with Brennan his departure gate soon. Oh, this guy's going down. He's going down. Just me. Thanks for your 10 cent. Aperture is likely charging 200K plus for this. It'll come out with whoever the white witness, the right witness. Did you hear Hank Brennan say Kawabawait yesterday twice? I have the timestamps. We can look at that later over lunch. Thank you, Terry Rivera, for your $20 super sticker. I appreciate you so much. 18 Wheels of Outrage, thank you so much for your very sweet email. And also says this guy didn't go rogue and per your request wasn't cut and paste in my review. No, you don't. If you cut and paste as an expert witness, you got no business charging. You got no business charging for your expert reports if you're just cutting and pasting. That was Proctor's excuse when he said that they seized the car at 5:30. Scrivener's error, cut and paste. Yeah, he didn't know there was going to be ring footage from Karen's parents' driveway. He just didn't, or he didn't care. He didn't think he was ever going to get caught. What a display of corruption that you're witnessing worldwide in real time. Thank you, Lisa Perez. Says I missed you yesterday. You're officially my number one. Oh, you're my number one too. You're not my number one too. Thank you so much. Brennan's temper tantrum. Missed this yesterday too. Thank you, thank you. Says welcome home, everyone. Welcome home. Just me. Thanks for your 10. Do you think after the microdots video, the cameraman was told to keep Bev out of camera frame? I don't know. I don't know. Long Crime was doing like a 2-camera thing for a while. I don't know if they're still doing that because I don't watch Long Crime. Although the days that we've been streaming Long Crime, they've been back to the 1 view. Remember that when they first did it, like the first week or a couple of weeks actually, they had a camera on the witness and a camera on Karen the whole time. But it's possible. It's absolutely possible. That girl says, I have new data May 7th, changes timeline, middle of trial, but what was the timeline used to indict Karen? Crazy. Well, they didn't have any timeline to indict Karen because they didn't have all this data all the way back then. They just had the testimony of a couple of witnesses who said that she said, I hit him. A couple of witnesses who said the guy never came in the house. And I don't really think there was any timeline at that point. It didn't matter because they were going to pin it on the girl no matter what. Right, Vet Girl? Ginger pointing out we're less than 1,000 subscribers away from 100K. Free to subscribe. Help her by subscribing. Hit like to share Karen's story. And also, you can share the stream out too. That's cool. That'll be cool. Thank you so much for my hard work. This has been a labor of love. This has been a 1.5 year labor of love. I will not shut up until I hear not guilty. If there's another trial, I don't know. No matter what happens, we're going to keep going and going and going. Like the Energizer Bunny, we ain't got no quit. And they tried to shut me up in the beginning. Boy, did they. Didn't work because I'm still here. I'm still here. Side post secret. Did we talk about the chuckle Beth did when Brennan objected before court was over? Not yet. Not yet. I've got timestamps on all that stuff from yesterday. And Alessia, I trust this. I'm so glad there was no voir dire. The jury sees what a clown this guy is, and Aperture has little to no credibility. Yeah. Who's going to hire experts from them after this? It's like a public shaming. It's like a public shaming in the same 200-year-old courthouse where Sacco and Vanzetti were tried back in the 20s. You can't make it up. Heads everywhere. Denise says, will this affect Welcher's credibility? I think so. I think it might. Can't wait for that testimony. Stay tuned. I don't know if he's going to, I wonder who else is coming in today. Has anybody been on Twitter talking about like spotted in the courtroom? Is anybody familiar with Dumois? Dumois. They're like an Instagram account and they spot celebrities all over. And then they have like all these blind items about celebrities and they're totally into the Karen Reed case now. One of my kids reached out to Dumois and said, you should check out my mom's channel. She does Karen Reed. And so Dumois may be calling. And I'm here for it because I really want an Anon, please baseball hat. I just really do. because I love Dumas and have followed them for a very, very, very long time. Thank you, Christy. Thank you so very much for missing me. I missed you too. Kevin says, for context, the chorus of that Pixie song goes Jeffrey with one F, Jeffrey. Oh, it's like Shannon with the one N, Kevin. Shannon. I'm just going to call him Shannon. Shannon. And it's funny that Anon is like the last part of his name, Anon, please. And we were just talking about Dumas, and that's their whole slogan, Anon, please. Which you can always put in your Venmos or your Cash Apps if you don't want me to read your name out when you give me your questions. You can say Anon, please, but say it at the beginning so that I don't say, oh, hey, Sylvia, thanks for your, you know what I'm saying? Because a lot of people like to remain anonymous should they live in Canton. Yep. Hannah says, you don't need a degree to be an expert witness, but 1, don't lie about your credentials, kills credibility. 2, know the difference between megabytes and gigabytes, or bits and bytes. Yeah. Yeah. Having a degree actually does help if you're going to be a highly paid expert witness, in my opinion. But I see what you're saying, Hannah. Big Haas says, my LinkedIn says law degree from the School of Melanie Little. I'll allow it. Susie, I recently received my Cancun t-shirt and I love it. It was fast. Oh, good. Sometimes it's faster than others. You know, it's not Amazon fast, but it's fast. Karen says, Brennan and Burgess will need CPR after this Alessination. Oh, yes, it will. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Oh, yes, it will. Azaran says, after your day off yesterday, now I know why your intro song has the lyric, oh no, where is Melanie? Well, thank you for that. Although my concerts are planned well in advance. Sometimes I take you to Cancun with me. That was an unplanned, not really day off, but it was an emergency situation. And so thank you. Thank you for that. I'm glad that you missed me. That makes me feel very good. Kathy, love your channel so much. The Judgment Elvis Costello fits perfectly. Thank you, Kathy, for your 10. And Mo, thank you for your super sticker. Brennan's Healthcare Data, thanks for your super sticker. Teresa says they can't shut you down. I'm still standing. Elton, oh, good one. Last night, Aiden showed his report card. Yikes. Thank you. Collision, not collision. Did you watch the end of Auntie Deb's streams yesterday? Question was, where's Melanie? Only wrong answers allowed. It was hilarious. Oh no, I gotta go back and watch it. I gotta go back and watch it. Thank you for telling me that. I love him so much. He is like one of the greatest guys that I've ever met. Like, he is so genuine in person. His energy is amazing. He is a very kind human and a really awesome guy. I love him with all of my heart. Kate, I thought everyone knew that you can only lie about unverifiable things on a resume, like being a former manager at a Radio Shack or a Blockbuster. Yeah, since both of those are shut down. Radio Shack. Oh my God, I remember Radio Shack. You couldn't go into Radio Shack without giving them like your name, address, phone number, email, like before email was even a thing. They wanted all your information. And I'd be like, listen, I just want to pay cash for this item and walk out of Radio Shack. You don't need all of my personal details. Is that possible? Could we do that? Because I really have somewhere to be and I don't want to give you all of my information. I am just merely buying something with cash, like batteries, and I just want to get the hell out of Radio Shack. Is that possible? Do you guys remember that? Mary Ann Young said, definition of stupid, knowing the truth, seeing evidence of the truth, but still believe the lie. I'll allow this mendacity from Canada says, I bet you he wishes his name was Usain and he could bowl right now. Huh? I see what you did there. Well done. Well done. Yep, Aunt Bibi, we're at the actual number. I'll tell you what the actual number is. Actual number is 99,180. We're getting there. We've gained at least 100 since the stream started, and it's a little over 13,000 in here today. We're a little less than 10,000 short of the usual, but you know, we started late, so can't blame people. Can't blame people for wanting to go watch from the actual very beginning. But we're in real time now, so no excuses. Thanks, Aunt Bibi. Arthur says this is what happens when you get experts off of Temu. Good to see you today as well. And Hannah, perhaps my favorite comment so far today, says, Mr. Burgess is doing the Legally Blonde bend and snap move on the stand right now. How I love Legally Blonde, how I love Jennifer Coolidge. I'm so happy that she finally is getting all the awards that she deserves with her White Lotus stint. So yay, Jennifer Coolidge. It took a long time because she was Stifler's mom, remember? I mean, she's been around for a really, really long time. She has. Opal Gypsy, love you, but we don't mention that person in the stream. So I'm deleting that. Thank you so very much. It really is May 20th. I did refresh. It's 99,180. Thank you. IRE says, sending you love playlist suggestion, British band Ocean's Color Scene Solo. Cup, LOL. I'll allow it. Wanted to know if the defense can watch Burgess's testimony from last night, to prepare for the rest of the cross for today. Absolutely. They are not under any sequestration order, and the defense team can go back and watch anything they want, the attorneys, because none of them are testifying. If you're testifying, you're not allowed to watch testimony or prior testimony, but they can watch all of the testimony from the last trial and this trial, anything that they need. Back in the day, there was no television. I mean, there was no televising of trials, or there was, like on OJ, but you couldn't rewind it. It wasn't taped. You'd have to watch it live. And so defense attorneys today, both attorneys, both sides, are at a very, very much bigger advantage than back in the day, being able to watch all of the testimony back. You don't have to order transcripts anymore, and trial transcripts are very expensive, especially if you want them on a rush. Collusion Not Collision says, I want to know what happened to the Lexus they bought for testing. Yes, they bought an exemplar. They bought an exemplar Lexus to do their testing, and I wonder how much that cost. So far, this is not a short break, so I'm not really sure what their meaning of actually short is. But we are on real time, and it is 11:30 here on the East Coast, and we know she only likes to go until 1 before lunch. But yeah, how much do you think that cost? City said, that's how you know Brennan knew about the education thing. He never brought up his education on direct. So wrong, and they can intentionally deceive. Yes, well, his credibility is shot. Brennan's, as if he had any to begin with, because we've been pointing this out since he's been hired on this case, the things he's been openly lying about in open court consistently. Remember that day he waved around the papers and he said, I had to get these papers from the feds. You think? He said the feds, right? When in actuality, he got those papers from the defense. Yeah, that's just one example of many. And she never has grave concerns, right, about him and his misrepresentations or outright lies. Never. No grave. Where are the grave concerns? Kim Jong-Kanone, where are they? They are nothing. They are none. For the Commonwealth, they are none. Thank you, Boiled Frog, for your very kind chat. You owe us nothing, Melanie. Family first always. It's not the same without you. We value your work so much. All the best to you and yours. Thank you so much. Jody, thanks for your super sticker. Glamour says, my dentist's office had a blast listening to the trial yesterday. They are obsessed with the trial too. Jennifer Coolidge was in Two Broke Girls too. That's right. That's right. She was, wasn't she? Thank you, Matthew, for your super sticker. Dennis Mena says, Shannon, Gaelic, Old River, or Straw Worker. Oh, somebody said, oh, the closed captions are up, and it said something about the cool people. Okay, that's interesting. Look at the closed captions. Hold on. Look at this. This is hilarious. Watch. Closed captions are picking up a hot mic. The point, that's true. That's where all the cool people moving. Where are all the cool people moving? For you in a cool hip to hear. Right, exactly. Yep. It's not cold thing. I would probably agree with him. Where are all the cool kids moving? Is anybody in the courtroom who knows or is reporting on this? This would be funny if a woman wasn't facing life in prison, you know? But she is. So say we all. Maybe if they weren't paying Brennan $250K, they could afford better experts. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Please don't put drug names in the chat. I'll take your super chat, but please don't do that because YouTube doesn't like it. But thank you very much.
All right, Mr. Lessie, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Burgess,
Now that we're back on real time and real speed, it's going to sound real slow. But the caption's just called Mr. Alessi, Mr. Lassie, like the TV show.
I'm going to pick up, sir, where we left off. A text stream trigger event does not automatically mean there was a collision, correct?
Correct.
A text stream data event doesn't, without more, mean an airbag deployed, correct?
Correct.
A trigger data event doesn't mean, without more, that there was a vehicle impact, correct?
Correct.
No,
A
none of those
text stream
things.
data event a text stream event merely refers to Lexus's practice of capturing real-time data from applications in databases, correct?
Sensors and other modules.
That's
on the
right.
vehicle.
You
Correct.
said that earlier, sir.
Sure.
Sensors and modules. You reviewed the raw text stream trigger events on Miss Reed's vehicle, correct?
No, I did not.
Oh, you did not?
No.
He feigned surprise. Oh, you did not.
Do you understand whether, do you have an understanding whether Mr. DeSogra reviewed those events in his March 5, 2025 report?
I do not.
Oh,
So you did not review the raw data for text stream trigger events on Ms. Reed's vehicle, and you did not therefore perform any analysis of that data as you sit here today, correct?
Correct. Outside of what Dr. Welcher provided.
Are you aware that there were approximately 30 text stream trigger events in an 8-month period on Ms. Reed's vehicle?
30
No, I'm not.
in 8 months.
Assume the data shows that in the mere 8-month period that Ms. Reed owned her vehicle, the Lexus in question, there were 30 text stream trigger events. Assume that. You would not conclude that there were 30 collisions in that 8-month period, would you?
No, I would not.
Would you agree, sir, that there were actually 2 triggers on January 29th?
Yes.
And the first trigger that you referred to of 1162-1, that was not a collision, was it, sir?
Without reviewing the data, I don't know.
Well, as you sit here today, you have no basis to state that the 1162-1 trigger was a collision, do you?
No, I do not.
And in fact, didn't you refer to that as a 3-point turn?
I did, yes.
And you didn't mention in your direct testimony when you talked about the 3-point turn anything about a collision, did you?
No, I did not.
And as you sit here today, there's no fact or data that you have to conclude that there was any supposed collision associated with that 1162-1 3-point turn trigger event, correct?
Correct.
That's it. No collision. This whole trigger event, this 1162 trigger event, does not indicate a collision, okay? Can we say that a little bit louder for those in the back? I'm going to rewind this one question so that you can hear him say it, even though in my mind he's not really an expert, but it's just one more person saying there's no collision.
Tony, when you talked about the 3-point turn, anything about a collision, did you?
No, I did not.
And as you sit here today, there's no fact or data that you have to conclude that there was any supposed collision associated with that 1162-1 3-point turn trigger event, correct?
Correct.
Nope, no collision. We've got a nope emoji for that.
A trigger event can occur on a Lexus vehicle by a whole host of possibilities, correct?
Correct.
You could maybe slam on the brakes
Oh,
and cause a trigger event.
That is one possibility.
You
Yep.
could
Oh.
have just unusual driving. You could be going at a speed or doing something else that has nothing at all to do with a collision, correct?
That is correct.
what about sliding in snow or
And
ice?
in fact, there are almost countless events that can occur that can cause a trigger event in a Lexus vehicle.
So I don't know the exact count of what type of triggers there are, but yes, there are
There are
a
many.
number. Yes.
Sliding on ice and
So
snow.
back to the 1162-1 3-point.
Thanks for asking. If you're on a phone, the Venmo, a link is in the show notes below. You might have to close out the chat to get it, but I appreciate you. Thanks.
Turn trigger event.
Hold on.
62. So back to the 1162-1 3-point turn trigger event. On your direct examination, you just referred to event surrounding that as a 3-point turn, correct?
Correct.
And yet that 3-point turn registered as a trigger event, right?
Correct.
Are Lexus SUVs trigger happy?
Trigger happy.
I do not know, sir.
Trigger happy.
As you sit here today,
Has entered the chat.
none of the information in that black box that you referred to on your direct testimony indicates that there was a collision on January 29th, does it?
Not by itself. no.
Not by itself.
Correct.
And it doesn't occur that none of the information in that black box indicates that there was a collision on any day without more, correct?
Correct.
Got that? None of the
I'd
information
like to now turn to
in the black box indicates a collision of any kind ever. Let's play that again for the people in the back.
a collision or direct information here today.
Ready?
I do not know, sir.
Registered as a trigger event, right?
Correct.
Are Lexus SUVs trigger happy?
I do not know, sir.
As you sit here today, none of the information in that black box that you referred to on your direct testimony indicates that there was a collision on January 29th, does it?
Not by itself. no.
Not by itself.
Correct.
And it doesn't occur that none of the information in that black box indicates that there was a collision on any day without
No.
more, correct?
Correct.
I'd like to now turn to
Before he switches topics, this is a great point. All Injustice says a trigger event is engaging all-wheel drive. So if all-wheel drive is engaged, is that a trigger event? Great question.
a different topic, sir.
Topic change.
In your direct examination, you referenced a Miss Maggie Gaffney. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And wasn't part of your reference to her a criticism of her for some of the work that she did with respect to the Lexus SUV.
Yes, it was.
And for instance, you criticized her for failing to extract the micro SD card from the circuit board during the initial chip off, right?
So sure. So I did criticize for not identifying the micro SD card and subsequently not downloading it. Yes.
And on direct, you even tried to lay at her footsteps, if you will, your bits bytes misinterpretation on her by claiming that you assumed, quote, a competent expert, close quote, would not have overlooked a relevant chip. So you became confused how there could be data missing. Is that a fair characterization?
No, it is not.
Did you at all try to use as a justification for your misunderstanding of bits and bytes that it was her work?
Her word? you
Her
say?
work.
Her work.
Yes, her work.
So it was the overlooking of the SD card. Yes.
Right. So you did try to lay at her footsteps part of the reason why you misinterpreted the bits and bytes that we discussed yesterday. Is that correct?
No, that is not correct.
Okay. So you would agree then that the bits and bytes misinterpretation that you and I discussed yesterday had nothing to do with the work of Miss Gaffney, correct?
So in part, but that was my mistake. Yes.
All right. I'm trying to understand which is it. Is it Miss Gaffney's work had some part in your misinterpretation of bits and bytes, or her work had no part in your misinterpretation of bits and bytes?
Some part.
So you do.
Wow, so you are going to blame someone else for your own mistake that you don't know the difference between bits and bytes? For those of you who don't know or were not around during the first trial, Maggie Gaffney was an expert of the defense. And Maggie Gaffney is the one who had to do the chip off, right? Because Trooper Paul had no idea how to do it. So she did it. And Burgess, in his original report, said that Maggie Gaffney didn't get all of the data from this chip off because he mistook bits for bytes and said there has to be more data. And then when he was corrected, he said, oh, yeah, my mistake. She actually did get all the information off of that chip. So now he's trying to blame someone else, as always, for his mistake. Is he a narcissist or just an idiot? You decide.
Your misinterpretation, Miss Gaffney's work had some part in your misinterpretation of bits and bytes, or her work had no part in your misinterpretation of bits and bytes?
Some part.
So you do attempt to lay some blame on Miss Gaffney for your misinterpretation of bits and bytes, correct?
No, I'm not trying to blame anyone.
Okay. In your January 30, 2025 report, are you consistent with your criticism of Miss Gaffney?
As I recall, yeah, I believe so. Yes.
The audacity of,
in fact,
criticizing
you
anyone.
yourself provided the explanation for why the micro SD card was not extracted during the original chip off, didn't you?
Yes, that it was overlooked.
Right.
Yes.
So if you could please turn to page 5 of your January 30, 2025 report.
Okay.
And sir, when you get there, if you could let me know, and I will then proceed with questions.
Okay.
Olaf.
So you do attribute to Ms. Gaffney in your report some responsibility for this micro SD card not being extracted during the original chip off. Is that correct?
Yes.
So let's go to page 5 of your report, sir.
Olaf says it's
And
he's like Ned Beatty in Deliverance.
bear with me, I want to get you the exact location.
Man, Shannon can bite me. Excellent username with a BYTE. Thanks for gifting a membership.
I don't have it exactly, but I want to quote it. Well, Your Honor, may I have a moment to get the exact quote?
Sure.
Thank you.
More of Alessi says, Mel, I feel so bad that driving my kids back from Brazil made it impossible for you to be here with everyone yesterday. Well done. Well done. Smooth as butter says bits and bites on Officer John O'Keefe's arm. Yep. Oh, thank you to Bob and Allie for babysitting yesterday. I appreciate you. Best gun losing detective. Which one? Which one is the best gun losing detective? Oh, Kevin Albert. That's right. Thank you. We're a tiny bit behind, so we can scooch just a scooch. We're going to scooch, scooch, scooch.
Thank you for that, Your Honor. I now have it. Mr. Burgess, if you could turn to page 5, as I was referencing, and go to the third full paragraph. If you could look about 2/3 of the way down the far right, you see the word where it starts with at.
Does the judge have a highlighter in her hand? Hold on a second. What is she highlighting? Watch, come back to your screen for a second, except if you're driving an 18-wheeler or any vehicle or you're on scaffolding.
Page 5, as I was referencing, and go to the third full paragraph.
She's got a highlighter.
If you could
Yellow
look
highlighter.
about 2/3 of the way down the far right, you see the word where it starts with at. It's the paragraph beginning when examining vehicle
Yes,
systems.
I
You see
do.
that,
Yes,
sir?
I see it.
And do you see the at that is at the very far right of that paragraph?
Yes.
So it says, at the time of the incident, Burla, and Burla is what? Can you read?
Burgess is a company that offers and develops forensic hardware and software for vehicle modules.
Right. So at the time of the incident, Burla did not offer support for the infotainment and telematics modules removed from the Lexus, but have since released updated software indicating similar modules are supported via in-vehicle acquisition. According to Burla, currently, there are 2 known and documented modules within the vehicle that have the capability to store data. The infotainment module removed from Ms. Reed's Lexus is consistent with the MMU documented by Burla and has been identified as containing an internal micro SD card not acquired during the initial chip-off acquisition by Ms. Gaffney. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
So as you stated, Burla is the organization that you described, which for the purpose you did, I'm not going to repeat it on direct examination. If I could sort of put in layman's terms and see, you tell me if this is correct. Burla produces hardware and software to make it easier for non-technical people, as you put it, to extract data from a vehicle, correct?
Correct.
You describe in your January 30, 2025 report that at the time of the initial chip-off, Burla did not provide support for the information contained on the micro SD card, correct?
No, so I think you're misreading that last sentence, and I can clarify.
Can you read the last sentence, sir?
Okay. So the infotainment module removed from Ms. Reed's Lexus is consistent with the MMU documented by Burla and has been identified as containing an internal micro SD card not acquired during the initial chip-off acquisition by Ms. Gaffney.
So my question is, did or did not Burla, at the time of the initial chip-off by Ms. Gaffney, provide the technical support to address the information contained on the micro SD card?
No, Burla did not and does not.
Good. That I wanted to.
That was my identifier
Right,
of the micro
understood.
SD card. Correct.
So it was not until after the initial chip off that Ms. Gaffney participated in that Burla updated their software to be able to identify the types of data, for Burla software to be able to identify the types of data contained within the micro SD card on the Lexus circuit board. Is that correct?
No, that's incorrect.
So Burla didn't do anything new after the initial chip off with its software?
Sure. So Burla released new software after the initial chip off that addresses being able to download software via the infotainment module while it's in the vehicle. So that involves plugging a USB in to the vehicle and downloading data. That does not address the micro SD card on the circuit board itself.
And Ms. Gaffney did not have, at the time of the initial chip off, that updated Burla software, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you, sir. Appreciate your questioning. Thank you for answering my questions. That's all I have at this time, Your Honor, but I have a bit to pack up, so Mr. Brennan can have a clear podium.
Go right ahead.
He's got to pack up all his binders and all his stuff. The devil went down to Canton. I'll allow it. Oh, Larry is here with a $500. Wow, Larry. That's really sweet of you. $500 super chat. Pre-celebratory 100,000 subscriber silver YouTube play button donation. Keep up the great work, man. Oh, Larry, you're going to make me cry. Who doesn't love the DUI guy? Who doesn't love that guy? Everybody. I was scrolling around yesterday and I saw that the show that you and I did together on your channel is still getting a lot of views, and I love that for us. When I looked last night, it was at 99,000 views. So if you haven't watched that show that I did with Larry on his channel,
Thank you for that opportunity, Your Honor.
everything we predicted in that show is coming true. I think that was before the trial even started, right, Larry? Right, La? I can call you La, right? Okay, here he comes,
Good
Weasel. Mr. Weasel.
Good afternoon.
Thank you, La. Oh, I forgot the banners, you guys. Sorry, I'm out of it today.
Do you know what a sequestration order is?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
So it would be an order to not view any testimony of a trial, is my general understanding.
Does that mean that you can't watch any of it on television?
Correct.
Do you understand whether or not you can speak to attorneys about testimony? Is that precluded as well?
I'm not aware either way.
Has anybody ever spoken to you about any testimony about that occurred in this trial before you testified?
No, they have not.
Have I ever discussed, intimated, or suggested any information whatsoever to you about arguments, testimony, or anything about this case as it's ongoing?
No, you have not.
Spoken like a true narcissist, Brennan. It's not always about you. It's not always about you. But I can see what you're doing here, trying to keep yourself away from the Bar Association or whatever, the Board of Bar Overseers, whatever they call it in Massachusetts. I can see what you're doing here. Protecting yourself, protecting the Commonwealth, and convicting Karen Reed no matter what. Picking up what he's laying down here? Cover your own ass. Deny till you die.
Do you follow the rules, sir?
Yes, I do.
Have you followed them in this case?
Yes, I have.
Do you, Hank?
When you gave your opinions and you've testified, do you have any information or knowledge about this trial as it actually occurred until the point when you testified?
No, I do not.
You were asked some questions about your CV. A CV is a resume?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And you were asked about a LinkedIn account.
Yes, I was.
Is your LinkedIn account different than your CV?
Yes, it is.
And in this case, when did you learn that your LinkedIn account was wrong or had not been updated? When was the first time you learned that?
That was yesterday.
When you started your
Had not been updated? You mean updated to say that he never received the Bachelor of Science degree? That's not an update. That's an amendment. He didn't obtain the degree. He never had the degree to begin with. So if the first time he knew that was yesterday, that is on you, sir. That's your failure. That is your failure that you don't vet your expert witnesses properly. You've been on this case for how long? Since like last summer? Shame on you. Shame on you, but you're going to blame it on him? Okay. Got it.
LinkedIn account
Listen to
are
this.
learned than your CV? LinkedIn account.
Yes, I was.
Is your LinkedIn account different than your CV?
Yes, it is.
And in this case, when did you learn that your LinkedIn account was wrong or had not been updated? When was the
Updated.
first time you learned that?
That was
Yeah.
yesterday.
By 17 years.
When you started your LinkedIn account, do you remember when it was you set it up?
I do not. It would have been maybe 10 years ago or more.
You didn't
Do
have a BSN
routinely
either.
Update your LinkedIn account?
No, I do not.
When you set up your LinkedIn account, the section where it asks for education, whether graduated or ongoing, do you remember filling out that section?
I don't particularly remember filling it out, but obviously I did at some point.
When you
There's nothing you can do to fix this. So you'd be better off not addressing it the same way you didn't address any of his education on direct. Because now it could have been like that for 10 years. For 10 years, he's been claiming that he's had a BS degree, a bachelor's degree, when he never had one. There is nothing that he can say to make this better. This is a very stupid, in my opinion, line of redirect. Very stupid. You can't save him.
were asked about Aperture's website, how many experts are associated with Aperture?
I could give you a rough number between 80 and 100,
How many offices?
15 or so.
Are you involved in the website design or content?
No, I'm not.
Do you know if Aperture gets the information from their website directly from LinkedIn?
I don't know where they get all of their information from.
Oh,
Did you ever weigh in or develop your information that was on Aperture's website?
No, not on the website.
You do provide CVs before you come to court, don't you?
Yeah.
So you're both grossly negligent then. You with your LinkedIn profile and your company, Aperture, whose entire business is expert witnesses. You're both negligent, grossly negligent by grossly overstating your qualifications. It's fraud. It's fraudulent. It's fraud. I mean, you can pretend to rearrange the deck chairs on the Titanic, but this ship is going down, and it's going down fast. And there will not be any room for you on the lifeboat, sir. There just won't be.
Yes, I do.
In this case, you were asked by the defense, when you provide your CV, do you understand that it's going to be reviewed by whoever requests it, the Commonwealth or the defense,
Yes, I do.
and that it will be shared with both sides in the court?
Yes.
In fact, the first time you provided a CV in this case, was it October 11, 2014?
Objection, Your Honor.
So the leading nature sustained.
Do you remember the first time you provided a CV in this case?
It would have been around October
Of what year?
of 2024. Sorry.
And when you provided that, was it as an exhibit to something?
Yes, if I recall, it was as an exhibit to the initial protocol that I sent out.
And when you submitted that CV, did you appreciate whether or not it would be part of a court filing in public?
Yes, I did.
If I could have exhibit 183, please. $183. You could enlarge the top section. Right there is good. And sir, when you provided this CV to be filed with the court and made public, did you indicate that you had obtained a bachelor degree?
No, I did not.
Why did you put currently pursuing?
Because I am currently pursuing a bachelor's degree.
And did you understand your CV was received by the defense and they knew this?
Yes, I do understand that.
Well, you can't lie to the court, right? You've been pursuing your bachelor's degree for like 17 years or something. So when it has to be filed with the court, then you're accurate. But that other stuff, no big whoop.
Subsequently, you were asked to provide an updated CV in April 2025.
Yes, I was.
Did you do that?
I did.
And can we have exhibit 184?
This is a pointless exercise. It doesn't matter at this point. It's over. Just let it go. let it go for the playlist,
Did you
maybe?
further appreciate this would be provided to both the court and the defense?
Yes, I did.
Did you represent to the defense that your education included earning a bachelor degree?
No, I did not.
You've testified in, you can take that down, please. You've testified in many other cases
I have. Yes.
in courts around the country.
Yes, I have.
And when you've testified in other courts around the country, do you know whether there are transcripts of your actual testimony?
Yes, I believe there are.
Have you ever represented in any court that you achieved your bachelor's degree?
No, I have not.
Have you ever inflated your qualifications in a court?
No, I have not.
When I asked you about some of your background, you told us that you had certificates in Celebrite and Axiom. I didn't go through all of the qualifications and all of the accomplishments you had, did I?
No, you did not.
Do you have professional certifications, GIAC, Advanced Smartphone Forensic Analysis?
Yes, I do.
Do you have professional certification from CCME, Celebrite Certified Mobile Examiner?
Sustained.
Do you have professional certifications as a Magnet Certified Forensic Examiner?
He's going outside the scope now. He's not allowed to go outside the scope on redirect. If you didn't ask him all this stuff on direct, that's your problem. You had the opportunity. You blew it. You don't get to clean it up now, and the judge better abide by that.
Sustained for the same reason.
I'm sorry?
Sustained for the same reason.
He's like, I'm
Do
sorry.
you have a number of certificates that I did not ask you about?
Yes, you did. I
Can you
did,
share
yes.
some of those with us?
Sure. So one of those is going to be GIAC, Advanced Smartphone Forensics. So that's going to be Global Information Assurance certification. And that is basically a 40-hour class or 48-hour class with a test at the end to get that certification. There's also a Celebrite Certified Mobile Examiner certification. That is specifically to, kind of demonstrate your knowledge of the Celebrite software, as well as Magnet Forensics certifications, again, for their software specifically.
Any certifications regarding computer hacking?
What was that last part? Sorry.
Any certifications regarding computer hacking?
No, not currently.
Did someone hack your LinkedIn?
Did
And the
you also
Aperture
take any
website?
classes regarding crash data or BOSH?
Yes, I have.
What do you have for certificates in that arena?
So those certifications would be Crash Data Retrieval Technician and Crash Data Retrieval Analyst. So those courses would be around acquiring and analyzing crash data from airbag control modules.
You mentioned that you had over 700 hours
Yes, I do.
of classes and certification.
Yes, that's of classes and classes and seminars or conferences, specifically in digital forensics or vehicle forensics.
Do you need a bachelor's degree to be competent and achieve in this area?
No, I do not.
Is a bachelor's degree a prerequisite of success in a particular field?
No, it is not.
You ever hear of Bill Gates,
Yes,
You ever hear of
Steve
Bill
Jobs?
Gates?
yes.
Oprah Winfrey?
Oh
Sustained.
my God. Bill Gates, Steve Jobs, and Oprah Winfrey don't have college degrees, so it's no big whoop that you don't have one either, man, Shannon Burgess. Are you kidding me? Listen to this again. Are you kidding me? He is no Steve Jobs, and he is certainly no Bill Gates. Wow.
Forensics.
Do you need a bachelor's degree to be competent and achieve in this area?
No, I do not.
Is a
Then why lie
bachelor's
about
degree
it?
a prerequisite of success in a particular field?
No, it is not.
You ever hear of Bill Gates,
Yes,
Stephen Jobs,
Steven
Yes.
Jobs.
Oprah Winfrey?
Sustained.
Wow.
You had become engaged in this case in October 2024.
correct.
Oprah has entered the chat.
And when you first became engaged, you had a chance to look at photographs and some data.
Yes, I did.
At that point, you hadn't had a chance. Did you have had you had a chance to actually inspect any of the physical property?
No, I had not.
Did you have an understanding that somebody else did?
Yes, I did.
Who?
Miss Gaffney and a number of other people with the MSP.
Attended some type of procedure?
Correct.
And do you know who led the actual procedure?
As far as I'm aware, it would have been Miss Gaffney.
The defense expert?
Correct.
You filed a protocol. What was the purpose in October when you first got involved in filing a protocol?
Sure. So the first purpose of the protocol was just to address the fact that we were missing data that we expected, and address a potential solution to gather more data.
Without having looked at the physical property, the actual boards, how did you conclude simply on data and photographs that there was missing data?
Sure. So that would be reviewing the initial data that was provided, and not seeing user data like I would expect. And that's because there's a number of different chips that are on a circuit board for an infotainment or a telematics or any other module. And there's a number of different data bearing chips. The purpose of those chips will vary. Some chips' main purpose is to store user data. Some chips' main purpose is to store software or firmware. So if you're gathering, acquiring data from chips that only have software and firmware, then you would not expect or you would not see user data within those chips.
When you made that analysis and concluded that there was missing data, had there been any report provided by Ms. Gaffney suggesting there was missing data?
No, there was not.
Had there been any analysis or opinion alerting that there was missing data?
No, there was not.
Was there anything to indicate that the person who did this test missed data at that point?
No, not at that point.
When you decided to write a protocol so you could actually look at the boards and do an analysis, did you put that protocol in writing?
Yes, I did.
And do you remember if that was around October 10th, 2024?
That sounds familiar. Yes.
Now, when you were cross-examined, the attorney asked you if you knew what the word mendacity meant. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
And you didn't know. Do you now know that means to lie or be untruthful?
Sustained.
He didn't ask you a question. He just asked you if you knew what the word was. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
Do you remember he also, on cross-examination, suggested that when you had your mistake about megabytes, megabits, it was the defense expert that alerted you to that mistake? Do you remember that suggestion by the defense?
Yes, I do.
Did they ever show you the documents so you could see the chronology?
No, they did not.
You wrote a report on October 10th, 2024. Did you then write another report, a supplemental protocol?
Yes. So I did write that initial protocol and then a supplemental protocol.
Was that on October 17th, 2024?
That sounds about right.
When you wrote that a week later, at that point, had you realized your mistake?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Why did you?
Can we approach, please?
Yeah, approach. This is getting way out of hand. Way out of hand. Notice how he's not trying to rehabilitate any of his results, only his credentials and his lies. And he has the audacity to bring up Steve Jobs, Bill Gates, and Oprah as people who don't have bachelor's degrees. And then someone just pointed out that Oprah does have a bachelor's degree. Let's see what's happening now. Going real time? Well, not quite real time, but. Yeah,
When you realized your error, what did you do?
So I intended to correct it with a supplemental protocol.
When you corrected it with the supplemental protocol, do you remember what date that was?
Not specifically, I do not.
Okay. If I showed you your report, would that help your memory?
Yes, it would.
May I approach?
Yes.
Please don't read this, just look at it. And if it refreshes your memory, let me know, and then I'll ask you a question.
he's still a
Yes, it
liar.
does.
The point that he's a liar is the point. But I'm not surprised that it flies right
When
over.
did you correct your
Brennan's
error
head.
with the supplemental protocol?
That was on October 17th, 2024.
So he was wrong once. Great idea to point out he was wrong in his 1010 report, so he supplemented that a week later because he was wrong the first time. That's right. Carl says she could have a push button start and let her car heat up before she goes outside.
And do you remember the date that you
We
first received
talked about that. Thank you.
any information from Mr. DeSorga?
No, I do not
Do you
specifically.
remember the date when Mr. DeSorga's information was first filed?
No, I do not.
And do you know if it was, whether it was after your October 17th supplementary report?
Not specifically, but I believe it was after.
And so when it was suggested that you had to be schooled or advised by Mr. DeSorga, was that accurate?
Objection, Your Honor.
Worded differently.
He was actually schooled by Mr. Alessi, so I want to just correct the record on that. He was schooled by Alessi.
Worded differently.
The claim that was made that you weren't aware until someone advised you of your error, was that true?
No, that was untrue.
When you realized there was an error and put it in a report, were you ever dissuaded from publicly alerting all the parties of your mistake?
No.
Do you leave stuff in or out of a report if you find it helpful or hurtful to one side?
No, I do not.
Have you, in this effort that you've made in this case, have you always been encouraged to provide all information regardless of what it is?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
Yes, I have.
And who's encouraged you to always provide all information regardless of what it says?
No one. So my job is to assist the jury. So the jury, assisting the jury means presenting all the information.
Oh my gosh, I wonder if the jury is laughing right now. My job is to assist the jury, so I present them with all the information like my fake credentials.
Have you ever been discouraged by me?
No, I have not.
Again, save your ass, Brennan. Save your own ass, because that's all it's about now.
When you looked at the photographs and you looked at the boards without actually touching them, how long did it take you to figure out that there was some other vehicle for data?
Sure. So it took a few times to look at the photographs before I identified the micro SD card slot.
You were asked whether it's important to be accurate and reliable. Is it in this field?
Yes, it is.
And if data is not found on the chips, is it a standard practice to look elsewhere?
Yes, that would be a standard practice.
Was that done in this case before you became involved?
No, it was not.
Who was the first person to identify where the missing information was?
Myself.
Of course. He's so smart.
What happens if you miss information because you don't see it?
So if you miss information, that's information that won't help in the analysis.
Mm.
In this case, the information on the SD card that you found, how important was that to this entire analysis?
It was important to timestamp certain events.
Without that information in the SD card, would you have been able to so accurately timestamp certain events?
No, not so accurately.
Before you were involved, was that information, that very important information for timestamps, was that available for either side?
No, it was not.
Is it now?
It is.
You were asked about Burla. When Burla did not have updated software to simply plug into a car and download the information, what process would have to be used?
Sure. So best practice for vehicle forensics is if the module or a vehicle is not supported by a forensic tool, would be to remove that module, or let me start over, manually document the screens on that infotainment module if it's available and it can be powered up. But then also going through disassembling the module, identifying any type of chips or SD cards that may hold data, and acquiring that data.
Is that called a chip-off process?
It is called a chip-off process.
Does it describe the process well, chip-off?
Yes, it does.
Since Ms. Gaffney did the original analysis and did that chip-off, has the software updated?
Yes.
And is that the Burla software?
No, I'm sorry. So she has not done a updated analysis with the Burla software.
But has the Burla software itself updated?
So the Burla software itself has updated, but it is limited to, again, plugging in a USB into the infotainment module while it's in the car running.
Does the updates in Burla software have anything to do with the SD card?
No, it does not.
Why not?
Because, again, they're going a different route to acquire data, and they are acquiring a limited amount of data through what's called diagnostic logs. So if you think of diagnostic logs, your radio unit is keeping logs of any time things happen on the radio. For manufacturer purposes. So Burla is taking those logs and they can interpret some of those logs. They are not, acquiring all the data that is on the SD card itself.
Anybody listening to a word he's saying right now? Thank you, MCKT, for your kind super chat and gifting 5 memberships. Is anybody listening to anything that he's saying right now? I don't think so.
You have drafted a number of reports in this case.
I have, yes.
Regarding the chip-off process, did Ms. Gaffney ever write a report?
No, not that I'm aware of.
When you wrote reports in this case, do you expect for them to be shared?
Yes, I do.
When other experts, like, for example, Mr. DeSorga writes a report, do you expect to have a copy and review it?
Yes.
Sustained.
What is the standard
Answer was out.
practice when there are reports from different experts regarding the same subject matter?
Objection, Your Honor.
Take it till you make it.
Is there a standard practice
Sure.
regarding reviewing reports from similar experts in similar subject matter?
Sure. So anytime a report is written by an expert, that report would be provided and shared with opposing experts.
Reports, do they always come at the same time in a case?
No, they do not.
When you wrote your reports, how would you provide them so they could be disseminated?
Sure. So that I would typically provide them to the client or the attorney that hired me, and then that would be disseminated from there.
Did you have an opportunity to receive Mr. DeSorga's March 5th, 2025 PowerPoint?
Yes, I did.
Were you provided that by me, the Commonwealth?
Yes, I was.
And were you asked or given any direction on what you could or should do?
No, I was not.
Were you ever asked to reach any particular result?
No, I was not.
Were you ever asked to avoid anything?
No, I was not.
What did you see your role as when you receive a report from another expert like Mr. DeSorga?
Sure. So when I receive a report, I would typically review it and then make a decision if it's better to address any issues in that report through testimony or address those with a supplemental report.
And in that analysis, do you follow your own discretion or do you follow directions of the client?
No, I would follow my own discretion.
Did you ever receive any direction on what you should and shouldn't do regarding considering Mr. DeSorga's report?
No, I did not.
When you looked at Mr. DeSorga's report, did you have concerns about his report?
I did, yes.
I want to talk about his report in detail. Before we get there, share with us what your general concerns were about Mr. DeSorga's report when you reviewed the whole report.
Sure. So what Mr. DeSorga does is take a couple different adjustment methods to attempt to adjust the clock from the Lexus with the iPhone. But what he does is takes a lot of methods or data points that are not applicable to the time that we're interested in.
What do you mean? Can you explain with a little more specificity what he does?
Sure. So if you think about it, your clock is constantly, changing as far as it syncs up with other GPS satellites or network time servers, and it's updating constantly. So a clock variance between two devices may be different at, say, 12 o'clock in the day versus 1 o'clock in the day. So best practice is to choose an event that is nearest to your time in question. So you have the most appropriate adjustment for that clock variance.
Best practices is also not to lie on your resume. Just saying.
Mr. DeSorga's analysis, did he choose the event most closely tied to the backing up event?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
The backing up event. Are you familiar with that time frame?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Was Mr. DeSorga's analysis based on information most closely related to that event?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
What information did Mr. DeSorga choose to use for that analysis relative to the backing up event?
Sure. So he chose a couple things. That's going to be call logs that happened on both devices or that was recorded on both devices, as well as a GPS data point, which was incorrectly identified as being near that or encompassing that 3-point turn. So what we did is did a more thorough analysis of that 3-point turn event when it occurred within the iPhone data, and then compared that and adjusted with the Lexus.
Explain to us your concern about using call logs.
Sure. So there's a number of call logs that you saw earlier that were recorded by the phone and the Lexus. The one thing you'll notice, and it's hard to kind of go back to it without the graph, but the calls that happened between 1 and 5 o'clock that morning actually happened when the car was powered off. We know that based on the power on and power off events. So those timestamps that are recorded with that 2-second and 1-second offset is actually from Mrs. Reed's iPhone as she gets back in the vehicle and her phone connects up and syncs back up.
I'm sorry.
So the 8-second,
Mrs. Reed, you mean Karen's mom? Because that's not accurate either. Karen's not married. So Mrs. Reed would be her mom, Janet.
is actually from Mrs. Reed's iPhone as she gets back in the vehicle and her phone connects up and syncs back up. So the 8-second and the 16 or 21-second offset are the only offsets that we have to compare to calls.
Was that a concern?
It was a concern.
Why?
Because if you're using the 1 and 2-second offsets, that could be misleading because it's not actually comparing the Lexus clock with the iPhone clock from Mr. O'Keefe.
What's it doing?
It's comparing the Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone clock with Mrs. Reed's iPhone clock.
What other concerns?
Sure. So the other concern was a GPS point known as GPS 154, which if you remember yesterday, we talked about a little bit. So that was misidentified as being the end or towards the end of that 3-point turn. But when we look closer at all the location data, we can see that that actually occurs between 12:23:59 and I believe it was 12:24:07.
Let me ask you some questions about what compelled you to look at the 3-point turn and synchronize the clocks. Were you aware of Mr. Whiffin's report where he offered that the last user interaction on Mr. Whiffin's phone was 12:32:09?
Objection.
No. You were asked, did you consider Mr. Whiffin's report where there was a last user interaction of 12:32:09 by the user?
Objection, Your Honor. I'm going to allow that.
You were asked if you considered that. Did you know that information?
I did know that information was available and existed, but I did not use that in my analysis for the clock synchronization.
Did that have any part of your motivation to do the clock synchronization?
No, it did not.
Were you attempting to match the synchronization with any of this other information that exists in data?
No, I was not.
You were also asked if you were aware of Mr. O'Keefe's phone that at 12:32:16, it ended its movement.
Yes, I was aware of that. Yes.
Did that in any way affect your interest or your decision to synchronize the clocks?
No, it did not. So my primary focus and to adjust the clocks was because I thought the PowerPoint slides by Mr. DeSogra were misleading.
Again, your CV is
When
misleading.
you were shown Exhibit 190, can we have 190, please? You were shown this chart. Was this the entirety of Mr. DeSorga's report?
No, it was not.
Was there text information offered by Mr. DeSorga to give his position or explanation of this?
Yes, there was.
Is that included in this exhibit?
No, it's not.
Did you get a chance to read Mr. DeSorga's report, including actual text explaining his analysis and process leading to this chart?
Yes, I was.
Did you look at Mr. DeSorga's entire report?
Yes, I did.
I move to introduce Mr. DeSorga's report.
No objection, Your Honor. Okay. So this was triple D for identification. That would be the exhibit.
So the defense is not going to object to their own expert's report being in evidence. Okay, Hank, if that's what you want.
Exhibit 191.
You should just wave the white flag. You
You
can't
said
raise
as a
those
result of
guy.
Mr. DeSorga's report, you were concerned, so that compelled you to do your analysis that resulted in your May 8th report.
Correct.
I want you to take us through Mr. DeSorga's report and explain to the jury what concerned you about his analysis.
Sure.
With the court's permission, I'd like to put this page 1 of this report. Is this the front cover of Mr. DeSorga's March 5th, 2025 report?
Yes, it is.
Turn to page 2, please. What do you recognize this slide or photograph coming from?
Sure. So this slide is coming from Dr. Welcher's overall PowerPoint slides.
When you first saw this slide, where did you first see, what source did you first see this through?
Through Mr. DeSogra's PowerPoint.
Well, Dr. Welcher works at Aperture, doesn't he?
He does, yes.
Did you know he was working on this case?
Yes, I did.
Was he providing you his PowerPoint or slides before this point?
No, he was not.
When you first saw this slide, did you see information about the timing of the text stream event, which was the backing maneuver?
Yes, I did.
And what time did that show?
Can we blow it up just so I don't get the time
Please.
wrong?
Oh, now you're concerned about
Uh,
getting the
please,
time
I'm
wrong,
sorry.
but you got the date wrong
Here we go.
altogether. So
Thank you,
there's
Ms. Gill.
that.
Sure. So that's got the text stream event ending at 12:31:43.
These text stream events that are captured, do you know how long of the event is captured? How many seconds?
Yes. So approximately 5 seconds before the trigger threshold is met and 5 seconds after.
When this information that you reviewed in Mr. DeSorga's report, do you know what clock is used to identify the 12:31:38 to 12:31:43?
Yes, I do.
And what clock is that?
So that's a combination of the Lexus clock that's coming from the infotainment center, as well as the running timer that we discussed yesterday. That's coming from the airbag module itself.
Is the source of that time important?
Yes, it is.
If you compare time from a different clock with time from a different clock and don't synchronize the two, does that lead you to an accurate result?
No, it does not.
When you were answering questions, you repeatedly were saying, according to the Lexus clock. Why were you offering that qualification repeatedly? One moment, please.
Sure.
Why were you offering that qualification repeatedly?
Sure. So to make sure that the jury understood that that timestamp was coming from the Lexus itself and was not an adjusted timestamp to Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone.
Could you scroll down, please, Ms. Gilman? Up a little bit, please. Thank you. The 3209, what did you understand that information to be?
Sure. So that is information I understood to be the last device lock recorded on Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone.
And what clock did you understand that time came from?
That would come from Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone clock.
If you reconciled his iPhone clock information, or if you compared it without reconciling to the Lexus information, what's the danger in doing that?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Is there any danger in doing that?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
Is there any danger in comparing two times if you don't consider the clocks that they came from?
Yes, there is. So you could essentially be, in inaccurate time for when that event actually occurred.
If you could just scroll down to the bottom so we could see the rest of that. You mentioned the word variance yesterday during your direct examination. I'm going to ask you to look at that box that has the green around it. Is that an example of variance?
Yes, that is an example of variance between, well, so no. So I take that back. That is not an example of variance itself. That is an example of comparing the end of the text stream event to the device lock event.
Is that attempting to compare two different devices?
So that's attempting to, or that's not attempting to compare anything. It's just stating that the time between the device event lock and the end of the text stream event, unadjusted, is approximately 26 seconds.
Is that accounting for synchronization or not accounting for synchronization?
That is not accounting. That is not with synchronization.
Can we turn to the next page, please? Did you review the next page of Mr. DeSorga's report?
Yes, I did.
And did it lead you to any concerns?
This page specifically, yes and no. So this page again is just showing the time difference between the end of the text stream event and Mr. O'Keefe's last device lock event.
Is this another way of showing the information that was in that green box?
It is. It's another way of showing the information in that green box, but it is not a clock variance or an adjustment.
Could you turn the page, please? When you read this page, is this a opinion or conclusion?
No, it does not.
What is it?
So this is just pointing out that when the 26-second window, which they'll refer as John's interaction window, when that number is positive, then the phone interaction occurs after the end of the text stream event. When that number is negative, the phone interaction occurs before the end of the text stream event ends.
Did you have any issue with that slide?
No, not that slide in particular.
Okay, if we turn to the next page. Did you have an opportunity to review the next page?
Yes, I did.
And were you in agreement with this page?
I was in agreement with this page, yes.
And what does this tell us?
So this page points out that two clocks are not always in sync. So again, to synchronize those clocks, you would have to have a shared event that occurred on both devices.
If we could have the next page, please. Any chance to make that a tiny bit bigger, Ms. Gilman? Were you in agreement with this page?
No, I was not.
Tell us what concerned you about this page.
Sure. So this page is potentially misleading to the jury again by using,
Objection, Your Honor, move to strike.
I'll strike that.
Just tell me what your concerns were.
He already said it.
Sure. So my concerns with this, that it was potentially misleading to the jury.
Objection, Your Honor, move to
He
strike.
just said the exact same thing again that you struck.
Sure. So this slide was potentially misleading to the jury because it uses incorrect adjustments to try and adjust the times.
How does it use incorrect adjustments? Explain that to us so it's very basic, please.
Sure. So as we kind of go through the next few slides, you'll see. But essentially what they're doing is, or what is being done, is they're comparing call logs, timestamps from call logs from when the phone was off, suggesting that, again, that the lock event occurs after the end of the text stream event, as well as incorrectly identifying the GPS point when the 3-point turn ends.
Would you better be able to explain that to us with the further slides that come next?
Yes, I believe so.
If we could turn to the next page, please. Okay. Is this just a label of what's to come?
It is.
And can we turn to the next page, please? If we could start, Ms. Gilman, with the top left-hand box, if you could enlarge that for us. Did you review this information in this box?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And before we get to your opinions, what does this information tell you?
Sure. So this is a snapshot from my initial report where I point out that the ignition on happens approximately 3 seconds before the infotainment power on event. So you can see that. I think we're up a little too high on the page. Yeah, so highlighted in the red. That's based on our testing where we identified that the ignition on, or your finger on the ignition pressing it, and the engine coming on and the vehicle coming on happens 3 seconds before the infotainment system powers on.
You were asked on cross-examination about that 3 seconds between the pressing the button and the infotainment system going on, but you weren't allowed to answer the question whether you considered it or why that was important. So I'm going to give you that opportunity now.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. Ask the question.
Okay. Is there significance to that 3 seconds, and did you consider it in your report and your findings?
Yes, I did.
Share with us.
Sure. So when we make our adjustments based on the event, so in this case the 3-point turn, what we're looking at is the approximate time frame when that 3-point turn occurred via Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone, and then we're adjusting that for the approximate time that the tech stream event and that 3-point turn ends. So as we sync those clocks, we're adjusting not only for the difference in the clocks, but we're also adjusting for this 3-second delay.
Did you accommodate that 3-second delay in your analysis and your conclusions?
Yes, that was included in my analysis.
Now back to the screen. The information there, is that text taken from your actual report?
Yes, it is.
Could we shrink the screen, please? And then the photograph in the bottom left, if we could enlarge that, is that as well from your report?
Yes, that is also from my report.
Did we look at that yesterday on your direct examination?
Yes, I believe so.
And briefly tell us what that depicts.
Sure. So that's during our exemplar testing, where again we've got it rigged with cameras that are recording video and timestamps of interactions we're having with the vehicle, which include powering it on and powering it off.
If you could shrink the screen, and we'll go to the right, Ms. Gilman. What was the import of this screen to you in its entirety?
Sure. So this is not actually a valid way to adjust or synchronize clocks because, again, we're not adjusting based on a shared event. So the ignition on event occurs. It is not recorded by Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone. But again, we are adjusting and including this in our timestamp adjustment.
If we turn to the next page, please. You were asked about the process of synchronization through phone calls or through the 3-point turn data.
Yes, that's correct.
Why did you choose to use the 3-point turn data instead of phone calls?
Sure. So I chose to use the 3-point turn data because it was closer in time to the event that was of interest, as well as it was based not only on the infotainment clock, but it was also based on that running timer. So once we adjust that first event to Mr. O'Keefe's phone, the second event is also based on that running timer, so it would also be adjusted.
Did you have any concerns about using phone calls specifically?
Yes, I did.
And what were they and why?
Sure. So those concerns were related to the phone calls that we could actually compare. And again, some of the phone calls that happened earlier or closer to the event of interest were not actually recorded by the infotainment system itself.
Why is it important to take an event closest to the time of the event you're studying?
Sure. So like I kind of said before, clock variants will change between devices as they're constantly syncing back up with reference systems. So a clock difference that you see at 1 o'clock in the day is not going to be the same as you would see at 2 o'clock in the day.
When you chose the 3-point turn, how close to the backing up event was that in time?
I believe it was within 10 minutes or so.
Was that closer in time or further away in time than the phone calls as a method?
That was closer in time than the phone calls. If you think back to the phone calls that we could have compared, those occurred at 5 o'clock in the morning.
We turn to the next page, please. Did you have a chance to review this slide of the PowerPoint?
Yes, I did.
Now you see on the left is a box. Where's that box taken from?
Sure. So that box on the left is taken from my report. That's going to be my initial report.
January 30th, 2025?
That's correct.
And share with us what you were trying to express in this box.
Sure. So again, this box is
I'm sorry to interrupt you. I
Sure.
apologize. Ms. Gilman, is there any chance we could enlarge the box on the left? My apologies. Okay, please proceed.
Sure. So this is a comparison of the calls. So the infotainment call timestamps are on the furthest left column. So again, your infotainment system, when you plug your phone in, is recording and synchronizing your calls. It's not great about recording and synchronizing every call. So there's a lot of calls here that we don't have that we know exist based on Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone. So the calls that we do have that were recorded in the infotainment system, we can compare to the timestamps that those are recorded on Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone. So when we do that, there's a couple things we notice is during that 1 o'clock and 4 o'clock and 4:45 time frame, when we look back at the power on and off events, we know the vehicle was not powered on at that time. So the vehicle's off. So those timestamps are not coming from the vehicle. They're coming from Mrs. Reed's iPhone or the defendant's iPhone. And then the times after 5:21, we know the vehicle has been powered up at that point. So those timestamps are coming from the infotainment system itself. So that's why we can actually do a comparison of those timestamps and determine the exact or the approximate clock variance.
When you look at the call timestamps of 1:14:13, 4:38:16, and 4:42:06, and 4:45:12, was the power on or off with the car during those 4 first calls?
Yeah, so with those first 5 calls, the car was powered off. And again, we know that based on the power on and off event. We also know that just by looking at the offset, it's a consistent 1 or 2 seconds. And that's what we typically expect and see between 2 iPhones. That's because iPhones are generally pinging back to Apple servers or GPS towers that are the same. So those times are pretty consistent and pretty accurate.
Was the power on by 5:04:28?
No, not at 5:04:28. It was still powered off.
So those first 5 events, were they reliable for you to use in synchronization?
No, they were not.
You gave us enough.
Correct me if I'm wrong, chat, but isn't backing out of the driveway in Dighton and then backing up into the street and then pulling onto the tow truck and then backing up and pulling on, isn't that a 3-point turn also? And did anybody ever talk about that being a 3-point turn as well? Because I watched that video again yesterday, and isn't that also a 3-point turn? It seems to me like that's also a 3-point turn. I wonder if that's the 3-point turn he's talking about, and he's completely wrong on the time and the date. But you know, that's just me, because that was on the 29th, but that was more around like 4:15 p.m. Thanks. Thank you for validating me.
Number of reasons. One, the time distance between the event and because they were phone to phone. Any other reasons why they weren't?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll strike the first part, answer the question.
Besides the reasons you already gave us, are there any other reasons why this would not be a reliable way to synchronize 2 separate devices?
Not besides the point I've made already.
Okay. And if we could zoom back on this.
Thank you.
The box on the right, is that from your report? Is that Mr. DeSorga?
That's Mr. DeSogra.
Was there anything about that analysis that concerned you?
Sure. So that analysis is misleading because, again, it's not comparing Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone to the infotainment system. It's actually comparing the defendant's iPhone to Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone.
Is there any acknowledgement anywhere in Mr. DeSorga's report that he appreciated that this was iPhone to iPhone rather than iPhone to infotainment?
No, there's not.
Did you ever receive any report from Mr. DeSorga that would alert that he appreciated that this was iPhone to iPhone and not iPhone to infotainment?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
We could go to the next slide, please. Is this a similar or different slide?
Sure. So this is a different slide.
Okay. If we can zoom in on the left box, please. Where does that box come from?
Sure. So again, that's coming from the same page of my report, just highlighting the 5:30 phone call. And this is comparing the iPhone from Mr. O'Keefe with the infotainment clock.
At that point, is the power on of the Lexus?
Yeah. So at this point, the power is on. So this is a comparison of the infotainment clock with the iPhone clock at that time.
Could you zoom out? That final box that shows the comparison between the defendant's Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone, do you have any concerns about the accuracy of that information for that time?
No, so I think those times are accurate, but again, that's at 5 o'clock in the morning when we're trying to adjust the clock variance, and it's too far away from the time in question. So if we zoom back in to the box, we can actually see in the data what I'm talking about as far as clock variance will change, with time. So the phone call at 5:21, we see an offset of around 8 seconds between the 2 devices, between the infotainment system and the iPhone. And then at 5:30, which is only 9 minutes later, we can see that offset has actually increased between 16 and 21.
In capturing this data, were there phone calls between the infotainment system and Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Yes, those last 2 phone calls were between the infotainment system, or were recorded by the infotainment system with Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone.
How does that happen?
Sure. So that's when the device is connected up to the vehicle and the call is recorded within the infotainment system, and it's recorded with the infotainment system's timestamp.
Thank you, Beth.
Could you focus on the right-hand box, please? Did you review the right-hand box?
Yes, I did.
Was that from your report, or is that Mr. DeSorga's opinion?
That's Mr. DeSogra's.
Did you have any agreement with that?
Yes, so I do agree with that calculation, but again, that's 5 o'clock in the morning versus when we're really interested in around 12:30.
Can we have the next slide, please? Could we enlarge this?
We're really interested in the truth, actually.
Do you know where this photograph came
Thanks,
from?
Beth.
Yes, so this screenshot came from Dr. Welcher's presentation.
When's the first time you saw this screen?
When I saw this presentation.
In Mr. DeSorga's report?
Correct,
Had
yes.
you seen this before that?
I had not seen this before that.
If we could focus in a little more, especially the bottom left-hand.
They work for the same company.
When
We
you
should work
reviewed this, did you
together.
feel any need to do further testing?
Yes, I did.
Why?
So what we're looking at, if we zoom back out, so what that is the 12:23:38 is the approximate time that the text stream event occurred. Now, what we want to do is we want to be able to compare that to the 3-point turn from Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone. What you'll notice, though, is right here, we've got a circled GPS point. So if we can zoom in there. So this circle here is actually circled GPS point 155, which is after this point, but we'll kind of ignore that. But GPS 154 and it's hard to see the time is 12:23:58. When we look at that, what we see is that actually that GPS position is recorded before the 3-point turn even starts.
You mentioned 154 begins recording before the 3-point turn starts.
Correct.
Is the end time of the 3-point turn a time before or after that 12:23:58?
Sure. So the end of the 3-point turn logically would be after this point.
At the time you saw this slide, had you broken down point 154?
No, not at the time that I saw this slide.
Could you zoom back out a little bit, please? The information in the right box, is that from you or from Mr. Disorder?
That is not for me.
And when you read that, did that compel you to want to do anything?
Yes, it did. So again, my initial thought was to address this during testimony. With further review and further thought, I decided it was best to offer a supplemental report.
Oh, of course.
What this is, basically the math I agree with. The point I don't agree with is that GPS 154 is the time towards the end of the 3-point turn. And now reviewing further data, we know that's not true.
The 12:23:58 event on the phone, is that related to the first event, the 3-point turn, or the second event, the backing maneuver?
So that's going to be related to the first event, the 3-point turn.
Was there any other data that was closer in time to the to the backing event that you had access to?
No, not that we had access to.
We turn to the next slide, please. You've seen this part of the report before?
Yes, I have.
Having seen the earlier part of the report, does it help you explain and understand this diagram?
Yes, it does.
Is this your diagram or Mr. Disorder's?
This is Mr. DeSogres.
Do you agree with this diagram?
No, I do not.
Could you explain to us what this, from your perspective, from your experience, what this chart is trying to suggest?
Sure. So this chart is trying to suggest that the lock event always occurs after the end of the text stream event. And again, that's using inaccurate adjustments to make that conclusion.
I want you to use the pointer, and I want you to take us line by line why you believe that this is inaccurate in trying to conclude the time of those locking adjustments.
Sure. So it's kind of hard to tell. So what we've got is we've actually got two different sections. So we've got the top section, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 events. So that's going to be the GPS event, and those. Let's see. No, that's going to be this. It's hard to say. That's going to be the phone calls and the GPS event that are calculated in this, and it's also done with the 3-second delay as well, adjusted. But what we see is so this. Obviously, +1 is one of the phone calls that was from the defendant's iPhone time, so not from the infotainment system. So that's a inaccurate comparison. Same thing for the +2, the +1, and the +2 again. The +8, the +16, and the +20 are going to be those last two calls. If you'll notice, the very last call, we can't really tell which phone call is the correct one to compare, so we're using both within that same time frame. And that's why we get the 16 or the 21-second variance. But again, that's 5 o'clock in the morning, so that's not appropriate for the time that we were interested in. And then the 20-second variance is coming from that inaccurate GPS position comparison.
Could we enlarge that a little bit, Ms. Gilman? On the 2021, is that plus or minus 21?
So that is -21.
The 20 and 21, is that based on different information than the 1, 2, and 8?
Yes, it is.
And explain again for us, where's the different source of the information?
Sure. So the -20 is coming from that GPS point 154, which we know is not the end of the 3-point turn. It's right before the 3-point turn begins. And the -21 is coming from the last phone call that happens around 5:20, I believe, or 5:30. And again, that's 5 hours after the time of interest.
Uh-huh.
The -20 and -21, is that suggesting that time should be taken off or put onto Mr. O'Keefe's phone for synchronization?
Sure. So that's suggesting that time should be. I'd have to go back to the other slides. I believe that's either way. It's suggesting that the lock event occurs +6 or +5 seconds after the end of the text stream event.
Besides not accommodating for the timing of that timestamp at the beginning of the 3-point turn, is there anything else about this that concerns you?
No, just that overall, these numbers can be misleading, again, because they're based on inaccurate adjustments and could lead, again, the jury to believe that the lock event always happens after the end of the text stream event.
Can we go to the last page of Mr. Disorder's report? Is this a conclusion offered by Mr. Disorder?
Yes, it is.
Did you agree with that?
No, I did not.
Why not?
So based on those inaccurate adjustments, this slide is again kind of misleading in the fact that it states there's always interaction with Mr. O'Keefe's phone after the end of the text stream event.
You can take that down and turn that off, please, for a moment.
Please.
After reviewing this report, you told us you then engaged in further study for synchronization?
Yes, I did.
Did you call me on May 7th?
Yes.
And what were you told to do about a report?
On May 7th?
Yes.
Sure. So that would finish the report.
Did you call me on May 7th? Remember he said he was surprised to get that report Hank did on May 8th? Mm-hmm. Did you call me on May 7th?
And submit it.
Did you?
I did.
Right.
Did you call me on May 7th?
Yes.
And what were you told to do about a report?
On May 7th?
Yes.
Sure. So that would just finish the report and submit it.
Did you?
I did.
When did you submit it?
May 8th.
And do you know that it was provided to the defense by email on May 8th?
How do you know that?
Do you know if it was provided to the defense?
Yes, I know it was provided. I don't know when.
Did almost last time.
Now, if we could have Mr. Burgess's PowerPoint, we can go back to page 38, please. After you explain to us,
Yeah, approach and let us go to lunch because we all need a little break. We all need a little break or a big break. Let's see what happens. Ham sandwich, pizza, and pancakes. Oh my, says, I'm trying to understand sequestration restricting watching any stories about or with Karen Reed, but the Commonwealth being allowed to show clips out of context. Well, I think you're talking about the jury. So the jury's not allowed to watch any social media or anything having to do with this case while they're serving on this jury. And that is totally separate from what the Commonwealth is doing because Karen made all of these statements voluntarily to media outlets. And so she knew at the time she did them that they could be used in her trial. And she did it anyway. Two different things. But yeah, I think they're out of context. I think that the defense is going to put them into context when they start on their case in chief. Hopefully, they're going to give us a lunch break because we all need a break. Best gun losing detective says Clockwork Orange. It is kind of like Clockwork Orange-ish, isn't it? Haas long before Shannon is fired. Fake it till you make it, says Cordina Frost. Thank you. Amy in Arizona pointed out that, did you know Aperture was a platinum sponsor for the Massachusetts Bar Association dinner in Boston on May 8th? Yes, we discussed that earlier, but that is interesting. Interesting. I mean, it's advertising for them, right? That's how they get a lot of their clients. Sponsoring things like dinners and golf outings and other pedantic misanthrope. Sure. So, my misophonia triggered event 10,000. Thank you for your super chat. Jennifer points out if we made sure a drinking game, everybody would be drunk already. Yes, they would. Yes, they absolutely would. Jordan says, curious if Aperture and Burgess will be sued for fraud by anyone who was affected by Burgess's cases. That's an interesting thought, Jordan Ray. Thank you for your super chat. Dora De La, I need you to do a show with lawyer you know. Yeah, it's hard when the trial's ongoing because everybody's so busy, but I'd be happy to do that whenever we all have time. Megan Johnson says, technically he's not lying. His degree is BS. It certainly is, isn't it? Seems obvious. On top says, Chaka and I will now be watching the movie Sling Blade in honor of this historic testimony. Well done. I think we need Chaka back. Let's put Chaka back up there. Land of the Lost. We are here in the land of the lost. And what time we'll be able to take a break today? Jeff says, is the Karen Reed team going to point out the three-point turn and reverse acceleration event that is on camera when the Lexus was picked up by the tow truck? Yes, it's exactly what I was saying before, and I think it will be pointed out on recross if it has not been pointed out already, which I don't think it has been, right? I think he just opened the door with that, perhaps, maybe. RRG, RMG1, can the jury possibly be following all this minutia? I don't think so. What do you think? I think they probably checked out after they realized he was lying on his CV. This is super bad. Super bad. Remember that movie, Super Bad? Time is relative and magical in the Twilight Zone, says Random Thoughts. That is a random thought. Yet, here we are. Thank you, thank you, thank you. What are we doing, folks? What are we doing? This is long. It's a sidebar. It's 12:58. Isn't lunch there for the jury yet? Don't you think? Just me said lawyer, was talking about that yesterday. Something that Brennan brought up, because they watch all the shows, which is why we try to not help them too much. So what were you talking about, just me? What were you talking about? Hold one moment while I check and see if they went to lunch. Please hold.
A 50-minute lunch because and I have some work to do. I thought it would be quicker. It's my fault. So go for lunch and Mr. Burgess again.
Yep, thank you.
All rise, please. Jury, close your notebook, follow me.
All right, court is on break until 1:50. I need to jump for a moment or so, maybe a little bit more, but I will be back as soon as I can. Talk amongst yourselves, and we will be back by 1:50 latest. Okay, thank you. Go get a snack, go get a drink, do whatever you need to do, and we will be back. Okay, we're back. We're back. The court is still on break, but I'm here and you're here. And isn't that the best? Let's do the timeline again. It says he faked data to get his desired results, just like he did on his CV. Yeah, you can't fake that, can you? And you wouldn't even be able to make this up, except for we're still here. Karen reads not guilty verdict. Formerly Darla, the human, says next time Bev wants to end court at 4, Alessi should ask her, well, is it really 4? She also shouldn't get caught signaling Brennan to object with a huge smile on her face. Yep, that happened yesterday too. Thanks for your 10. Susie, Melanie, pull up Aperture. There is a write-up with Matt McCabe praising their work, last paragraph. Yeah, I don't, there's a lot of fake reviews on there, Susie. Don't believe everything you read on the internet. Somebody also wrote one under Alan Jackson's name, so I don't really believe that is probably Matt McCabe that wrote it, and I don't like to give these rumors, gossip, and speculation any legs, but you know, people do that. People do that. People do a lot of things under fake names, including comment on this channel, Twitter. I can't blame you for falling for it because so many people do, and then they put it out there as truth. Not that you would ever do that, but people do. People do. They spew it out there as truth, and that's how rumors start. And I am sure that that is not the Matt McCabe, the guy who said, tell him the guy never went in the house. Thank you, Mackenzie, for becoming a member. I'm Cora, not Chloe. Hi, David Reese says no, that now that Brennan has entered the defense report, can they get into it with Man Shannon? Well, it is in evidence, right? Seems like they would be able to, although the better witness for that will be, why does his name escape me right this second? The author of said report. Thank you, David. Melanie Little's agro massage therapist. You know, I really need a massage right now, and a chiropractor, and all kinds of things. If I were on the jury, I would be so exhausted and confused. Too much BS about all this time. And glad you're back today for our sanity and levity. Well, thank you. Thank you very much. I had to, while I was on a little break with you, run to the pharmacy to pick up meds. And of course, they close between 1 and 1:30 because every pharmacy apparently does now, except some close between 1 and 1:30, some close between 1:30 and 2. And isn't that just the way it always is, that you wind up going to the pharmacy at the exact time that they close for lunch? And I'm not, look, they deserve a lunch break. Nobody works harder than pharmacists. Well, some people do, but you know what I'm saying. They deserve a lunch break and et cetera. But, you know, why is it always when I need to get something that they're closed? It seems like Murphy's Law, right? Sam, when I went to go to your channel yesterday and noticed you had an emergency, I tried watching another channel and couldn't do it. I appreciate. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Because when I just got back from my journey to the pharmacy, which luckily is very close to where I am, there was, of course, you know, within the last 4 minutes, some person found it really urgent to put a comment up on the Turk stream. I'll read it to you and I'll shout her out because apparently she's looking for attention. Her name is Hazla11, and she says Melanie opens herself up to comments and responses, then acts so indignant when someone disagrees with her and rude to people who take time to watch this channel. This is why I prefer blankety blank, another YouTuber, more balanced and classy to her audience. Well, thank you so much for popping in and spending the time, Hazla, to send me your nasty thoughts. And I hope your life gets better. I really do. Thank you so much. Michelle, thanks for your 10. B.O.B. magic. I've got the magic in me. I've got the magic in me. Yeah. Or is that I've got the music in me? Leslie seems to embody the song. Come on down to the front, sit right there, and don't be shy. I have you time traveling, have your mind babbling. Well done, Michelle. Well done. Yeah, miserable people spread misery. hate people. I mean, hurt people, right? Chloe Albert's revenge. Yeah, no, people are not okay. They're not okay because they find like the time to actually do that, to actually like come to my channel, make that. You should see what I deal with on a daily basis. Like that is like absolute, like that's like a pleasure compared to the things I deal with usually. Out of scope says, heck, I felt like I was cheating yesterday. I know a lot of people did. A lot of people did. Look, I'm here for you guys all the time, right? But when my kids need me, my kids come first. And I'm sorry if people don't get it. If people don't get it, then that's just too bad. It's just too bad. Some people didn't even watch yesterday. That's right. Argument Assassin Alessi says, the Spotify playlist for Karen Reed has 144 songs and is 10 hours, 11 minutes long. What about Drift Away from Dobie? That's a good one because time drifts. Time drifts. And it does. It has drifted away so far. And if you don't have the Spotify playlist yet, what are you waiting for? It is in the show notes below this video. You just got to close out the chat if you're on your phone. And you too can download the Spotify playlist. And it's amazing. We started it during the first trial. It's like a mixtape for the Karen Reed trial. And it's awesome. If we only have 3 minutes, allegedly, that's when they're coming back. But if we had a little bit more time, we would have been able to go over like the beginning of yesterday's cross because that was like fire. That was like fire. And thank you to an amazing viewer, Michelle from Michigan, who sent me an email, said, big fan of your work. And I wanted to share that during my recent trip to Massachusetts, she met, wait for it, Queen Tanis Yannetti and Mrs. Yannetti, David and Tanis's mom, and sent me a picture of her with them. And they discussed how much we enjoy watching this show. And she says, I personally have learned so much about the law from watching your shows, and I love that. And I don't want to share your picture because I do not want to put Mrs. Yannetti's picture out there, except I just want to say that I love the Yannetti family so much. And I love you, Michelle, for sending me that picture. And I'm so happy that you got to meet them. And that is super, super awesome. Please remember to hit the subscribe and like button in order to receive all notifications. It's free. So it's a little cupcake. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, Nicole, for understanding. Yeah, it is. I know. No, it wasn't even about that. I don't even know what it was about, but I don't really care. I just find it to be insane. Thank you, Ray. This is rose gold chrome today. Rose gold chrome on the nails. Thank you. Love the hats. Go Buffs. Oh, we have emojis for Buffs. I'm a proud alum of the University of Colorado at Boulder. Oh yes, oh yes, oh yes, I am. And there is the emoji in the chat. Go Buffs. Dion is here. We coming, he says, but I think we're here. Is all I'm saying. And look at Beverly. Takes the time to write a nice comment. See, it takes the same amount of time to leave a nice comment as it does to leave a mean comment. So I don't get people, but I'm not going to tolerate them. And I'm also not going to let them just get away with it without calling them out on it. So people say, oh, ignore them. No. They shouldn't be ignored. They should be called out for what they're doing. And thank you, Beverly, who says, I wanted you to know how refreshing it is to have you back. I listened to someone talking over court and hurting my ears. You're a breath of fresh air. I love you. I love you too. See, and what I try to do is I try to stop the feed so I can talk. I don't like to talk over the witnesses because I know that's annoying. Jenna said, I was trying to watch on other channels yesterday, but the chats were so vile. Melanie, I didn't realize how much I appreciate your mods. I know they work so hard to keep it that way. And, my show is playing in nail salons countrywide. People send me photos from their nail salon they have me up on the TV. We can't play in nail salons and hair salons and workplaces if we are cursing left and right. And so that's just the way I do it. And, it's sort of morphed into that. Donna says, love the Colorado Buffaloes hat. I was born in Colorado. It's a beautiful state. It is Colorado. I call it Colorado, but if you live there, you might call it Colorado because I notice most people who live there call it Colorado. It's always going to be Colorado to me. Always. Oh, see, Letty has her up in her spa TV. She's got it up. Hello to everyone who's in the spa today. Hello. Hold on while I drink my drink. KDB points out it takes less time to be nice than it does to be evil. I can't stand evil, mean people. So many people live lonely lives and come online for human contact. No need to be rude, mean, or evil. So true, isn't it? It's so true. But it's also so sad, really. It's really so sad. Hello, the spot peeps. Anne has been hanging out for 15 months. You're an OG. Annie's an OG. Let's see, we're almost at 100,000. We're getting there. Let's see where we are at right now as we wait. We are at 99,302. That's a lot. We started off at a different number. I think we were in like just a little over 99,000. So I don't know if you know this, but once you hit 100,000 subs on YouTube, they send you this like silver play button. And I know it's really shallow, but I really, 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 really want one. Because my kids said that when they were little, they used to watch a YouTuber that had a silver play button and they thought that he was like the coolest thing ever. And he's not really so cool anymore. So I don't want to name drop him because it's not really that much of a flex anymore, but for him anyway. And so that's what happens when I get to 100K and they like mail it to me like automatically, apparently. And Larry, I think, is like, Larry DUI guy is like up to almost 500K or over 500K. I think that Duty Ron is like around 500K. And so these are my people. We're getting there. We're getting there. Lose break. Oh, well, the fan is up. So we've got that. Man Shannon, that is, I think that's what Turtle Boy calls him. I call him Shannon with one N and no BS, but actually technically full of BS. That's what my thumbnail says today. It's still on redirect in a almost futile attempt by Hank Greenan to rehabilitate him. And I think that that is something that is probably not going to happen. Let me know how you feel and what you think. And it is my understanding that Glairer and is Annie Elise with him in court today? I know they did a pre-show today. I think they may both be in the courtroom together. Yes, Larry and I did do a collab already, Phil. If you didn't see it, go back and watch it. We did it before the trial started. I have a community post about it. If you look in my community posts, that is also where I put up the post on, I think I put it up Monday morning, and I had it on my Instagram Sunday night when I had to jump on a plane for a child emergency that I wasn't going to be able to stream yesterday live. And so that's where people saw that. But so in the community post, you will find that show that Larry and I did. And it's so interesting because everything we talked about in that show before the second trial is coming true. It's almost like we're prophetic or something. It's almost like we're prophetic. Larry and I. Larry, the DUI guy, that is. Thank you, Elizabeth. Missed you yesterday. Watched the channel, but no commentary. I missed you more. Well, did you try and survive in the chat if it was one of the networks? Because I don't think they have mods. And it could be scary. It could be scary. Like things go unchecked, you know, and there's that. Yes, Jeffrey, not as prophetic as the Magic 8 Ball, and I'm traveling, so I do not have my Magic 8 Ball with me. But we do love the Magic 8 Ball. Yes, Team Brittany, every comment about the show I did with Larry was so positive. And there's like almost 800 comments, and I've never, like every single comment on there was so nice. Either that or Larry has really good mods and took down all the nasty comments about me because that's crazy. That is crazy. Glairer broke his knee? Wait, what? He broke his knee. Wait, is that real? Did he really break his knee or are you joking me? Are you joshing me, Masterclass Jackson? Yes, there's 11,000 people here. No, we're at 12,217. Make sure you subscribe to this channel. There were issues recently and a lot of people were unsubscribed and they didn't do it. So please check. Thank you for pointing that out. That happened to me and some channels that I was subscribed to because, you know, I subscribe to channels too. And then what happens is they don't show up in my notifications. I thought, like, for example, I'll give you an example, Natalie, the lawyer chick who I love Natalie. And I wasn't getting any notifications for Natalie. And I was like, oh, I wonder if Natalie has been really busy. She's not on YouTube lately. And I looked and she had done a whole bunch of videos and they just weren't coming up in my algorithm. They were not coming up in my feed. So make sure it happens to me. It can happen to you. Melanie Little's left swipe in StreamYard says Blair was using a cane. Oh, no. Oh, no. That's not good. I hope he's okay. He broke his knee, like fractured his patella. That is, first of all, that's a horrible injury because there's nothing you can do for a fractured patella, which is your kneecap, because you can't really cast it. I mean, you can't really do anything. Sally is pointing out the obvious. Karen Reed is innocent. Karen Reed is innocent because John O'Keefe did not hit by a car. A car did not hit John O'Keefe. We've heard that from a lot of the Commonwealth witnesses so far. This never, ever, ever should have been prosecuted. And we are in the land of the upside down, inside out horrificness of Hunger Games that is Norfolk County, Massachusetts. And she is being persecuted for the second time. She's over $5 million in debt. She had to sell her house, liquidate her 401ks. Her life has been destroyed. And you know what's really scary about that? This could be you. This could be you, me, my daughter, your sister, your wife. It could be you. And if Karen Reed didn't have the money that she had because she was a very successful financial analyst and professor before this happened, to be able to afford the $100,000 cash bail that it took, she'd be sitting in a jail cell still for 3 years. Okay, think about that. Think about how many people were sit in jail for years because they can't afford to post bail. And that's what's so scary about this. And for all of the new people who are watching this trial for the first time, this sham of a trial for the first time, are you angry that you didn't get involved in it the first time because of all of the blatant things that you're seeing? And understand that most of this stuff was pointed out in the first trial, and it was still a hung jury. Jury couldn't agree. Some things are new, like this Shannon Burgess. He's a new expert. He wasn't there last time, but all of those group text messages were there. Tell them the guy never went in the house. The one that was not in the last trial was the one about if she takes a plea, it's all over. If she doesn't, it's going to become a whole new episode. I mean, if that doesn't scream consciousness of guilt to you, what would? What would, right? Absolutely insane. Thank you, Denise. But as an attorney, it would be kind of unethical for me to do a Karen Reed fundraiser because of my status as an attorney. I do link and I participate in other people's fundraisers. I go on as a guest, but in the show notes below, I do have the Karen Reed Defense Fund linked there. If you feel like you have $5 to donate, every $5 counts. It helps. These experts are really expensive. Wait till you see how much the Commonwealth paid Aperture if he can get it out. Wait till you see. It's insane. Who says Karen might take a plea? There's no plea. She would never take a plea. She would never take a plea. And that's what they said in their text message amongst the fam. The fam. Jan McCabe, Matt McCabe, Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, in that family group chat. Matt McCabe texted, I think it was Matt, right? Who texted, if she takes a plea, it's done. If not, it's a whole nother episode. And that, my friends, that is when they decided to upcharge her to murder too, based on a whole bunch of BS testimony that was presented to the grand jury in May of 2022, because she was upcharged in June of 2022. Aperture even bought a new Lexus. They bought an exemplar Alexis to do the Alexa, not Alexa. Sorry, everyone stop. Lexus. They bought an exemplar Lexus to experiment on. How much do you think that cost? It's insane. The audacity of your mendacity. That is a phenomenal username. I have to really just compliment you on that. I even wrote that down. The audacity of the mendacity. I was thinking of using that as a thumbnail. What is my guess about how much Aperture was paid and what happens if Wilcher says he doesn't know? Well, they'll get it in somehow. I know they will. It's a perfectly appropriate question. They're allowed to ask it. It's asked in every single case. And I'm sorry about setting off your A word. I'm sorry. Put it this way. The Crash Daddies, AKA our ARCA witnesses were paid something like in the area in the neighborhood of $250,000 by the federal government to do their accident reconstruction. It could be somewhere around there. I don't know, but let's just say. Let's just say, yeah. The used Lexus alone could be from 50 to 70K, says Hank Brennan's floating timeline. Thank you, Brog, for your super sticker. Thank you, Annie, for being here for 15 months, and we're almost there. We're getting there. Just hit the like button, Cupcakes, says Justin. Thank you. Lisa Marie in Tennessee says, go Buffs. My husband did his undergrad there before going to med school. Love watching you. Oh, thank you. Congratulations on marrying a doctor. Lisa, maybe you're a doctor too. But, you know, Colorado's awesome. Boulder is the best college town in America. Fight me. Fight me. You can pretend it's Amherst, but it's just not. Ginny loves you. I love you with all of my heart, Ginny. I love you with all of my heart. Grace says, aside from your personality, law experience, and community, it's your knowledge of the case and passion about Karen's innocence is what makes you number one for me. Thank you, Grace. Thank you. Thank you. I think I'm going to just become the like innocence project of YouTube because I can't cover cases that I'm only half interested in. When I do cover cases, it's because I am thoroughly interested in them and I feel like there's something unjust going on. And, you know, it's hard for me to cover a lot of cases because when I do cover a case, I want to know everything about it. And I don't want to just like brush the surface with you. Like I want to be knowledgeable. So I appreciate you, that you appreciate that. Thank you, Shannon. With one end's pink slip. Shannon with one end's pink slip says, I miss you. Can't handle this circus without you. Thank you. I feel loved. I feel loved today. Please explain why D thinks where BH Jeep was is NB. Josie Mojo from South Africa. Please explain why the defense thinks where Brian Higgins' Jeep was is, you're going to have to translate for me on the NB, is no bueno, is not, I don't know. I don't know what the whole purpose of putting Brian Higgins' Jeep where it was for Brian Higgins. But the only people who say it was there are Higgins, Jen McCabe, and maybe Matt McCabe. And I don't know that Matt's going to be called, and I don't know that Higgins is going to be called. But if Karen Reed backed up 60 feet at 24.2 miles an hour, she probably would have hit Higgins' Jeep. And also, the people in Ricky D'Antuano's car, a.k.a. Heather Maxson, and Ryan Nagel would have seen it, and they didn't see it either. Thank you, Josie Mojo. Just us for John O'Keefe. I saw you on the video with Larry. Been following you ever since. Oh, that's so awesome. I love that. You are awesome. So is Larry. Hope all is well. He's bearing hugs. Well, we're getting there. Thank you very much. But you know, that's what moms do. Moms drop everything and go where their kids are, wherever they are, whenever their kids need them. And that's what moms do. And if you know, you know. Thank you, Link 2019, for your super sticker. I appreciate you so much. Sue says, myself and others have searched and we cannot locate any payments to Aperture. From the Commonwealth to Aperture, I guess it would be public record, right? Could it be that those payments have not yet been made, Lamassus? Could it be that they won't make them until the end of the quarter? Which would be, I don't know what their fiscal year is, but it could be end of June. They were not hired until, I mean, he said October. Thank you, Sue. Commonwealth theory for a third trial. Karen's SUV is actually a Mike Tyson transformer. Tyson is infamous for his boxing and biting skills, which caused the facial and arm injuries. That's genius. Head wound is TBD. Well done. Well done to you. God save us from the Commonwealth. No. Heads everywhere. Does defense have to pay for the Lexus purchase? No. That is a Commonwealth expense. Their experts needed it. They got to be reimbursed.
All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready.
Thank you.
Back to the embarrassing redirect of the, quote, expert, Shannon. Enjoy. Thank you for being with me today.
Sir, when I asked you about your first report regarding the protocol, you told us October 10th, followed by your supplement on the 17th. You did not remember the day that you first received any information offered by Mr. DeSorga. Is there a document that may refresh your memory?
Yes, there is.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
I want you to read this. I just want you to look at it. You can look at any part of it.
Okay.
And look up when you're done, then I'll ask you a question.
Okay.
Does that refresh your memory the first time that you saw any information provided by Mr. DeSorga?
Yes, it does.
And when was that?
November 7th of 2024.
Before or after you recognized the megabit, megabyte oversight?
That would be after.
Oversight? No, that's a bold-faced idiocy. It's not a megabit oversight.
I
It's you're
want
an
to go
idiot.
back to where we were at before we went to lunch. You had described two text stream events. I want to focus on the first text stream event, and that is the text stream event relative to the three-point turn.
Okay.
You had described that there was a timestamp 154. Just to reacquaint us, can you very briefly tell us the significance of 154?
Sure. So GPS point 154 is a GPS point that occurs just before the three-point turn starts.
And why is it important to identify when that turn starts and when it ends?
Sure. So what we're specifically looking at comparing is the end of the three-point turn. That's going to be the text stream event ending, which is near the end of the three-point turn, as well as the end of the three-point turn as recorded in Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone.
Was it important to identify the beginning and end of that event to come to a conclusion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty regarding the variance between the text stream data and Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Yes, there was. So we can't say, we can pinpoint approximately when the three-point turn ends based on the GPS data. But best practice would be to use a range of time. So the range we're using is the time that the three-point turn starts to the time that the three-point turn ends.
Could we have from Mr. Burgess's PowerPoint number 41, please? Is this part of your presentation helpful in explaining the beginning and end point of that three-point turn?
It does. It does. So if you recall yesterday, the first heading change from a general north heading is depicted by that green shading circle.
Could you use your pointer, please?
Sure. Yes.
Ms. Gilman, can you enlarge just a little bit?
So again, this green circle is going to be the center of this circle is going to be the GPS point itself. That's going to be centered on the horizontal radius, which is the accuracy. So the green circle represents the 16-foot accuracy zone. The black arrow coming off in a northwestern direction is going to be the heading for that point. And then again, the yellow is going to be the approximately 8 seconds later when the heading changes again in a southerly direction. And then the GPS points after that also continue south with increasing speed.
What part of the three-point turn event does the green circle signify?
Sure. So that's going to be the approximate beginning of the three-point turn.
And that time?
That's going to be 12:23:59.
The yellow circle, what part of the three-point turn does that indicate?
Sure. So that's going to be approximately the end of the three-point turn. And that time is going to be 12:24:07.
Is there any correlation between the times in the green, the time difference between the green and yellow circle and the range you ultimately arrive at as far as the synchronization variance?
Yes. So that is what determines that range of 21 to 29 seconds.
This illustration or diagram where you've put the green circle, is that based on actual data?
Yes, that is based on actual data recorded by Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone.
That data, is it accurately reflected in this diagram?
Yes, it is. So again, the GPS point that is recorded within the iPhone, every point has a horizontal accuracy. And again, that horizontal accuracy is depicted by the green circle.
Is that level of precision used when you create this diagram?
Yes, it is.
Sure,
The
Dan.
yellow circle, is that
Sure.
specifically reflected in the data, or is that an estimate?
Sure. So that's specifically reflected in the data. So that is another GPS position that has been recorded by the iPhone. Again, with a horizontal accuracy, a timestamp, and a speed and heading.
How about the orange circles?
So the orange circles are are portions of the GPS positions leading up to this event. So if we went back one slide, you would see, it would zoom out, obviously, so a little bit harder to see. But essentially what we've done is I've removed the other orange circles representing GPS points heading north and the GPS points heading south after the 3-point turn. And I've just removed those for clarity to kind of clean up the map so it's easier to read.
On the left, text stream 11621. Remind us again where that information comes from?
Sure. So that's the text stream. That's the end of the text stream event for the 3-point turn. And that is based on the infotainment clock as well as that running timer from the airbag control module.
Does this diagram reflect the data that you reviewed to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes, it does.
In breaking down this timestamp 154 and getting into the minute detail of when it started and ended, one of your charts, does it also show it numerically?
Yes, it does.
Can we have number 40, please?
It's like bingo
Before we discuss
markers
this again,
on
where
that
did
map.
you get the information to put in this chart?
Sure. So this is coming from Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone. Specifically, it's coming from a SQLite database that is recording locations as he's using the Waze app to navigate.
Is the information in this chalk or diagram directly from the data?
It is directly from the data.
Is this accurate to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes, it is.
What about the time drift?
If we could zoom in just a little, we'll have to go left to right, Ms. Gilman. We start with the left. Timestamp 154. At what point in that 3-point turn does 154 represent on the left?
Yeah. So timestamp 12:23:58 or GPS point 154 is approximately 1 second before we see the heading change. If we could zoom out just a little bit.
Thank you,
A
Lynn.
little bit more. Yep. So we see the heading change represented in green. That's a heading change to 284. Before that, we've got a pretty consistent heading of 348 to 339. So that first heading change, as well as the drop in speeds, is indicative of a 3-point turn maneuver.
The latitude and longitude, did that assist you in making the diagram with the circles on it?
Yes, it did.
How so?
So the latitude and longitude are the center points for each GPS point, or the center point for each circle.
There's a green highlighted row and an orange highlighted row. What's the difference between the two?
Sure. So the green highlighted row is, again, the beginning, the approximate beginning of the 3-point turn. And the orange or the yellow is the approximate end of the 3-point turn.
And the time between the green and the orange lines?
Approximately 8 seconds.
Is that consistent with the range that you've shown for synchronization?
Yes, it is.
Point 21 or plus 21 and plus 29?
Yes, it is.
The inevitable variance that you found between the text stream data and between Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone, could you share with us to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty what that variance is?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Do you have an opinion about the time range in the synchronization between Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone data and the Lexus clock that shows the text stream data to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Objection, Your Honor, and appreciate an approach at the appropriate time.
Mm-hmm.
So answer that question, yes or no.
Sure.
What?
So yes, I can.
So I'll see you inside, Mr. Wilson.
Thank you.
3-point turn, whatever. They try to. Didn't the 3-point turn happen on the other street before they turned onto Fairview? Allegedly, if at all, if ever, when, if ever, the 3-point turn happened was on the street before they turned onto Fairview because they overshot the street, right? Thank you. Thank you for validating me. What a mess this is. What an absolute mess. Let's see who's in the press box. Christina Rex, Sue O'Connell, Ted Daniel, Matt Johnson from Core TV, and a couple of other people that I don't recognize. And we're back on real time. Before we get there, check this out. Don Cicchio's drawing of Mr. Burgess. Check that out. Follow him, Don Cicchio, aka Chris, on Twitter. I think is it Don Cicchio 74? Look at that. He's amazing. He's amazing. We love Don Cicchio. And that is a reference from The Godfather. Well done, right? Let me see if I can find his Twitter to put it up here for you. I think I have a banner with it. Many of you do not choose to wade in the cesspool of Twitter, but for those of you who do, here he is, at Don Cicchio 74. His name is Chris. He's an amazing artist, and he does watercolors and sketches, and he's done just about everybody involved in the Karen Reed trial, including me. Twice. I think I was in 2. So I am very, very, very honored. No, Jackie, they're not trying to say that Karen hit John O'Keefe during the 3-point turn, just that they're trying to, find some straws to grasp at and saying it happened a certain number of minutes before she actually hit him. And then he's even testified that a triggering event is not necessarily a collision. Could be just hitting your brakes, could be lots of things, but it certainly was not a pedestrian strike because John O'Keefe was not hit by a car. Car did not hit John O'Keefe because, physics, science, injuries, and all of that. Yes, exactly. Great point, Melanie Fox. Wait, why are they using his iPhone data to show his direction and orientation, but it's not accurate enough to say he went in the house, right? Right. But he did go in the house because Ian Whiffen said so. Said that he walked however many steps, I think it was 36 steps toward the house. And it was 80-something feet. And he tried to use metric to try and confuse people, but some people know how to do the calculations because in metric, it sounds like it's less, right? You say it was 24 meters instead of, 80 feet. Sounds like less, but that's all there is. Karina said that Annie Lee said she's going to be in court. I think she said tomorrow. Oh, okay, I don't know if she's there today. I just think that she was with Will this morning in a car. And I thought I saw Will in there, and you guys said that he hurt his knee. And right, Law Junkie 33. How did Karen connect to the Wi-Fi only 3 minutes later? It's impossible. It can't make sense because it doesn't make sense because John O'Keefe was not hit by a car. Timbo Plymouth says if you run a GPS on your computer and get it to plot position over time, it can vary a huge amount, and I've had it track directly north and back again over 100 feet. Yeah. Ted Daniel finally got in, says prosecute. Yep, looks that way. My Ring video stopped working on that night, says my husband's a doctor that testifies as a medical expert with numerous expertise and is appalled by what is happening here. Disgusting. Yes. Any professional who does this for a living is, unless they're lying to themselves or their audience, Josie Mojo, NB equals important. Maybe defense thinks Officer John O'Keefe hit his head against Brian Higgins' plow. Jennifer McCabe, insistent Jeep by postbox, end of driveway. When Nagel said no other cars in the road, sus. I don't think the defense thinks that John O'Keefe hit his head against the plow. Do you mean maybe Brendan thinks that? Or maybe the Commonwealth thinks that? Because it's not really part of the defense's theory at all that the Jeep with the plow on it was even there. Thank you for explaining. I think the bubble pop sound, it sounds like bubble wrap, but it's the binders opening and closing, I think, unless it's the judge's highlighter cap. That could be possible. That stutter could be possible.
Can we go back to slide 40, please? In reaching your conclusion about the variance between the defendant's Lexus as contained in the text stream as it relates to Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone, was stamp 154, timestamp 154, part of your analysis?
Yes, it was part of my analysis.
Was the running clock on the text stream data part of your analysis?
Yes, it was part of my analysis.
What else was part of your analysis?
Sure. So in addition to the location data, including the GPS 154, that would be the running clock for the text stream data, as well as the infotainment clock from the Lexus.
How does the running clock correlate with the text stream data and with the time on Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone?
Sure. So they correlate. So the running clock and the infotainment clock are used to create that timestamp for the text stream events 1 and 2. And then comparing those to the iPhone, we can adjust and get a clock variance for those.
Did you come to a conclusion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty about the variance range between the defendant's Lexus and its clock system and Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Yes, I did.
And to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, what is that variance that is needed to identify for synchronization?
Oh,
That is 21 to 29 seconds.
That's a big swing, 21 to 29 seconds. Every second counts here, sir. Every second counts.
We now have number 43. Did you create this diagram?
I did, yes.
When comparing the text stream event, the backing maneuver, to Mr. O'Keefe's clock on his phone, do you recognize the different timestamps on each device?
Yes, I do.
When you are trying to synchronize them, what do you do? What is the base? Do you start with the text stream event and you add, or do you start with Mr. O'Keefe's phone and subtract?
Sure. So we could do it either way because we're wanting to compare this against other events that happened or occurred on Mr. O'Keefe's phone. We're going to adjust the text stream clock or the Lexus clock to Mr. O'Keefe's clock. But you could do it either way.
The window that is depicted on this diagram, this is not the 3-point turn?
No, this is not the 3-point turn.
Which event?
Here's another problem, okay? The actual reverse event, key cycle 1162, that happened in the Reed's driveway in Dighton. John O'Keefe's phone was already in custody at that point, and there was no data, or shouldn't have been any data on John O'Keefe's phone at that time, right? 4:15 in the afternoon or so on January 29th. And so there would be no data for that to sync up with. So this man is trying to reverse engineer a different problem, in my opinion. Right? Of course, right.
Event is this?
This is going to be the backing maneuver.
The green, what does that green depict?
Sure. So the green depicts the range of time that this text stream event ended. So based on our range of 21 to 29 seconds and applying that, adding that to the Lexus clock, we get a adjusted time of 12:32:04 to 12:32:12. and that's going to be the approximate end time of text stream event 1162.2.
Now, again, the text stream data has a limit on the amount of time available?
Can you rephrase your question?
Sure. You said a window is captured during a triggering event?
Sure, yes. So there is a window that's captured during the triggering event.
And what is that window? How much time?
Sure. So from the text stream trigger, there's 5 seconds before and 5 seconds after.
Can an event be longer than that 10-second window?
Yes, it can.
And in this case, do you know at the end of this reconciled event at 12:32:12, do you know from your study what direction the defendant's car was traveling at 12:32:12?
It would have been traveling in reverse.
And at 12:32:12, do you know how fast the defendant's Lexus was traveling at 12:32:12?
I do not recall.
Oh, well, that's important to this whole case. So we know it was
Mr.
24.2 miles an
O'Keefe's
hour.
last user
He doesn't even know that.
interaction with his phone at 12:32:09. Where does that fall within the 10-second window that was captured by the text stream data?
Sure. So that falls within that 8-second window. So again, the text stream event ends somewhere between 12:32:04 and 12:32:12. But that does not represent that the backing maneuver has ended. Just the recorded data has ended.
And in your review, do you have around this time any other movement of Mr. O'Keefe's phone after 12:32:16?
I did not look at that specifically.
Oh,
It was
well.
my understanding that Mr. Whiffen looked at that.
To a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, did both these events, the last user interaction and the window captured on the reconciled data for the text stream, happen around the same time?
Yes, they did.
I have no further questions.
Congratulations on achieving nothing
We can approach again for me.
during that redirect. Oh, are we going to have a recross? All right. So, I was a little in and out yesterday. Please tell me, friends, chat, whether or not anyone has been able to show that this event, this SIM card data that they apparently didn't know about the first time, chip off, chip on, whatever, does it actually have timestamps on it? Or are we just creating timestamps based on his improper putting together of the phone data and the Lexus data? Does the Lexus data itself have any timestamps and date stamps on it? Please tell me. BN Trouble 31, I know you're here. Are there any timestamps at all, or are they just sort of making it up? No timestamps, right? The way they made this sound, these twidiots, when they were putting this out into the universe, that it's going to show exactly that exactly what time Karen hit him. It's going to show that this text stream data is going to sync them. Yeah, it doesn't, right? There's no time and date or any GPS data of where exactly the car was at that time, right? I'm not missing anything, am I? Because I'm really confused. The answer rhymes with no, this karma dharma, and that's amazing. So there's really no, the Lexus data specifically on that SIM card or whatever doesn't have any timestamps or location data on it, right? Okay, just want to make sure that I'm not missing anything. Nobody has any idea. If it does, they're hiding it. I don't even know what to say at this point. Yeah, I wonder why Jackson and Karen didn't go to sidebar. Maybe they're like, yeah, we're done here. There's nothing much to say. That girl says the ME and ER doctor did not state a motor vehicle accident happened. That does it for me. Well, the ME said no car accident. The ER doctor, Dr. Rice, did I miss his testimony? Did he testify yesterday while I was in and out? Because I don't know if he's testified yet. But the medical examiner who did the autopsy said, no, I can't say there was a car accident, because I did look for injuries related to a car accident and I just couldn't find them. Couldn't find them. Irene Squirty Bello said, thanks, Fat Girl, for your super chat. LW, thank you for your super sticker. Welcome, Just Us for John O'Keefe. And that girl also says, how about the routers in their area? Wi-Fi, satellite radio, Lexus in the area. You can adjust the time of the Lexus model, but not their satellite diagnostics. Bam. Right. Right. Massachusetts says, Hank is keeping this guy on the stand for so long, it can't be sitting well with the jury. I'd be insulted. Read the room, Hank. Why should I care? Why should I care? He was proven at the outset to be a liar, so who's listening to anything else? That girl says, why didn't they plug the Lexus into their diagnostic system? JLo 5, I was in Canton this weekend, did the drive from Fairview to Meadows Impossible in 4 minutes. Took me 7 to 8 minutes. Waterfall is so small. John 100% heard Brian Higgins. Oh, that's interesting. Because the band was packing up, right? The band was not even playing at that time. You are correct. Thank you, Nay. Just like Proctor, Burgess is Another One Bites the Dust. Another One Bites the Dust. Yes, I think that's in the playlist by Queen. Thank you. JJ says the one thing no amount of money can buy is time. Truth. Truth, JJ. Did Proctor have John O'Keefe's phone at the Reed's house? I don't know. Says, I crush on Alessi more every day. It's a great point. It's a great point. We don't really know because everything in this case is spun. Spun. There's Will sitting in the front row. Will DeGlara. He does have a cane. Look at that. He's sitting next to Mrs. Reed. Mrs. Reed always has mints with her. It's not an insult. She just has mints all the time. She's always passing out mints. Oh, and there is Annie Elise in the back row next to Kelly Reed. Hang on, just in case. I spy Annie Elise. Watch. See? Right there, next to Kelly Reed, back row, Nathan, Kelly, Annie Elise from 10 to Life. Been a big fan of hers for a long, long time. Love her. And there's my favorite court officer right next to Mr. Reed. Love her so much. She was in the Turk sentencing the other day. She's the best. I need her name because I want to shout her out. She was cracking up during May the 4th be with you, and she's my idol. How many more Commonwealth witnesses? Well, this is number 35, as Court TV has pointed out to us, number 35 of the court Commonwealth.
Your Honor, I move into evidence the following pages from Mr. Burgess's PowerPoint presentation. Move into evidence page 41. I move into evidence page 40. And I move into evidence page 43.
Okay, allowed.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Praise be.
Right.
Under her eye.
Once we get these marked, I'll be-
Praise Kier. Persephone. How many Commonwealth witnesses till we find out John was hit by a car? All of them. And maybe then we still won't know. Hi, Dawn Marie. Hi, Dawn Marie.
192 AB.
Dawn Marie is an OG
Right.
Duty Ron mod.
Ready, Mr. Leslie.
She was with me in the very beginning of my start when I would guest host Duty Ron when Ed Wallace was away on secret assignment. That was fun, wasn't it?
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
So we're doing recross? Okay.
Mr. Burgess, between the time you left the witness stand yesterday until this moment, have you talked to anyone about this case?
No, sir, I have not.
Has a filing ever been made in any court in which your educational background has been misrepresented?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Pardon me?
Not that I'm aware of.
I bet he's got receipts on this. Alessi does nothing without receipts. Oh, he's got something. He's like, oh, really? What about this?
Did I understand that you're based out of the Aperture office in Texas?
Yes, I am.
And
Ruh-roh.
have you Are you aware of a case in the United States District Court, Eastern District of Texas, Marshall Division, titled Jeffrey Glover and Teresa Glover versus Graphic Packaging International, LLC? Are you familiar with that case?
Yes, I am.
And is it correct that in that case, well, tell me how you are participating in that case, sir?
So I'm no longer participating in that case. So if
I
I
am not
believe
no longer.
correctly, that would have been a accident reconstruction case from, I don't recall, a year or two ago.
And so it was a case that you did participate in, correct?
Yes, I did.
And what was your role in that case?
Sure. So my role in that case was an accident reconstructionist.
And
Wait a second. Wait a
did
second.
you
I'm sorry. Hold on.
provide any test?
Didn't he say that he is not an accident reconstructionist? That he only does forensic cell phone data and text stream data? He did say that on direct and on cross, and now this is recross. He said he's not an accident reconstructionist. Don't spoil it if you've seen this somewhere like Twitter.
In that case was an accident reconstructionist.
And
It was
did
today?
you provide any testimony, deposition, or otherwise in that case?
No, I did not.
Did you, in that particular case, there were, like all cases, filings made, correct?
I'm sure there were, yes.
Oh, pregnant pause. I love the pregnant pause. Hold on, we can speed up. Let him sweat. Just let him sweat for a couple of seconds more. The best.
A document marked.
Okay, here we go.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I would like to have a document marked as the next exhibit for identification,
Okay.
please.
Exhibit EEE for ID.
EEE for extra, extra, extra bullshit. Oh, sorry. Sorry, nail salon patrons. Funny how they couldn't cross
May I
Jessica
present the
Hyde
witness, Your Honor?
in this fashion, wasn't it?
Mr. Burgess, I am showing you a document which has been marked as Exhibit EEE for identification, and I'd ask that you take a look at it, sir. Your Honor, may I remain here?
Sure. As
Thank
long
you.
as you stand back a little bit.
Exactly, yes. Thank you, Your Honor. I'll take it even farther.
But we need a 2-shot, so stay there for a minute so I can use it for my thumbnail tomorrow. Hold on. There we go. That's a 2-shot. That's what I want.
Yes.
Mr. Burgess, with regard to Exhibit EEE, do you recognize the second page, and do you recognize any stamping at the top of each of those pages?
Yes, I do.
And can you describe what that stamping is?
Sure. So that is stamping for a file date
A court
of 8/7/2023.
file with the
And
court.
is that a stamping of a federal court?
That I'm not sure.
I mean,
If I were to show you a document, might a document refresh your recollection as to whether
Sure.
federal court is
Exhibit
hella strict.
EEE is a filing in a federal court?
Yes.
May I, Your Honor?
Sure.
I am showing you,
Did you show those to Mr. Brennan? as well?
thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah, federal court's hella
I
strict.
believe I did, but I want to make sure.
And just let me know if we need to move.
We will, Your Honor.
Oh, look at her smile. She's smiling.
Can I mark each of
Yes.
these for identification? They're,
Yep.
let me just get
Is
one.
She's
first.
taking a little pleasure in this, the judge. I don't know. I'm confused. She's taking a little pleasure in the impeachment and the continued destruction of the credibility of this witness. I don't know.
It is, so it can be marked as one document for identification.
What say you? You can't make this up. You just can't.
FFFYD.
FFF, you know what that stands for.
Over you, sir.
Yes.
Thank you. Sir, I am showing you what has been marked as Exhibit FFF for identification and ask whether or not this document can refresh your recollection as to whether the court filing that you reviewed in Exhibit EEE is indeed a federal court.
Yes, it is.
So
Look at the judge swinging her glasses around, not a care in the world. Watch, look.
that document refreshes your recollection that what has been filed is represented in EEE as a filing in a federal court, correct, sir?
Correct.
Now, what I'd like to do is to draw your attention to the
Oh, she just looked at
second page of this exhibit.
Brennan.
Is that a curriculum vitae of you and a picture of you?
Yes, it is.
And sir, under education,
Objection.
I would,
Oh, look at that.
Stays.
Look at that smile. Ugh. Ugh. Okay, I'm taking this back because I want to see you look at what may be. It's hard. Oh, that's a great freeze frame too. It's hard because we don't know if she's looking exactly at Brennan, but here's my guess. Take a look. Watch the judge specifically here. There's right there.
Second page of this exhibit, is that a curriculum vitae of you and a picture of you?
Yes, it is.
And sir, under education,
Objection.
Again.
I would,
The objections
Teeth.
stays.
do you,
Do you want to bring it over? We can take
I
it
will,
over.
Your Honor.
No.
I
Do
will.
not give him
Just feel
a
free to stir nothing
pause.
strange.
Remember, she did not allow this same type of cross-examination on Jessica Hyde, who also had issues with her credibility, or actually, it was the court that found Jessica Hyde unqualified to testify as an expert, pursuant to a Daubert hearing, I believe, in some state like Maryland. She wouldn't let that in. But this is something that was actually filed in federal court. And it's a big problem. It's a big problem. Let's see what she does with it. See what she does with it. Oh boy. I mean, did you ever think it would be this good or worse than it has been so far? Lynn says, I love you, stop. I love that you stop and explain points during the trial, especially when it confirms my thoughts. Indeed, God save us from the Commonwealth. Thank you, Lynn. Angie's been here for 2 months and says, are there any new motions? Sending love from North Carolina. I didn't see any in my inbox. Doesn't mean that they're not there. Justice for John O'Keefe says, update, Texas is revoking Shannon's citizenship. Thank you, Tony, for becoming a member. And collusion, not collusion. Collusion, not collision. Does the jury understand the 1162 number? I don't even know yet. Has anybody given an in-depth, full-throated explanation of key cycles yet? I don't think so. But you can correct me if I'm wrong. As always, we're very collaborative here. But I don't think key cycles have been explained to the jury yet. Not in a full-throated way. Hannah, Brennan has the same integrity as his witness, Burgess, i.e. zero integrity. Loudmouth says, when our queen says we stream at 10, we wait because trial is not the same without you. Oh, that's sweet. Thank you. Not sure who you bribed, but please tell me that person. They made 12,000 people happy. Oh, yeah. At the front desk, I had to get the secret password for the super fast internet because when I was testing it out last night, it was not going to allow me to stream. And you know, when I've traveled, sometimes it doesn't work out and we have to abort. Bobby T says, may the Lord open. May the Lord open. Praise Kier under her eye and all that good stuff. Jane, how can anyone take any of this testimony seriously when he's a proven fraud? Free Karen, justice for John O'Keefe. 100% Jane, 100%. Amy in Arizona, a consultant serving as an expert witness should have an insurance license as required by state regulations. Love your channel. Thanks for all you do. Thank you, Amy, for watching. I know this is your first time out with this trial, and
approach again, Your Honor? Thank you.
I hope you're as outraged as we are.
Mr. Burgess, I'm going to have to be a little close in
Sure.
proximity. Bear with me, please. What I would like to do, sir, is to put before you again Exhibit FF for identification and Exhibit EE for identification. And what I would like to do is to ask you some questions, sir, with regard to the process in the case.
Okay.
Are you aware, or do you recall in this litigation that, as typical in litigation, including federal courts, that as part of the litigation process, the parties have to designate their expert witnesses? Are you aware generally of that process?
Generally, yes.
Yes. And have you participated in the documents that need to be prepared for an attorney or a party to prepare documents and submit them to a court to establish the designation of expert witnesses?
No, I have not.
And so you have never participated or never been aware of a process like this?
No, I'm aware of a process, and that process goes through other staff members
Okay, so it goes through other staff members where?
at Aperture.
Right.
Correct.
Are you aware that that process is occurring, even though it may be done by other staff at Aperture?
Yes, I am.
And in this instance, you were aware in this litigation that staff at Aperture needed to submit documents in support of an expert witness designation, correct? Even though you may not have done it yourself, you were aware that some person or persons at Aperture were performing that process, correct?
Correct.
And they were performing that process so that you
Oops.
could be designated as an expert witness in that case,
I
correct?
forget what I
Correct.
said.
And so you were aware of the process, you were aware they had to submit documents that would establish your qualifications as an expert in
Oh, I know what I said. It was just a joke. I said, it's the Shaggy defense. Like, it wasn't me. It wasn't me. I got people who do that. People do that, not me. It wasn't me.
the case so that you could be designated as an expert witness, correct?
Correct.
And now specifically with regard to Exhibit EEE for identification with these court filings, etc., even though you may not have done it yourself, were you aware that this document, which is EEE, was submitted as part of the expert designation process we were talking about?
Not this specific document, no.
Were you aware that a CV was needed to be submitted on your behalf as part of the designation process?
Yes.
So you were aware a CV had to be submitted, but you're saying you don't recall this specific one being submitted?
It wasn't me.
Correct.
It wasn't
Does
me.
the timestamp up at the top of each page of Exhibit EEE, including this page that is your CV, match the timestamp, or is it different from the timestamp at the top of Exhibit FFF?
No, that is the same.
So it's exactly the same.
Yes.
And have you been involved in processes in courts where your qualifications, including your CV, have had to be submitted to courts to establish a designation as an expert witness?
Yes.
And can you conclude from these documents, including the timestamps, that the submission that was made to the court to establish your status and as an expert witness consisted of Exhibits FFF and EEE?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that. Were you aware of that?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point, I move EEE and FFF into evidence.
You need one more step, Mr.
Oh, you need one more step, Mr. Alessi.
And sir, do EEE and FFF fairly and accurately represent the submission of documents in support of a designation of expert witness in this case?
Yes, as far as I can tell.
Your Honor, I offer these two into evidence.
I'm going to allow it over
Thank you, Teresa.
here. Yes, come on up. Bring those, please, Mr.
Yes,
Alessi.
Your Honor.
He's a lying liar who lies, and his pants are on fire. And good thing the Dedham Fire Department is close by so they can come out and put the fire out in his pants. That's all I got to say. But this needs to come in. This is a federal court filing in which I surmise he also lied about his qualifications and his bachelor's degree. And a little discomfort on the O'Keefe side of the courtroom right now. We're at 99,400 right now. We're getting there, you guys. We're getting there. Hit the subscribe button. It's free. Just calling it like I see it, Kathy. Yeah, filing false documents in federal court. I don't know if there's a charge there, but it's not good, especially not good for Aperture. I would say that their expert witness business is pretty much all but done at this point. Yes, Fat Girl, this is how a genius does his work. Smiles, well done. Girl, well done. Donna's Banana Bread says, I hope no one's drinking a shot every time Burgess says, sure. Frog Boiling, the sequel, says Hannah. Shannon about to get dog walked again. Thanks, Hannah.
You have reapproach, Your Honor.
Yes.
Oh, his face is so red right now. Come look at Shannon's face. Oh my gosh. It looks like he got a major sunburn. He's like a lobster. He's like a lobster.
We'll have to stand here again, Mr.
Sure.
Burgess. So what I would like to do, Your Honor, at this time is to offer into evidence Exhibit E, and Exhibit F for identification.
As one exhibit?
As one exhibit.
All right, we'll do that.
And that would be the order.
Exhibit 193.
I like butter with your lobster.
May I hand it to the?
Yes.
Wicked good lobster.
Mr. Burgess, I am handing you what is now in evidence as Exhibit 193. I would like to draw your attention to the fourth page, which is your CV. And further, if I could, sir, draw your attention to the category of education, where it says BGS. Is it correct that there you state Bachelor of General Science in Mathematics and Business Administration, University of Alabama - Birmingham, Alabama, comma, 2024? Did I read that correctly?
You did read that correctly. And this was
Wow, 2024. He said he got his bachelor's in something called General Science and Mathematics and in University of Alabama. I don't even think that they have that major, but we're going to find out. Hang on.
filed in 2023.
Understood. So now what I'd like to do, Your
It was in the
Honor,
future.
is
It said it was in the future.
Ma'am, keep this for a moment, Your Honor. Give it to the witness as needed. Thank you.
He was getting his
With Your Honor's
bachelor's in the future.
permission, I would like to publish a document that is already in evidence.
Okay.
Actually, there may be two, 183 and 184. Let's start with 183. Let's expand it. And then, Mr. Wolf, do we have what has just been to publish as well? So what I'd like to do is to publish first, with the court's permission, Exhibit 193 that we were just talking about, so the jury can see what has been the subject of discussion. And sir, if you, Mr. Wolk, if you could just enlarge, all we need is the education section. Now, Mr. Burgess, as I heard it correctly in questions from Mr. Brennan, you answered the question that whether you had ever filed a document that misstated your educational background in a court. Do you recall that question asked of you?
Yes, I did.
And your answer was no, correct, sir?
Correct.
So let's look at this document, which we've just gone through, was filed in federal court in the United States District Court, Eastern District of Texas, Marshall Division, which is a federal court. And attached to it is your CV. And in the line of education, it lists under BGS, Bachelor of General Science in Mathematics and Business Administration, University of Alabama, Birmingham, Alabama 2024. You see that, sir?
I do, yes.
Now, you stated, and now what I'd like to do is is there any qualification whatsoever in that line, that reference to BGS, qualifications at all, explanation, sir? Is there anything?
I don't know what you mean.
It's just a statement, right? There's words there. There's nothing after it that explains what's intended, correct?
Correct.
Now, what I'd like to do, Your Honor, is to go to what was filed in this case, which is in evidence, and we'll go to 183 and then 184.
Oh, dear.
Now,
Bad day. It's a bad day.
in what has been filed in this case, there is a currently pursuing at the end after University of Alabama - Birmingham, Alabama, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Let's go back, please, to Exhibit 193. There is no currently pursuing there, is there, sir?
Oh,
There
dear.
is not, but that was filed in 2023, so that would be an expected graduation date of 2024.
No,
Okay,
not
so
the way it works.
It
Not the
was,
way it
this
works.
document was filed in 2023. However, there's nothing in this document that in any way leads the reader to believe anything other than the degree is obtained on 2024, correct?
Correct.
So the only way somebody in the court system or a judge or a jury would know anything about this is to have to know about court filing dates, correct? I'll ask it another way, Mr. Burgess. You know how to write. Let's go back to 183 and 184.
You can't make this up. You couldn't have scripted this any better. You couldn't have. Just
You
couldn't have.
know how to write currently pursuing on your CV, correct?
Correct.
And writing currently pursuing lets the reader know that you don't have that degree, correct?
Objection.
In that form, sustained.
You intend by writing currently pursuing, don't you, sir, that anybody reads this to know that you do not have a bachelor degree, correct?
Correct.
Now let's go back to what you filed in what was filed in federal court in that case. And it does not have the words currently pursuing, correct?
It does not.
So the reader, so it doesn't have that verbiage, correct?
Correct.
This is the gift
So
that keeps
isn't it
giving.
the correct answer that you did file a document, your CV, in this federal court case that misstates the status of a Bachelor of Science in Mathematics and Business Administration?
Objection.
Sustained.
Excuse me, Your Honor.
He does misstate it because it's in the future. It doesn't say anticipated, and quite frankly, that case might not have been tried until after 2024, and so nobody
You
would know.
stated again, sir, that you have not filed a document that misstates your educational background, correct?
Correct.
And the last time I'll cover it, you know how to put currently pursuing on anything to do with a Bachelor of Science, correct?
Correct.
A Bachelor of General Science in Mathematics and Business Administration does not exist as an offered degree
Doesn't
at
exist.
the University of Alabama, Birmingham, does it?
Sure. So that is an error. Clearly,
Another
BGS stands for Bachelor's of General Studies, and that should have a with minor in mathematics and business administration.
Tell that
What
to the
is
federal court.
clear from that document that BGS stands for a Bachelor of General Studies? What is clear in that document about the definition of that acronym?
That is a known acronym.
Tell it to the federal court.
Let's go back to Bachelor of General Science in Mathematics and Business Administration. That degree does not exist. It is not offered at the University of Alabama, Birmingham, correct?
No, that is not.
So therefore, an incorrect statement about your educational background was filed in a federal court in Texas, correct?
Yes, it was.
That's it, Mr. Alessi? You
Yes.
don't- Okay.
Yeah, that's enough of a skewering for today.
The document that the attorney just showed you, did you submit that to the federal court?
No, I did not.
Did you ever see that document before it was filed?
No, I did not.
The document says 2024 for a degree. Is there a presumption whether you had it or expected it if that document was filed in 2023?
Yes, there is.
And what is the presumption if it was
The-
filed in 2023?
Objection, Your Honor, respect.
So presumption,
Well,
well, strike that.
okay. He asked if there was any designation to make it clear. If it says 2020, if it was filed in 2023, and it says 2024, what was your expectation at that time as far as your degree?
That I would complete my degree in 2024.
When you didn't complete your degree in 2024 as you expected, did you then change your CV
Yes, I did.
to accurately reflect the change in your status?
Yes, I did.
And what did you change it to?
Currently pursuing.
Why didn't you finish your degree in 2024?
Sure. So
Objection, Your Honor, still.
No, I'm going to allow.
It doesn't matter. Oh, really? You're going to allow it?
as most
Of
people
course
can
you are.
probably relate, work, family, and life many times get in the way. So as a personal objective, I would like to finish my bachelor's, but again, work and life gets in the way.
I would like
Did
to have
you
a
ever-
medical degree, but I don't put that on my curriculum vitae. I would like to have a lot of things that I don't put on my resume. This is insane that she's allowing this, but okay, it makes them look worse in my opinion.
Represent to a court that you had a degree that you didn't earn.
No, I have not.
He asked you a number of questions about this 2023 filing, but didn't ask you any questions about the data. Is your opinion regarding the data
Objection.
change in any way
Outside the scope.
in light of his questions about a 2023 filing that you didn't file and someone filed on your behalf?
Objection, Your Honor.
The objection is sustained. I'm going to strike that question.
No further.
All right, Mr. Burgess, you are all set.
Thank you.
You are all set. You will never testify in any court of law ever again, and the federal court might have something to say to you. Is it a felony? I don't know. I don't know if it's a felony if somebody asked that question. Filing false documents? I don't know. In Texas, is that a felony? Fraud, fraud, fraud. So much fraud. Let's see.
I'd like to play a
Oh,
number of
clips.
clips. I can begin
Sure.
with clip 23.
This is defendant's interview with Gretchen Voss, June 20th, 2023.
So we approach from the north, we actually missed the turn. And John says to me, it's Fairview, we just passed it, it's back there, it's on my left. I said, all right, so I pull nose into a driveway and back out onto the street, which I now own as Cedar Crest, and then come from the north onto Fairview.
There's
Like
the
the next
three-point
play,
turn.
clip 25.
That was the three-point turn on Cedar Crest. Well, there's no title card, so we don't know what this is from. Oh, ID Defendant's interview with ID docuseries June 15th, 2024.
At 12:41, I leave a voicemail to John, where you can clearly, and this will probably be played on Monday, you can clearly hear me pull into John's garage. You can hear my car sensors beeping as I come close to the sides of the garage. And then you hear the car go off, and then you hear the slight ding, ding, ding as I open the door, shut the door. I have high heels on that night. You hear me walk in, go into the stairs up into the kitchen, shut the door. You hear me walk in the kitchen. It's like a full minute long. That's at 12:41.
So Karen says it's at 12:41
Finally,
when she was
clip
in the house.
24.
Are they going to rely on her or the actual data? Defendant's interview with ID docuseries April 13th, 2024.
I do. I mean, I'll tell you, John and I argued the morning of the 28th, Friday morning. So we think he died right around 12:25, 12:30 on the early morning of January 29th.
Wait a second. I want to hear that again. Hold on.
I do. I mean, I'll tell you, John and I argued the morning of the 28th, Friday morning. So we think he died right around 12:25, 12:30 on the early morning of January 29th.
We think he died 12:25 to 12:30 on January 29th, and they argued that morning on the 28th about Dunkin' Donuts iced coffee for the niece. Okay, big deal.
Thank you. I have these for submission of evidence, Ron.
194. The next witness, Ms. Lally.
Yes, sir. On call Miss Christina Hanley to the stand.
Lally's back.
Step up, face the clerk and raise your right hand.
You solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury in the case now hearing to be the truth.
Good afternoon. Ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury, spelling your last name for the court?
Sure. I'm Christina Hanley. Hanley is Hanley.
And Ms. Hanley, what do you do for work?
I am a forensic scientist 3 at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory in the Trace Arson and Explosives Unit.
And where did you go to school?
I went to, I had received my Bachelor of Science in Chemistry with a concentration in forensics from Merrimack College.
And do you have any other degrees?
I do not.
Now, following your education, where did you first go to work?
I began working at the State Police Crime Lab in 2008 in the Drug Identification Unit. And in 2009, I transferred into the Trace Unit. And in 2017, I was promoted from a Forensic Scientist 2 to a Forensic Scientist 3 in the Trace Arson and Explosives Unit.
Could I ask you please to speak up, please?
Ms. Hanley, if it helps, that microphone is adjustable, so if you could get it as close to you as possible, that would be great. Thank you. The Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory where you work, is that accredited?
Yes, it is.
And by whom?
We are accredited by ANAB.
And what does ANAB stand for?
ANAB stands for ANSI National Accreditation Board.
And what does ANSI stand for?
Sorry, I can't remember exactly what ANSI stands for. I apologize.
That's okay. As part of that accreditation process, do you undergo any sort of proficiency testing?
Yes, I do.
And can you explain to the jury what that proficiency testing process consists of?
Sure. So proficiency tests are a quality assurance measure that's used to monitor performance. And I'm required to complete at least one external proficiency test per year, where I'm authorized to do casework in multiple subdisciplines in my unit. I typically complete more than one proficiency test per year.
And what areas do you specifically undergo proficiency testing in?
Sure. So I'm authorized to do casework in multiple subdisciplines in trace. So I complete proficiency tests in the subdisciplines of hairs, paint, fibers, glass, tape, and serial number restoration and physical match examinations.
And generally speaking, what is entailed in those proficiency testing that you're given multiple times a year?
It's provided by an external company that provides the proficiency test, and I'm required to successfully complete one of those proficiency tests per year.
Now, have you successfully completed each of those proficiency tests that you've taken?
Yes, I have.
Now, what type of training or continuing education have you undergone at the State Police Crime Laboratory?
Sure. So I had internal training as well as external training. The internal training consisted of I had to complete required readings. I was required to complete some laboratory exercises, learn how to utilize the instrumentation in the lab.
Boring. GV and Allison both pointed out that he testified yesterday that he had never testified in federal court, and that may be true. He may never have testified in federal court. The case may have settled or something else might have happened, but he did, or someone did, file his CV in federal court, and that was the actual point there. So just want to clarify that for you guys.
Observed other analysts in the unit working on casework. I was also required to complete a written exam as well as a competency test, and in addition to that, a mock trial.
Now, you mentioned earlier in the testimony you're a forensic scientist 3 currently, is that correct?
That's correct.
And what is the difference, or can you explain the difference to the jury between a forensic scientist 2 versus a forensic scientist 3?
Sure. So forensic scientist 2 is essentially just like a bench chemist who their primary role or responsibility is casework. A forensic scientist 3 does casework, but in addition is also a unit supervisor.
Now, what does the trace unit do or examine within the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab?
Sure. So I'm responsible for examining and comparing trace items that, for example, such as paint, glass, fibers, hairs, tape, miscellaneous items. I also perform serial number restorations on firearms and physical match examinations.
And what are your general duties and responsibilities within the trace unit within the lab?
So I'm responsible for the general operation of the unit. I train other forensic scientists within the unit. I also complete technical and administrative reviews of casework. And I also complete my own casework in the trace disciplines that I previously mentioned.
Now, Ms. Hanley, you as a supervisor, you review other analysts' work within the trace unit, correct?
Yes, I do.
And who reviews your work for any sort of trace analysis that you do?
So depending on what the subdiscipline, some of the casework that I'm authorized to do work in, it needs to be technically reviewed by an external technical reviewer because I'm the only one within my unit that can do certain types of casework currently. So we have to utilize an external technical reviewer at this time.
Now, with reference to physical match analysis, can you explain to the jury first, just in general terms, how is that analysis performed?
Sure. So when I receive an item, I take that item into my custody, and I document it with photographs, and I make observations and take notes, and then I'll examine the items microscopically, and I will do any comparison work to determine if there is or is not a physical match between items.
Now, that physical match analysis within the trace unit at the state lab, is that general work supported by any sort of scientific principle or methodology that you're aware of?
Yes.
Let me ask you this. Are you familiar with something called the Lockhart exchange principle?
Yes. So the Lockhart exchange principle, it's kind of the foundation or basis of trace analysis. It is a principle that states that when two objects or two items come into contact with each other, there is an exchange of material.
Now, with reference to your workspace, what is it that you do to your bench between your examination of separately packaged items?
Sure. So the bench top, as well as the tools that I'm going to use, are all cleaned with a bleach solution. And once that's done, there's a clean piece of paper that's put down on the bench, and that's done in between looking at different items.
And why is it that you do that in between looking at different items?
That's done to prevent any cross-contamination.
Now, you've alluded a little bit earlier in your testimony, but on what types of evidence can you perform a physical match analysis?
Sure. So physical match examination can be conducted with many different types of material. For example, plastics, glass, tape, etc.
Now, when evidence is submitted to your lab, how is it kept track of throughout its stay at the lab?
Sure. So when evidence is submitted to the laboratory, the case information is put into our LIMS system, which stands for Laboratory Information Management System.
And once it's assigned that number, how is it sort of tracked as it progresses through the different units within the lab?
Sure. So the unique case number that's assigned to the case is tracked within the system. It's referred to as the chain of custody. So items of evidence will get scanned depending on where their location is, and the LIMS system keeps track of all of that. So we know exactly where an item is.
So when you take an item or you receive an item to be tested, can you explain to the jury what you do to begin your analysis?
Sure. So when an item gets scanned into my custody, after I've prepped my area to examine the item, I scan that item into my custody, and I will document that item with photographs. I will make notes of my observations. I will examine the item microscopically. If needed, I'll proceed with sampling and possibly additional microscopic examination and instrumental analysis.
Now, specifically starting with items of glass, when you take an item of glass to conduct a comparative analysis, generally speaking, what is the process for conducting such an examination of glass?
So it'd be the same process that I just mentioned. I would take that item, take photos, make any observations. I would proceed with, first I would check to see if there's any physical match comparisons, and then if needed, I would take any samples to examine it microscopically and or instrumentally.
And that general process that you've just described is the items that you tested in reference to this case or analyzed in reference to this case. Is that the process that you followed in this case?
Yes.
Now, what kind of instruments do you use, starting off with items of glass, what kind of instruments do you use to conduct that analysis?
Sure. So I'll use a stereo zoom microscope to initially examine it microscopically. If I take samples to do additional microscopic examination, I'll examine it under a polarized light microscope. And then if I need to take samples to do instrumental analysis, that would be using our, it's referred to as a GRIM, which stands for Glass Refractive Index Measurement. It's an instrument that measures the refractive index of glass.
And if you could, please explain to the jury, what is a refractive index?
Sure. A refractive index is a measure of how light bends when it passes from one medium to another.
And how are you viewing that utilizing the GRIM device when it comes to glass?
So a sample is prepped on a slide and it is placed on a hot stage of the microscope of the instrument, and the oil that the sample is in it goes through a cooling and a heating phase, and as it's going through a cooling and a heating phase, it passes through what we refer to as a match point. So you can make that observation as the sample is running, and then when the sample is done running, it averages and it calculates the refractive index of the sample through the calibration data of the instrument.
What is an FTIR?
So an FTIR is a Fourier transform
Our TV is buffering.
infrared
Not us, it's
spectrum
them.
and analytical.
Come on, man.
Is a Fourier transform infrared spectrum and an analytical tool that we use samples essentially, and it produces a spectrum or a graph of peaks and valleys, and it
matrix
is representative of your sample.
And how is that FTIR instrument, how is that used in this type of physical match analysis?
So actually, the FTIR was not used for physical match examination.
Thank you, Liz.
Now,
Yeah.
you mentioned it a little bit earlier in your testimony. What is a polarized light microscope?
So a polarized light microscope it's a microscope that just has a couple of filters in it that we use to look at samples at a higher magnification and make observations of certain optical properties of samples.
And how are you utilizing that instrument in your analysis in the lab?
So it's used to examine various different types of samples, paint, fiber. We can also look at glass.
Now, do you document your work as you perform your analysis in the lab?
Yes, I do.
Now, Ms. Hanley, at some point were you assigned to perform some work on a lab case number 22-02184 pertaining to this defendant, Karen Reed?
Yes, I was.
And what type of work were you assigned to do in this case?
So I was given items for physical match comparison of some glass items, as well as some instrumental analysis of the glass. And I was also given items for some items of plastic for comparison.
Glass and plastic.
Starting with glass pieces, do you recall what item numbers you analyzed pertaining to the glass pieces?
Yes. So I examined items 3-2, which was a clear glass cup with broken irregular edges. I was also given item 3-3, which was 5 pieces of clear glass with broken irregular edges from the bumper of the vehicle. And then I was also given item 7-12, which were clear and glass pieces recovered from the road. And I was given also 7-14, which was a clear piece of glass recovered from the road.
And none of them matched
And
each
now
other.
if we could, Ms. Hanley, just break those down sort of one by one. So starting with item 3-2, what was provided to you in reference to a description of what that item was?
Sure. So item 3-2 was a clear glass cup with broken irregular edges, and there was dirt debris on the exterior and interior of the cup.
Now, did you measure that item?
I did.
And what measurements did you obtain from that item, the drinking glass?
I just would need to refer to my report for measurements.
Okay, you can do that. You have your report right there. Go right ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So the diameter of the bottom of the glass cup was 2 3/4 inches, and it measured approximately 2.5 inches in height.
You mentioned that there was debris on both the interior and exterior of the drinking glass. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, turning your attention to item 3-3, what was provided to you as a description of item 3-3?
Sure. So item 3-3 consisted of 5 pieces of clear glass, all with broken irregular edges.
And was there anything provided in the description of where those 5 pieces of broken glass were located?
Yes, they were recovered from the bumper of a vehicle.
And was there any identifying information provided to you as far as in reference to that vehicle?
The only other description of the item is the license plate of the vehicle.
What was the license plate that was provided?
So it was MA3GC684.
And did you measure each of those respective items?
Yes, I did.
Now, as far as before we get to the measurements, Ms. Hanley, when it comes to a lab item number, say 3-3, that has multiple pieces to it, how are each of those individual pieces then subsequently labeled?
So sometimes we'll subsequently label them with a lettering system.
And as far as these particular pieces contained within item 3-3, the pieces of glass from the bumper of the defendant's vehicle, how are they labeled?
So these were labeled A through E.
And with reference to the measurements, what measurements did you obtain from the pieces within item 3-3?
Sure. So I measured the largest and the smallest, and the largest measured approximately 7/8 of an inch by 5/16 of an inch, and the smallest measured approximately 3/16 of an inch by 1/8 of an inch.
Now, with reference to the drinking glass, you examined that microscopically, is that correct?
I did, yes.
And with reference to these items from item 3-3 from the bumper, you examined those microscopically as well, is that correct?
Correct.
And was there a particular piece from the pieces from the bumper that you did any additional examination of?
Yes, I did.
And what instruments did you use in which piece?
Sure. So there was one piece, I sampled a piece E that I had labeled as piece E. And I took a sample for examination under the polarized light microscope and a sample to analyze it instrumentally on the Grimm instrument.
Now, turning your attention to item 7-12, what was provided to you as a description for item 7-12?
Sure. So item 7-12, that consisted of 5 pieces of clear apparent plastic and 9 pieces of clear apparent glass with broken irregular edges.
Now, the 9 apparent pieces, well, let me ask you this first. As far as the description that you were provided, was there any description as far as where those items were recovered from?
Yes. Those items were recovered from 34 Fairview Road.
And is it your understanding they were recovered from the street or the roadway outside of that residence?
It just says recovered from 34 Fairview Road.
Now, as far as the 9 pieces of clear apparent glass from item 7-12, were those similarly sub-labeled as the previous item 3-3?
Yes, I received those labeled with the lettering system. They were labeled A, B, C, D, E, F, I, K, and L.
And with reference to those 9 pieces of glass, did you examine those microscopically as well?
I did, yes.
And what happened to G and H? Did they just disappear? G and H, they're gone.
Now, turning your attention to item 7-14, what were you provided with as far as a description of that item 7-14?
So this item consisted of one piece of clear glass with broken irregular edges.
And similarly, was there any description provided as to where that item was recovered from?
Yes, it was recovered from 34 Fairview Road as well.
And again, how many pieces were contained within that item 7-14?
7-14 was just one piece of glass.
And did you measure that item as well?
That item, I do not have the measurement of. It was examined by a previous analyst within the unit. So that measurement was taken at that time.
And that other analyst would be Mix Valier, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And as far as your examination of that item 7-14, what type of instruments did you use to examine 7-14?
So I sampled 7-14 to examine it under the polarized light microscope, as well as to analyze it instrumentally using the GRIM instrument.
Are you familiar with a term called a class characteristic?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury what that is?
Sure. So a class characteristic is when a material can be associated with a group of items that share characteristics.
And what is an individual characteristic?
An individual characteristic is when a material can be related to a single source, such as a physical match.
And so what is the difference between a class characteristic versus an individual characteristic?
So class characteristic is that it can be associated with a group of items that share characteristics, versus the individual characteristic. It's more individualizing. It can be related to a single source, just in the case of like a physical match.
And what is a physical match?
So a physical match is if an item is broken and those pieces are compared to each other, and their broken irregular edges fit back together, and they have a jigsaw fit, that would be considered a physical match.
Now, can you please explain to the jury the steps and the process that you undertook in your comparative analysis of items, specifically of glass in this case?
Sure.
This is super boring, so I'm just going to interrupt to thank a few people. Thank you to Darcy, who said, felt lost yesterday. I don't like watching Karen read on my own, so I attempted different lawyer channels. None were enjoyable to me. I felt like Goldilocks looking for a good fit. Glad you're back today. Melanie in the snark tank is just right. Also loves the cupcakes. Thank you to Elaine for a super generous Venmo. Says, oh, how we missed you on the biggest day so far. Thank you, Elaine. I appreciate you more than you know. Cherry, thank you so much for your Venmo. Says she missed me yesterday. And then we have Colleen. Glad to see you back today. Thank you, Colleen. Chief Sherry sending positive thoughts. Thank you, Sherry, for your Venmo. Oops. I'm going to speed it up when we get back. Don't worry. Cheryl, thank you for your Venmo. Says she is Cyber Chick in Boston. Thanks for not playing annoying soundtrack effects, she says. Lucian says, free Karen Reed. Thank you for your very generous Venmo. I really, really, really appreciate you. Lucian. Grace says, I'm a rock star. No, you are, Grace. You are. Paula, thank you very much, says, I thought Attorney Alessi would follow up regarding the use of a Mass State Police crash report. Did I miss something? We all must have missed it because I've never seen a crash report. I don't know what he was talking about. Thank you, Jenna, very much for your generous Venmo. Says, thanks so much for what you do. Yesterday was awful, but I understand family first. Thank you, Jenna. Janet, thank you very much. Just a laughing emoji from Janet. Lisa, missed you yesterday. The trial coverage was not the same without you. Thank you, Lisa. And thank you, Heather. So glad you're back. Lots of cupcakes to you too. And Catherine, really congratulations on 100K on YouTube from Boston. Thank you, Catherine. And Stephanie, as always, super generous. Dear Melanie, how are we all here watching this wild farcical persecution unravel? We all adore you. Thank you for providing light through humor to us all. Thank you, Stephanie, and each and every one of you for being here. So we're going to speed her up to 2 times because she's super slow talker. Here we go. Thank me later.
So I first did a comparison of all of the glass pieces and the glass cup that were recovered from the road. So those were items 3-2, 7-12, and 7-14. So I examined all of those to determine if there was physical match between any of those items first. There were at least 6 pieces of glass from item 7-12 that fit mechanically to the cup that was also recovered from the road, item 3-2. After I completed that examination, I then did a comparison to see if there was a physical match to some of the...
Wait, is that new? Some pieces in the road matched the glass? Isn't that new?
2 of the glass pieces from the bumper. And there were 5 total from the bumper. 2 of them I used for physical match comparison. And there was no physical match comparison between those 2 pieces from the bumper, item 3-3, compared to the glass pieces and the cup that were recovered from the road. And then
So the glass in the bumper did not match the glass in the road and the behind near John's body.
Sampled, as I mentioned earlier, one of the pieces from the bumper to do further microscopic and analytical analysis on, and did a comparison with one of the pieces from the road.
Can I see counsel sidebar for just a minute, please?
Please, save us all. What do you think's going to happen? You think she's going to cut the day short? I don't remember any pieces on the road matching with any pieces from the glass, cocktail glass. I just don't remember that. I just don't. Well, thank you, Linda, for buying me a couple of matcha lattes and says, thank you for what you do, free Karen Reed. Terry said I had to drive from Michigan to North Carolina overnight for my kids, so I get it. All the best. Thank you. And thank you, Lisa, for a matcha latte. And Diane, thanks for a matcha latte. Michelle said, good morning. I just want to say I can't wait to spend the day with you. And that was the day before the day that I couldn't make it. So thank you all for your patience. I would like to know how much longer we are going to be subjected to this for today, because I really gotta go soon. Glamasues, I have a new niece, Lila. I'm in love already. Congratulations. I love babies so much. Warpig 1958, thank you for the 10, says oldie but goodie, lies by the Knickerbockers. If you know, you know. Thank you. And Liz, sending lots of love, prayers, and strength to you, Melanie, from a fellow CU buff, DU log rat. You really? You're a buff and a DU log rat and a Dave Matthews lover and a Swiftie and a Tiffany's girl. Lives. We should be like besties in this lifetime. Thank you very much. And then Mike says, Melanie, loved you and your family. Family always comes first. We appreciate you so much. Not as much as I appreciate you. Thank you. Carrie, not sure if you know this one, the group, They Might Be Giants song, Birdhouse, Use in Your Soul. Thank you. And that girl for pointing out the expert has to maintain their own credentials. And in the future, it doesn't exist, by the way, when credentials are at play. Thank you, Virginia, for becoming a member. And Collusion, Not Collision, tuning in from out of the country. I think you're in, I can't remember exactly where you are right now. But is this a felony? Filing false documents with the court may be a felony, says Patriotic. Under 18 U.S.C. 1001, his worthless testimony should be stricken here, she says, knowingly. Random thoughts. Random thoughts. You may dedicate Billy Joel at any time to
Because
anyone.
It's been a
Big
long
shot.
day, so
Oh.
we're going to stop for the day. Ms. Hanley, I'm going to ask you to come back tomorrow, but a little bit later in the day, and the victim
Oh.
of course, can tell you the time.
A little bit later in the
Alright,
day, so we're going to do
folks, we're gonna end
motions in the morning.
today. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about the case, please disregard it and let us know, and watch your social media use. Thank you. So Ms. Hanley, after the J. Townsend.
Thank you,
All
Chrissy.
rise for the court, please. Close your notebook and follow me.
Chrissy says the end is near. Free Karen Reed. Thanks, Chrissy.
Goodbye.
And that's it. We're done. We are done. I think we're coming back in the morning, I guess, to talk about some stuff. Court TV's cutting their feet, and so will we. Thank you so very much for being here with me today. We are almost there. Thank you. Lady Gem says, good moms always put their families first. Glad you're back. I'm sorry, but I have to go. I have to go because I have a child who needs me. We're up to 99,506 subscribers. We are getting there. Go check out the new Microdots information and all of the new things that Microdots is putting out. Thank you very much, Gabby. Not sure if you caught it, but yesterday Burgess referred to Brennan as Breenan. Thought of you. Oh no, I did not see that at all. That's hilarious. Thank you for that. And thank you to Jen J. In my opinion, Karen Reed is here to expose the corrupt law enforcement officers and others in Canton. I think a lot will be exposed after this is all over. Let's hope. Let us hope. Thank you, each and every one of you, for choosing to spend your day with me today. I know that you have lots and lots of places to watch your coverage. And if there's anybody I forgot in the super chats, I'm terribly sorry, but I really, really do have to go. Thank you to the moderators for keeping it classy today. Stay cool, stay kind, stay classy. I love you with all of my heart. And I will see you tomorrow. Peace out, my friends. Make sure you have all notifications set. We're getting there. 99,509. That plaque is coming. I can feel it.